Oh, yeah, I know what I'm doing. I'm turning on the light behind me. Hi, guys. How are you? Oh, my gosh. Paulina and Neil got here a little tiny early. Thought you'd throw up some hellos. I could not be happier that you're here. Let's make it an orange day today. How are you guys? Oh, shit. This isn't what it says. I have to. No, we're not gonna play that at speed today. I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? Oh, yeah, right. Sunrise semester. Hi, class. I'm glad all of you didn't party too hard so that you could come to class today. I'm great. I'm fantastic. I got a fucking pot full of coffee. I got some pot. I'm actually delightful. Ooh. Gus, on the other hand, is coughing up a hairball. So he's going to do that for you this morning. Are you okay, baby? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let it all out. It's my poor baby. My son. Oh, my son. Hi, Jane. How are you? How are you, Jane? I have to tell you, I got some new makeup and I'm going to be honest. I think it makes me look really shiny. Better than my son, exactly. Thank God. I got this stuff. Have any of you tried this elf stuff? Anyway, I got it, and it's like a full face, kind of just like a little, like, whatever. Foundation, I guess. But it's really light, so it's not really foundation. Yeah, not you? Okay, well, that's to each his own. You might someday. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, it just makes me look really shiny, and I'm kind of like, I'm not used to being quite that shiny. So it's just a product review. You come to Lolo's Lounge for everything. News, singing, comedy, and makeup reviews. Come on now. It's my new channel. It's my new channel. My new channel is going to be makeup reviews. oh, baby. Gosh, this is a real serious hairball. Anyway, good morning. I ended last night. This thing should start shortly, so I'll have it here somewhere. Hold on. Hold on to your love. You got to hold on. Hold on. And don't let go. Ooh. Uh-oh, we're fighting now. We're better now. We're chasing our brother. We're just fine. We're just fine. All right, so this is the Committee on Foreign Affairs, and this little piece of shit is about USAID. I played a video last night. Was it old? No, Jane, that was live. That was live. I need to watch it again. He said, see, here's the thing. I listen to what they say, as you all do, but I'm listening for certain things, right? I'm listening for certain things. He was there as the representative of the United States government. I'm just going to say this. This is Curtis Yarvin's Butterfly Revolution. Every fucking step of it. Every fucking step of it. So if we don't start giving some credence to the actual players of this game, we are going to be fucked up the ass in ways that we don't want to. Okay? Because I'm all about the butt. I love a little butt, but at the same time, this is not the type of butt action I want. Yeah. Why were they talking to him? Because he is the United States representative. So here's the other thing. The other thing I watched. Hi, Hi, Paulina. The other thing I watched last night before I went to sleepy EP night was the fucking EU, the NATO leaders. They're preparing for us to be the
Committee on
evil
Foreign
one.
Affairs will come to order.
And
I
we're
ask
going to
that
talk about
everybody
that
in the room,
because I'll
regardless
eat
of your
my hat
position,
if that's not
please
actually
rise, join me in
true.
reciting the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, and actually I'm gonna silence this guy so I can tell you what I observed last night. When I was watching the NATO leaders, they came, all I was able to see because I fell asleep, is that they came in and each of them, like Estonia, I think Lithuania, I don't know who else I heard, a couple of foreign ministers, that's what it was. It was all the foreign ministers, right? Literally, they're saying, yeah, we agree, we need to take on more of our own defense. And the way they were positioning it was because the United States has left us. That's why. The United States has left us. That's why. Because they know they no longer have an ally in the United States who will protect them from Russian aggression. And they know that they need to fortify. So this isn't a kowtow to Trump. This is a literal declaration that they understand that we are no longer a guaranteed ally. Period. Oh, baby. Lee, oh, you should text me when you are, well, of course, I don't know if that's going to help you, but you feel free to text me anytime. You know I'm awake. You know I'm awake. So listen, I think that the foreign ministers are not fucking playing over in NATO. They get it. They know what's happening better probably than anyone else. And they're not taking for granted that the United States would not collaborate with Russia to increase Russian landmass in Europe. Period. Please start believing that that is something that can happen. Please. We need to, I would assume the worst and plan for the, plan for the worst and hope for the best. I think they get it. I don't know. These were the foreign ministers, and I really heard in their voices and their words, yeah, you're damn right, we're going to protect ourselves. And they said, we have been providing 60% of the support to Ukraine anyway. So now we just have to provide more. This is not good. This is not good. Living in a country sandwiched between Putin-led Russia and Trump USA, Canada is in a precarious spot. Yes, indeed you are, Neil. All right, so I'm going to say it one more time before I go to this hearing. This is Curtis Yarvin's Butterfly Revolution, step by fucking step. And it is Elmo who is executing it with his Silicon Valley bros, probably Mark Andreessen. I could imagine Peter Thiel. I can imagine all these, David Sachs. I can imagine all of these guys figuring out how they're going to gut the government so that they can continue with their takedown of democracy because it doesn't work for them. They talk about a monarchy led by a CEO. Pay attention to that concept. Pay attention to the network state. This is what they're doing. It is serfdom. We said it for or at least 3 fucking years ago. Serfdom is their goal. And they're not actually kidding. It's not just like an aspiration. It's a fucking business plan. All right, so I'm a little heated this morning because when I went to bed last night, it was a bunch of bullshit. I'm sorry. Here we go.
Maybe we'll get some audio on it.
Oh, no, you don't have any audio. He doesn't have any audio on his little video clip. Brian, what happened? Yeah, let's get some audio for this bigotry that you're about to spew. Hi, Karen. Hi, Badger. Hi, whoever I missed. I love you all so much. What's the matter, Brian? What's the matter, Brian?
Mr. Burchett, thank you.
Oh, wow. What's the matter?
Maybe we won't do this video.
Yeah, maybe we
But I
won't
have
do
the
this
video
video.
that shows exactly what the Ugandan ambassador was saying.
Oh, my God.
And they were thanking us
for
not
Uganda?
Continuing these programs.
Really?
That's what took place. And that's just one of the countless ambassadors.
Uganda? The Ugandan government is happy USAID is gone.
These programs will not continue.
Yeah, no shit,
they're going
they are.
to come to an end. Yet my colleagues to the left are arguing for these programs to continue, arguing for the people who put these programs in place to go back to work.
Too much.
Arguing that the agency that did this be allowed to continue wasting your money. They're going to argue that President Trump doesn't have the authority to do this, but the fact is,
we're in a court of law, you guys.
Of those who
Did you
were
know
in
that?
Congress,
Brian's running a court of law.
all but 3 of them voted to give him the authority in 2024, and it says very specifically in SFOP's approach that the administration may potentially expand, eliminate, consolidate, or downsize covered departments or agencies or organizations. That's the language of the authority. It's not just the content of USAID
we're going to use it.
That is the betrayal. It's the larceny that USAID has conducted. Crooked NGOs
I'm going to tell you
around
again,
Washington, D.C.
NGOs are
swindling
vetted.
American taxpayers out of their
He's
money.
Brian Mast.
A recent
I can't remember
audit found
where
that
he's from,
USAID's
but he's the head
implementing
of
partners
this Foreign Affairs
were using
Committee. He's
upwards
a
of
dick.
50% of their grants for overhead
He's
costs.
a penis tip. Another penis
not
tip.
life-saving measures.
Language of the
The
authoritarian. Thank you,
administration
Jane.
has said that the aid pause is temporary, and they have proven it. The recipients of USAID programs, they can
Okay,
apply
good. Thank
for
you,
a waiver.
Karen. I appreciate
have
that
a list
feedback.
with me. Many have applied.
I haven't tried the green.
Many have been denied, and some have received waivers that actually proved their work was life-saving. Let me give a warning to my colleagues. It will be short-sighted of you if you turn a blind eye to USAID's betrayal and more broadly the betrayal within the State
so we're going to take it all down. And kids, you can
Because
die.
we are going
if some
to
kids
bring
die,
in
well, that's just in the name of
people
savings.
who put these programs in place.
Right.
We are going to show to the American people exactly what they were doing. The videos, the documents, the everything. They are going to see it. Like $25,000
All that stuff's probably on their fucking
for a
website,
drag
by the
show
way.
seminar for
No.
Venezuelan migrants.
I'm just going to tell you, some of that, all the shit that is created in USAID projects is available. I'm going to say that again. Everything that the USAID projects create on the ground is openly available. This is not hard. I did every year that I ran a nonprofit, I would get a FOIA request, if not 2. Okay, that's normal. There is all kinds of disclosure in USAID grants. You have to tell them to the penny how you spend this money. God fucking damn it. Okay, I'm going to try not to do this the entire hearing, but it's going to be hard.
In Ecuador, and we
What's
are
up
going
with
to
the
show
Florida
you that
special elections? Any Florida loungers involved? Let's find out from, I know J-Rance would probably know. What is this? Oh, they don't have any of their videos.
That's the USAID program spending your money.
Yeah. In order to help
We will be writing these
LGBTQ
programs out of
communities.
law as
not
we
be
conduct
killed.
our first full State Department review since 2002. I would say that when done right,
I wish I
foreign
had
aid
one of
can
my
be one of the best
evaluation
tools.
reports from one of my programs.
It can
I
help
would show you
strengthen our
exactly what
relationships with our
happens in a
allies
grant
that need a
reporting
hand up.
program.
and it can help countries realize that America is the best partner. But it's only true if we understand a couple of things. What does America actually need from each country or region? What does that country
it's
or region
transactional, y'all.
actually
If we
want
don't get
from the
something
United
from
States of
you,
America?
fuck
Because
off.
it's not these things. And it's only fair to Americans if we can prove that a dollar is better spent going abroad than staying in the pocket of an American who is
Wow.
right now hustling and grinding it out at work.
What?
And I now
It's the
recognize my
lazy
colleague,
people over
Ranking Member
there.
Gregory
Dude,
Meeks.
I would love to drop you in the middle of a
wanna welcome
fucking
my witnesses
gold mine, artisanal
to our
gold
first full
mine
committee hearing
in the
this
middle of the
Congress.
Congo.
But I would
I'll
be
find
remiss
pictures. Hold on. I'm going to find
if I
pictures.
didn't make clear my disappointment in the midst of the chaos created by the Trump administration's unlawful attempt to shutter USAID and pause foreign assistance funds. We don't have anyone here today from the administration to explain, to appear, and to explain their actions before this committee. It shouldn't be just private sector individuals here. We are the oversight
Are any of the
the U.S.
grantees
government.
there?
And we should have members from the State Department, the Secretary of State, Rubio, present. And my Democratic colleagues and I have asked the chairman to have a committee hearing with Secretary Rubio, and I urge that to be done as soon as possible. The American people deserve to have their elected representatives question the administration about the decision to shut down a government agency established in law by Congress. We don't have a king. We have a system. If the administration believes what they have done is legal and merited, they should be before Congress. They should be here. They should be talking to the American people directly. We should be summoning them here. I also want to do away with the myth that this exercise with DOGE and USAID is about addressing waste, fraud, and abuse. Because if you really care about waste, fraud, and abuse, you don't illegally fire 21 independent inspector generals in the dark of night. You don't fire the head of the government ethics office. Just this week, President Trump fired USAID's independent inspector general, just one day after he issued a report showing that the administration's own effort to dismantle USAID is wasting taxpayer dollars and putting our national security at risk. That's what's happening. Our national security is at risk. And I'm asking unanimous consent to enter that IG report into the record. This committee and the American people deserve to hear from the IG. I would urge you to invite the Inspector General to appear before this committee to tell us about the actual work of addressing waste, fraud, and abuse, if that's what this is really about. Now, many Republicans, this has not been a partisan issue. Many Republicans have long championed U.S. foreign assistance as critical to our national security.
These are Ghanaian miners
as a
enslaved.
source of United States soft power and a key tool to outcompete China's growing global influence. Despite my disappointment over not having Trump's administration panelists here, I am pleased that among our witnesses today, we have a number of individuals who are Republicans.
These are
I look at my former colleague,
freed
Ted Yoho, who I have
slaves.
traveled with.
These two
on
young
several
boys.
times, several Codell.
Abiku and his friends have been rescued or in a shelter.
USAID programs. I
India.
know when
That's
you
Ghana.
go and
India.
travel and see firsthand the work of dedicated USAID Foreign Service officers.
He is more than 50
civil
years old and he is
servants, and
enslaved
local
weaving
staff
carpets to pay
to
off a
whom we
modest
owe
loan he took
our
12 years ago.
gratitude
He doesn't know if
and
he'll
our
ever be
thanks,
able to free to work
not
for someone
the
else.
dishonor shown to them by wealthy billionaires with a social media
Ghanaian mines.
platform.
More picture of a Ghanaian
Now, I only
miner.
have a few minutes
enslaved.
left, so I won't spend my time debunking every mischaracterization
Stone carriers
or
in
outright
Nepal.
lie we've heard from the
Children
Republican
carrying stones
distractors
down the
of
mountain.
USAID.
That's real.
These are distractions
That's
meant
happening
to
right now.
obscure the critical work USAID does. I instead submit into the record the
That's just a
stories by
few.
the Washington Post, the New York Times, fact-checking and dubious claims made by the Republicans.
Do you have them?
Yes.
So
Lisa Christine, I know her. She's okay. I don't.
And what I will use my time on is making
I
clear
wish she had just like a huge
that
gallery
this
because she
hearing
has some
title,
really amazing
the
photos.
USAID
Okay, here we go.
betrayal
There we go.
is absolutely correct.
That's a brick kiln.
Because this is a betrayal.
People
The Trump
making bricks.
administration is betraying our
enslaved.
national security. It is betraying our allies. It is betraying the Americans who carry out USAID's mission in some of the world's most challenging
kiln.
and dangerous places. It is betraying the generosity of the American
Stone cutter
people,
in Nepal.
and is betraying the investments Americans have made
Brick
for
kiln.
decades to stop diseases before they
Mining.
spread, to make sure girls have the same educational
Living
opportunities
conditions.
as boys, and to make sure that the innocent victims
This is
ravaged by
also
war
from
or
mining.
natural disaster have basic human necessities. It's betraying babies who have been born with HIV in the last 3 weeks who could have been born HIV-free if only we continued to provide their mothers with the necessary
Sex
medication
workers.
they were sitting on the shelves. It's betrayed America's
Miners.
victory in nearly wiping out polio around the world by stopping the funding to stamp it out
Brick
in the
kiln.
last 2 countries on the earth with the virus still present. Want to know what happens when we stop funding this type of work? Just look at Kansas, where the outbreak of tuberculosis right now grows.
Stone cutters.
So it's not just about health programs.
2 children carrying
Economic
stones down a
development
mountain,
programs in
holding
Latin
hands.
America build stronger communities
So
and
they
help
don't
reduce
fall.
migration to the United States.
Fishing.
Good governance, independent
Fishing
media,
enslaves
civil society
tons of
programs in
people
developing
across the
countries
globe.
help break debt traps from China and
This
ensure
is Fisher.
citizens
This
can
is
enjoy
children
their
in Ghana
God-given rights.
fishing.
Bottom
They're
line,
enslaved in fishing
who wins
boats.
when we pull back from one of America's greatest strengths? China wins. Russia wins.
Bricks.
Our adversaries win. So yes, this is a betrayal. This is a
This is
betrayal
happening
of our
now.
national security.
This isn't old.
And I yield back.
This is happening now.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. I think I called it exactly right what the arguments were going to be. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. We are pleased to have our
More
panel of
Ghana
witnesses
fishing.
here today on this important
Very
topic.
dangerous.
Max
Very dangerous
Primorak,
on that
Senior
lake.
Research Fellow at the Margaret Thatcher Center for Freedom at the Heritage Foundation. The Honorable Ted Yoho, former U.S. Representative
It's a
from
slave.
Florida's
That
3rd
child is
Congressional
enslaved.
District, and the Honorable Andrew Natsios, former administrator at the U.S. Agency for
Enslaved.
International
All these
Development.
people that you see are
This committee
slaves.
recognizes the
All
importance
of
of the
them.
issues before us and is
Every
grateful
single
to have
one.
you here to speak with us today. Your full statements
Every
will be made
single
a part
one
of
of
the
these
record, and
people
I'll
is
ask each of you to
enslaved.
keep your comments, spoken remarks to less than 5 minutes in order
Everyone.
to allow time for member questions. Hopefully you give us something that more than what we could just read in your opening statements. And I
There's
would also
millions
ask
more.
unanimous consent that the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, be allowed to sit on the
Oh,
dais
yeah,
and
I've got a
participate
problem
in
with
today's
this.
hearing. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize Mr. Primorak for
That's
your
just
opening
one little
statement.
tiny part.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to testify before this committee. My name is Max Primorak. I am a senior research fellow at the Heritage Foundation.
It's reading
I
chat.
previously served at the U.S. Agency for International.
PEPFAR saves lives! Restore AIDS funding now! PEPFAR saves lives! Restore AIDS funding now! PEPFAR saves lives!
Prep.
Restore
That's right.
AIDS funding now! PEPFAR saves
What's the matter, Max? What's the matter, Max? Your family get access to health care okay?
Restore AIDS funding now. PEPFAR saves lives. 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 Restore AIDS funding now.
Margaret Thatcher Center for Freedom.
I
Are
guess
you
these
kidding?
guys don't
Yeah,
watch
the George
news.
Wallace
They didn't
Center for
realize
Civil
that
Rights.
PEPFAR was one of the many programs that did prove to be life-saving, so the funding was restored. Somebody better give them a
Was
link
restored.
to, I don't know, maybe Fox News or something like that. You may resume your opening statement.
You think that's funny? I'm glad you think people dying is
Chairman,
funny,
I
Max.
previously
Or
served at the U.S.
Brian,
Agency
or whatever
for
your name
International
is.
Development and the
You're
U.S.
Max.
Department of State. I've dedicated 35 years to international relations work. The views I express here today are my own. President Donald Trump's decision to shutter USAID reflects the agency's loss of bipartisan support in Congress and the trust of the American people. It exposes a bureaucracy that went off the ideological rails.
Are you kidding
and no
me?
longer
Oh, this
reflects
guy
the will
doesn't like
or
that
the
people
values of the
got,
American
gay people got saved.
What should be.
He doesn't like people
must
that are
be an
gay
effective
getting saved,
tool
okay?
of
Just
US
so you
foreign
know.
Policy has turned into
He doesn't want to help
a
people.
partisan global vehicle focused on spending money rather than achieving concrete outcomes aligned with American interests.
Was the
and
funding
on
restored by a
imposing
court,
radical social
perchance?
ideas
Neil, good
that divide us
question.
at home and spur resentment abroad. They refuse to be held accountable to Congress and American taxpayers who fund them. Advocates evoke dangers to our national security, citing programs to counter communist China, protect us from the global spread of infectious diseases, and provide life-saving humanitarian aid. I understand the importance of these programs. At USAID, I co-chaired a counter-China interagency group, oversaw containment of 2 Ebola outbreaks, and led the Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance. But USAID's obsession with identity politics, Gender fluidity, population control, and climate fanaticism undermined these goals. Americans are now aware of massive waste, fraud, and abuse of their money. Every single project was corrupted by this radical agenda. They are not happy. USAID's leadership failed in its most basic fiduciary responsibility, and that is to avoid the kinds of reputational risks that would imperil the agency's legitimacy with Congress and the American people. USAID pushed developing countries to rely on communist China for their green energy needs. 2 years ago, 131 African lawmakers and religious leaders from 13 countries implored Congress not to use PEPFAR to promote abortion, stating, "We want to express our concerns and suspicions that this funding is supporting abortion, that it violates our core beliefs concerning life, family, and religion." Many Africans have told me, but also from other places in the world, the Chinese do not ask us to give up our religion to do business with them. Mr. Chairman, our aid approach has severely harmed our global standing. USAID's humanitarian system is also broken. In Gaza, American aid financed Hamas's campaign to exterminate Israel. Similarly, in Afghanistan, Yemen, and Syria, where we lack physical presence to ensure that our aid is not diverted to terrorists, our aid is sustaining these war economies. USAID failed to properly manage the billions of dollars entrusted to it. This committee discovered that USAID partners were charging 50% or more for overhead. A government audit showed that USAID could not account for overhead charges.
Stop this. Stop it. Do you want to know what overhead is? Do you want to know what overhead is? It's mostly it's salaries. It's your rent if you have an office location. It's your utilities. It's your subscriptions if you need internet. It's your office supplies if you need them. It is not 50% overhead. They restrict you to like a 10% overhead. It's actually quite impossible. So what the fuck? I really fucking hate this. This makes me so mad because the truth is right there. The truth is right there. Right there.
Charges concerning $142 billion worth of awards. These funds proved a boon for the progressive-dominated foreign aid industry. President Trump's leadership has created a unique opportunity to fast-track important reforms of our aid system. Secretary Rubio might look at the reforms made during the last Trump administration. Our starting point was that the purpose of foreign aid is to end the need for it. Foreign aid is not an international welfare program. USAID is not an international NGO.
USAID
These must align with American interests and values.
Okay?
A final point.
They measure outcomes.
Congress must also do its part. Why should pro-Hamas South Africa, Beijing's point country in Africa, receive billions of dollars of aid from us? We should support our friends instead. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Primorak. I now recognize Mr. Yoho for his opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Meeks, and members of the committee, it's an honor to participate in this hearing regarding USAID. I'm a former member of Congress serving from 2013 to 2021, representing Florida's 3rd Congressional District. During my 8 years in Congress, I served on this and the Agricultural Committee. I had the honor to serve as chairman of the Asia Pacific Subcommittee during the 115th Congress. I entered Congress.
Mr. Yoho, could you move a little closer to your mic?
Can you fucking move your
It'll help
surface?
turn it on too, won't it?
Thank you.
Fucking fat fuck.
I lost that knowledge already.
I would have, Neil, except for the fact that it's already all the way up.
I entered Congress with the goal of eliminating foreign aid for various reasons. Looking back, I was ignorant on what I thought foreign aid was, what it did, and thought it was unnecessary.
Okay.
Soon after my first foreign congressional delegation trip, I realized that foreign aid, when used properly, can be a tool in soft diplomacy that strengthens the nation's economy, security, increases trade, decreases migration, creates strong partners and allies. When used improperly, it has the opposite effect on both
That's okay.
our
Neil, I'm
friends
just being silly.
and adversaries and
USAID
waste
betrayal.
taxpayers' money. I became a strong proponent of reforming international assistance by working in a bipartisan and bicameral fashion with my co-sponsors, along with the first Trump administration when we introduced the BUILD Act that authorized the creation of the DFC. This was the largest reform in foreign aid in over 2 decades, and my goal was to move countries from aid to trade with the use of effective tools managed correctly. I chaired, along with Congressman Adam Smith, the Effective Aid Caucus and met with members and outside groups to improve efficiency and effectiveness on assistance. This committee has had many hearings dealing with USAID. It's frustrating that an agency set up to further our security, prosperity, engage in humanitarian projects, and work to prevent the spread of diseases, hunger, and conflict have strayed so far from its original intent when it was created under President Kennedy in 1961.
Oh my God, it
USAID
evolved.
has lost the trust of a large portion of the American
lives?
people and the
LGBTQ
international
programming
community.
saves
Remember, President
people's
Lincoln, he said,
lives.
with public support, you can do almost anything. Without it, you can't do anything. The redesigned U.S. foreign assistance entity will have to work hard to recreate that trust here and abroad.
The redesign.
Many new
Honey,
reforms
it's
were
not
necessary in
being redesigned. They
USAID.
threw it in the toilet.
There are many ways reform can be performed. And many administrations, and as I heard here today, Congresses have acknowledged this, yet we did not act.
Really high. I'm gonna have
The
to-
Trump
I'm gonna
administration
have to get
acted,
really high
and there's a
today.
lot of angst and concerns about who has authority, how's it going to be done. Those debates will go on as long as people want to debate, criticize, and complain. President Trump and Secretary Rubio
Yeah.
stated the objectives of international
Carl,
aid
remember that?
very clearly moving
was
forward.
weird.
Does it make America safer,
That's a really good
stronger, and more prosperous?
What about
It'll
when
serve the
former
nation,
guy
our
sent
security,
PPE
and
respirators to
economy,
Russia at the beginning
as
of
well
the
as
pandemic?
developing
That was
nations
weird.
and our allies to get new reforms
Are
in
we
place
gonna need those?
as soon as
I mean,
possible.
I'm all for sharing.
Not all aid is bad, nor is it all good. We should focus on those programs that are good and make them better and more effective. Programs that were
That's why you
misused and
have a
not aligned
grant
with the
process,
administration
you
should be
fucking
eliminated.
dick.
Congress should look to support programs that have a proven
These
track
are all-
record of success,
Oh my
and there are
God.
many examples to
I
look
can't
look
do
at,
this.
and I'll be happy to discuss
Oh,
those.
don't you dare.
Moving forward,
It's
I
gonna be
would
Samaritan's
recommend
Purse.
the Trump administration place aid into 2 categories. First, the hard infrastructure projects like road, water, energy, transportation. These are
not
the
think
projects
that's
that are
done?
necessary to build an economy in the
is anyone
recipient
gonna
country
talk
so we
about
can
that
wean them off of
USAID
aid.
actually has a
The
very
U.S.
rigorous,
government has instruments like the DFC,
grant-seeking,
MCC,
competition,
tasked with the heavy
okay?
lifting in
Their
initial
grants are very
phases of a project
competitive.
by providing
very
risk
hard to
insurance,
get a
technical
USAID
assistance, and
grant. Do you
expertise,
understand that? I
and
mean,
brings
just make sure
in
everybody
outside
understands that.
investors and other nations' DFIs.
It is not easy to get a
Second,
USAID
the
grant.
humanitarian
It is
side
very
of
hard,
assistance
and it is
via
very
a
detailed.
repurposed USAID type entity working synergistically with the
This is absolutely the
DFC
most
and other
ridiculous thing
USG
I've ever seen.
agencies.
What a boondoggle.
Feed the Future, African Growth, and Opportunity Act are effective health and food security programs when implemented properly and generate much soft power goodwill. Unfortunately, if mismanaged, we lose credibility, money, and drive the affected nations to our adversaries. By pausing U.S. international assistance, a vacuum is created. China, Russia, or other are already moving in to fill those voids. The U.S. must quickly bring back the authorization, funding, and a knowledgeable workforce to implement those programs that align with the administration's goal. Does it make America safer, stronger, and more prosperous? One last point. By not being effectively present can be arguably worse than pausing a program. And all you have to do is look at South and Central America and look at how much we've ceded to China and their influence from Russia, China, and Iran. That has to be dealt with immediately. That's a national security threat. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I yield back my time and look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Yoho. I now recognize Mr. Natsios for your opening statement.
Thank you very much. I speak for myself today. I've been involved in humanitarian work, development work.
Let's try that
Jesus
microphone one more
Christ.
time. Maybe pull it a little closer.
Okay, how's that?
Much better.
Better, okay. I speak for myself today. I don't represent anyone. And I've been doing this work since 1989 when I joined the Bush administration, the first Bush administration, as the director of the Office of Foreign Disaster Assistance when the world order was collapsing. And our little office, along with the Food for Peace office, saved tens of millions of lives around the world, which they continued to do through the BHA Bureau, which is now much larger than it was when I was there. If you're upset about getting off course, so am I. But let's course correct, not course destroy. When I took over AID as the administrator in Bush 43, W's administration, in early 2001, I ordered my deputy to begin reviewing every single project, every single program in AID, line by line, and we eliminated 80 programs over a month. And we moved that cash back into the program because there was a cassava mosaic that was destroying the cassava crop in Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, and Eastern Congo. There was a risk of a famine. And we got cuttings in, and we stopped the pandemic, the disease pandemic for the cassava. My point is, I eliminated a lot of philosophically offensive programs that a conservative administration would not tolerate. And when the Democrats took over, they moved the agency to the left. I moved it to the right. The Obama people actually said I was very right-wing. I was the most right-wing administrator in the history of the agency, and yet the career people followed what I wanted to do in the agency. We put heavy emphasis
Because
on
we
economic
had to.
growth. Some of
my
the things you've
God,
criticized,
shut
sir,
up.
with all due respect, are economic growth programs that have been highly successful. 10%
not
of
a
the
cassava
workforce
fan.
in Egypt is from tourism. AID has properly invested $100 million over the years, and it's massively increased the number of jobs in Egypt. They are our ally. Don't we want people working instead of being unemployed? It is 12% of the GDP of Egypt, tourism. We call it development tourism. We do it in Lebanon, we do it in Tunisia, we've done it in Kosovo and in Bosnia, we've done it in Morocco, we do it all over the world. It brings in revenue
want
and employs
innovation
people.
in
It's an economic growth
development. You want
project.
innovation.
I believe in economic
That's where
growth.
it
I believe in the
happens.
private sector. I believe in free markets. That's what AID does. The notion that AID is some kind of a Marxist institution is absolutely ridiculous, okay? I know the career officers. I work with them.
Good for him.
There is
He's standing
a
up.
career track called the private sector officers. And what do? They work with the business community. I started a program which the Democrats continued called the Global Development Alliance. We started it very early on, 2001. What it does is it matches AID money with corporate money to supply their supply chains. We do this all over the world. We're working with hundreds of
I met with
American
Coca-Cola.
I
I mean, there's
we've raised
a lot
$60
of
billion
public-private
in
partnership
private sector
in doing this
funding
work.
with the American business community
trying to get supply chains
increase
clean.
jobs all over the world. We've been doing this for 24 years, very successfully. The Europeans and the Canadians and the Australians have taken our lead in this and tried to replicate these public-private alliances. 25% of the money in those GDAs is U.S. government money. 75% is private money. We invest together. We don't give them any money. They don't give us any money. We design the project, we co-invest, and then we manage it. The notion that AID is irresponsible in terms of its oversight is utter nonsense. I wrote an essay 12 years ago called The Clash of the Counter-Bureaucracy and Development. It was published. It's the most cited thing I've written in the scholarly literature. And it was based on my frustration with the level over and over and over again of oversight. The Inspector General, the Special Inspector General. Why do we need two Inspector Generals in Afghanistan and in Iraq? Then we have the GAO, we have the OMB, we have the Congressional Oversight Committee. Every line of what AID does is overseen by 7 different levels of
Exactly.
oversight. You know why money disappears? I'll tell you why. Where do we work? Where do we work? Christian NGOs are now delivering food in Sudan in a famine. There will be 2 million people dead by the end of this year. Those are the projections. There is no government in Sudan. There's no police in Sudan. There are no courts.
I
The
thank you for
country
your
is-
opening remarks this morning. And I now recognize Chairman Emeritus Ranking Member Meeks for his 5 minutes of questioning. Chairman Emeritus McCall for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I was chairman of this committee, I got congressional notifications of spending programs from USAID and State Department, and I put holds on those programs, many listed by the chairman. Instead of working with me, the administration, the prior Biden administration, decided to blow through those holds, bucking a long-standing tradition. And I want to go through some of those I put on hold. $1.5 million to promote LGBTQ causes for immigrants in Latin America, allowing them to litigate against foreign governments, primarily Catholic nations.
What?
I don't know how that advances the U.S. interests abroad.
What?
And as a Catholic myself, I find that very offensive. We've also heard about the $15 million for condoms and contraceptives to Afghanistan.
What?
A country under Sharia law.
What?
$15 million.
Okay.
What did USAID do? They blew through my holds in complete and utter disregard of this committee's oversight responsibilities.
Are you gonna
I also
cry
uncovered
about
the
it?
department had spent $500,000 to advance atheism in Nepal. Atheism
Are you gonna cry?
in a country where
cry?
Tibetan Buddhists
Holy Roden Empire
is a predominant religion. What does that have to do with advancing U.S. interest abroad?
With advancing the safety
The Humanist
and,
International Group
and dignity
that they gave
of
money to, the
LGBTQ
$500,000,
in Latin American nations
the
who've been
CEO called
persecuted by
the
other
Catholic
governments.
Church
That's what it
an
does.
institution
Period.
you should be ashamed to be involved with.
You should be ashamed to
Our
be sitting
taxpayer
there
dollars to
speaking
condemn
after
the Catholic
your
Church.
search terms
Again, as a
last
Catholic,
night.
I find that extremely
Through his
offensive.
holes.
And then the one we've heard so much
Blow
about,
through your hole.
$20,000 for drag shows
Did he blow through your
and
hole?
drag
Did he blow
workshops
through
in
your
Ecuador.
hole?
Mr. Chairman,
I'm
I've
gonna
seen the
blow through
video
your
you've sent out.
hole.
It is utterly disgusting to the American taxpayer that we are funding
Somebody blew through his hole.
that kind of behavior. All these programs gave USAID a black eye.
I'd like
And that's
somebody to blow through my
unfortunate.
holes. Wait, where's
Because you go back to the Marshall Plan, really the genesis for thinking about
the Marshall
USAID.
Plan? Okay,
The Marshall
right.
Plan was one of the most successful
Okay.
programs we endeavored in
Okay.
after World War II to make
Okay.
sure
Oh,
a
dear.
Hitler never rose from the ashes
Well,
again.
here he is, honey. No, I'm kidding.
The Food for Peace program, sir, that you discussed. The American farmer benefits from this. It's been extremely
about it?
successful. Why was USAID created in the first place in 1961? It was to counter the Soviet Union during the Cold War. I believe it still has a legitimate purpose
Max. Good
to
morning,
counter the
Max.
rising threat of China
Hey, Cash.
and Belt and
Watching
Road
these peeps-
and our other foreign adversaries.
Oh, they're already too far
It also
gone.
has the ability to counter
Are they all
terrorism.
new to this? It's
Lindsey
too
Graham and I
serious.
passed
I know.
the
They're
Global
not.
Fragility Act.
It's like
State,
the fucking
DOD,
Junior League
USAID,
clutching
all
pearls
working
up here.
together
Good morning,
to stabilize,
Cash.
destabilize nations.
Oh yeah.
which
Look at him.
breed
He's
terrorism.
looking at that guy who got really
PEPFAR.
mad Nazios.
One of the most successful global health programs ever developed under President Bush.
We stopped it.
Yet
and we
all of
started
this
it
is
again.
called into question because of the irresponsibility of the Biden administration's
What?
woke agenda and policy. Mr. Yellow, we've been friends. We work together, colleagues.
How do we go from that
Your
to
greatest
that? How are
legacy
those
is the
two
BUILD
things-
Act,
How are those
and
two
we need
things
to
connected?
reinforce that policy
How are those
as
two
well.
things connected? I
But
don't
when
know.
you look at the core mission,
What's going on?
all these programs need to go, and they will be gone.
What?
But as we look at
Except for
program by
that other
program
one?
and strip down to the core mission, do you still believe that this is a worthwhile endeavor, the core mission of USAID?
I do. I think what you see over a period of time is a mission creep. You know, These
Oh,
programs
it's
were
mission
designed
creep. Oh,
with
that's-
purity of
that's-
purpose.
yeah.
This is what
Yeah,
they're supposed to do.
USAID's
And
real
when you get mission
mission
creep,
creep.
you
My God,
get these
you can't
things that we're
fart
seeing,
in
and
one of
they're
their
indefensible.
grants, okay?
Some of the programs that you guys mentioned. And that loses
I am
trust,
telling
like
you
you said.
guys, those grants
And
are
in
bears.
business, what
They're
I've learned,
fucking
and I think everybody
bears.
can agree with this,
I hated
people
those
like to do
grants. I
business
didn't
with
even
people
wanna
they
go
know,
for
they
'em.
like, and they trust.
I wanted
If
to
that's true
avoid
with us on a
government grants because
business
they were so goddamn hard
setting,
to manage.
it's the same in
It
nations.
cost as much to
If
manage
if
one as
other
it did to
nations
get
know
it.
us, they like us, and they trust us, they're going to do business with us. And we've heard this over and over again.
reporting
You
is
know, it's been
insane.
brought up by other
we did
leaders
it.
that
And can I just ask my times, is
That's
it in
what
our
we
national
do.
security interest to maintain the core mission? And I would argue under the State Department for proper supervision.
Well, okay.
yes, it is. And if
then-
we don't do that, we see
Yeah.
that leadership
Exactly.
to
yield
other
back.
people.
So fuck
I
you.
now recognize Ranking Member Meeks for 5 minutes.
Thank you. And
my
I
God.
too am a chairman emeritus of this committee, and I can recall where President Trump, when he was the president, blew past some of my things that I wanted to hold. In fact, he's blown past some already in this term. So that's just the will of what presidents do at times in that regards. But in this instance, 93 missions, every one has been closed. Every one. That's not trying to fix something. That's destroying something. But let me just stop there, because one of the reasons why I asked Mr. Nacios to testify here, because he is a
so
lifelong
offensive,
Republican.
Karen. I just am so
And
offended.
he understands
I just know how
the
hard people
insides
work.
and the outsides of running USAID.
Hey, and I'm not big
More
into
so than
international
anybody,
development
no
anymore.
disrespect to
I rethought
anybody that's
my
on this
entire
panel.
approach
He's
to
the
international
one
development.
that
I'm
has
not
done it.
really,
And I
you
will
know,
admit,
I'm not into
we
like
don't agree on certain
white
things.
people coming in and you
Democrats
know,
and
trying to
Republicans don't agree.
whatever.
Some
You know what I
things that
mean? I think
Republicans
it's-
do that I believe is
I
full of
believe in
waste.
programs that empower people on the ground to
destructive,
do what they need to do, and
But
that they
if
decide
they win the
what they need
elections,
to do for
they
their
have a
country,
choice
for
to try to
their
move it in that
So anyway,
direction.
I have a whole
When
different
Democrats
attitude
win,
about development.
What we
This is
stand for,
wrong. This is
we
just
move in
wrong.
our direction. That's part of having a free, democratic society. We're not Russia.
Yeah.
So I want to put the politics aside for this discussion and ask Mr. Nacios, can you explain to the committee why you believe foreign assistance and the work of USAID, as you've done so, is so essential, and you feel so passionately enough about it that you did respond? Because I've seen administrators, Democrats and Republicans alike, who have worked at USAID alike, come out against closing USAID. Can you tell us that today?
Well, let me tell you two stories. One story is my last month at AID. No one knew except my wife I was going to leave and teach at Georgetown. And this was December of 2005. And I always would get a briefing from the director of counterterrorism at the CIA. And he came in to see me and he said, Mr. Nacios, the chatter is you're coming and they're going to attempt to assassinate you. I said, who? He said, well, obviously the Taliban. I said, why are they going to assassinate me? Because you're the head of AID. They can't deal with AID. They can deal with the military. They just shoot each other. But they can't build health clinics. We built 400 health clinics. We got the child mortality rates and the maternal mortality rates down by a third. It took 7 years to do that, but we did it very successfully.
It's true.
And we opened schools. We published 90 million textbooks in the schools to get the kids back in school. And the Taliban can't deal with that. They're going to try, and we advise you not to go. I said, well, let me think about that. But if you do go, announce you've arrived as you're stepping on the plane to leave. I said, what? He said, announce you're, when you're stepping on the plane to leave, announce you've arrived. So in other words, they won't know you're there. So I went, I decided to go, and nothing happened, and I did what he suggested. But what I found out was, from talking to the mullahs in the village, the religious leaders who were pro-democracy and pro-America, that the Taliban disregarded the greatest enemy of the Taliban was USAID. You know, in Kosovo, they named their kids USAID. They actually, the Albanians are Muslims in Kosovo, and that's a Muslim, they made it into a Muslim name, USAID. If you go to the refugee camps and displaced camps around the world, USAID is the image of the United States.
Yeah, it's true.
We used to bring 20,000
really
students
fucking
to the
weird about
United
their
States to get their
branding, too.
advanced
You have
degrees
to
during the
be
Cold War.
exact.
You know what the Chinese, you know what we're doing now? 900 scholarships. We stopped doing it. The Chinese are spending huge amounts of money to bring 40,000 people from the developing world to get their degrees in China. We should be investing in that. We're not. And I think we're falling behind, and we're focused on the wrong things. The amount of DEI stuff. I started going through the RFAs. It's a small percentage. It is not accurate to say that this is, and some of these things that have been shown, those are not AID projects. Those are State Department programs. Why are you blaming AID for what the State Department did? The F office in state controls all this stuff. Now let me tell you a second story. After the Aceh tsunami, we did a huge response. Aceh is a part of Indonesia, which had a Muslim insurgency for many years against the central government.
Oh, Andrew,
we did a
he's bringing
huge
the
response. We put the aid logo on everything. The mission director got carried away, 50,000 stickers, USAID from the American people. Before the Aceh tsunami, bin Laden had a 57% approval rating in Indonesia, the largest Muslim country in the world and a democracy. After it, he collapsed from 57% to 27%. We had a 26% approval rating. We went from 26% to 63%. Now you say, Americans like to be liked. We all like to be liked. But what difference does it make? President Uduono, the president of the country, said, I like President Bush. I like the United States, but it's very hard to work with you because you're so unpopular. Not after the Aceh tsunami. The newspapers in Indonesia said, where is bin Laden? When we need him. The Americans here we really don't like, and now we realize who our real friends are.
Thank you for answering our questions today, sir. We appreciate it. We agree. A lot of waste, like $10 million through USAID. Everything I listed was USAID. $10 million for circumcision in Mozambique. There's another example for you. I now recognize
that's health.
Mr. Smith from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sure there's
Upon
really
assuming
good
office,
research
President
around why
Biden
that is a
repealed President
positive
Ronald
for the
Reagan's Mexico
community.
City
I'm
policy,
just gonna
expanded by President Donald Trump in 2017. But the Biden administration didn't stop there. They initiated a new radical vision that integrated aggressive abortion on demand into PEPFAR programming, called it Reimagining PEPFAR, that included explicit guidance directing recipients, and this is billions of dollars of U.S. taxpayer funds, to use their leverage to enact pro-abortion laws and policies in PEPFAR countries. Biden hijacked PEPFAR, and he shattered. I mean, I did the reauthorization of PEPFAR for 5 years during the Trump administration, the first one. I'm all for it. In this place here and on the floor of the House and all over Africa as I traveled, all for it. But then it was hijacked. In a strong rebuke, and Mr. Max had mentioned this earlier, 131 African lawmakers and religious leaders said that the PEPFAR funding is supporting abortion, and they admonished us to say the NGOs that we finance are hijacking their ideals by pushing it so aggressively in Africa. Mr. Natsios, you testified today, and I read your written statement, that USAID needs to be refashioned, and you said that, quote, you believe it is bad policy to transfer domestic culture wars into politics to the developing world. Do you believe that the Biden administration was wrong to integrate abortion on demand into global health? Because they did it across the board, USAID, and of course PEPFAR. Much of that money is deployed through USAID. When you did say that efforts to protect the weakest and most vulnerable from extermination, I do believe that's trivialized when you somehow bottom line is say it's a culture war.
I'm sorry.
We believe in defending unborn children and their mothers from the violence of abortion. It's not a culture war. It is a fact when they're in these countries pushing it that unfortunately children will die. I and like-minded pro-life advocates in Congress and around the world seek to protect unborn baby girls and boys from violence of abortion, including dismemberment, decapitation, and of course the abortion pills, which are now being pushed all over the world, including the United States. How do they work?
Are you all right with this?
They starve the baby to death. That's how it works.
What?
So I'm all for global. We did two.
What?
Bipartisan. I was the prime sponsor of it. Global Food Security Act.
What?
I'm all for mitigating global hunger.
God,
but when
this
you
guy's
turn
gonna have
around
an
and say
aneurysm.
to an entire segment of humanity, unborn children, we're going to starve you to death
What?
through these abortion pills, to me, that's unconscionable. So do you agree
kidding me?
that pro-abortion NGOs should continue to be empowered and subsidized with billions of dollars
Yes.
each year by the
Yes,
American
I do.
taxpayer
Yes.
to promote abortion with the goal of changing pro-life
Abortion,
laws
I
in
don't
these
think
nations?
they
And I would
promote
ask all
abortion.
three
I think
of our
they
witnesses.
provide abortion. Different.
Congressman, you can check my voting record in Massachusetts. I 100%, and in Massachusetts, this is in Massachusetts, I had 100% pro-life voting record for 12 years in the House.
Right.
So my position is very clear, and I took a lot of heat from the feminist groups in Massachusetts, and my views have not changed. I called you once because we found them doing vaginal scraping in Bangladesh in a remote village, and the mission director called me immediately. He said, "We discovered this. We put a stop to it, Andrew, because if you do that and the woman is pregnant, the child dies." Okay? And you're supposed to check before you do it. They weren't trained properly. They weren't doing it maliciously. They just didn't understand because they weren't trained properly. We fixed it very quietly. I called you up and told you what happened. We were being transparent about it. Other than that, that's the only violation we had in the 5 years that I was aid administrator. The career people will do what they're told to do. I am appalled at what you're telling me that they have done. And by dragging AID into these culture wars, the Biden administration has undermined the need for bipartisan support for AID. We cannot tolerate in an agency with
so it's
programs
Biden's
all over the
fault?
world
Thanks, Obama.
a war between parties, which I'm seeing right now. In my view, it's a failure. All of the things I did at AID, I tried to do it in a way that would not alienate the Democratic Party when I left. If you look before they took apart the agency, everything I created is still there, was still there. They left it in place.
Thank you. I'm almost out of time. The other two distinguished witnesses. Thank you, Andrew.
Congressman, everything that we did during the first Trump administration, and I had these senior positions, we worked very hard to make sure that everything that we did had bipartisan support. What I've seen with the last administration is actually breaking the law, because you're not supposed to. By law, you're not supposed to. And I think the PEPFAR coordinator has stressed that point. But when you fund International Planned Parenthood, when you fund UN agencies that openly promote it, and when the Africans themselves tell you it's happening, then the law is being broken. I hope that the second Trump administration pursues the pro-life policies that it had in the first one, but also to include humanitarian assistance. Thank you.
When we set these policies forward, it's going to behoove all of us, and this is hard to do. These policies should be what's best for America. If it's best for America, it's going to be best for the rest of the world. And those policies are based on our beliefs as a nation. If we're a Christian nation, as we always talk about, that's the right thing to do. And I think we need to stay that way. And the hard part is, with us in this body,
with all no respect whatsoever,
we have to keep
we're
the
not a
checks on that.
Christian
If
nation.
not, it goes away.
That's
I
not
yield back.
true.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and I'm glad to hear the conversation about university spending as well, because there's a lot of that within USAID also. $42 million for Johns Hopkins to research and drive social behavior, and $250,000 for FIU for
drive
DEI
social
training,
behavior? I don't think John Hopkins
$244,000
is
for Stanford
driving
to do
social
leadership training,
behavior.
not life-saving programs. I now recognize Mr. Sherman
Wow,
from California.
What a dick you are. Who hurt you?
Foreign aid is a good thing. Americans think that we spend 25% of the federal budget on foreign aid and want it reduced to 10%. But the fact is, it's way less than 1%. It helps us challenge China in the world. It reduces not only hunger, but migration to our borders. And it helps us fight communicable diseases over there before they mutate and come here. And that's why Ronald Reagan recognized the importance of foreign aid. Mr. Chairman, my fear, because I've been here for a long time, when I got here, it wasn't just Democrats against Republicans, it was the legislative branch against the executive branch. And we need to play that role. And as the ranking member points out, we need to have government witnesses here so we can talk about the future rather than just be a cheering squad for the executive branch. But I want to bring to your attention, Mr. Chairman, an action taken by the State Department today that was too woke for Sherman. They announced that they're going to spend $400 million on zero greenhouse gas emitting armored cars. That's right, electric armored cars, $400 million to replace perfectly good gas-driven armored cars. They said they were going to be Tesla Cybertruck armored cars. This administration will get too woke for Sherman if it helps the shareholders of the Tesla automobile. There have been a number of falsehoods stated. The biggest one is the $50 million for Gaza condoms. Musk admitted that it was just completely false. He apologized. So that Doge made a mistake. Are we going to terminate Doge? Well, I'd like to, but we're going to terminate Doge because it made one mistake? No. You identify mistakes that are a lot less than $50 million, people want to terminate USAID. Musk statement he should be apologizing for and publicizing because the truth has a tough time catching up with the falsehood. But let's go through a few others. We're told that there's $6 million to fund tourism in Egypt. Mr. Nasios, you would demonstrate how that's a good program. We should give credit to Donald Trump for that program. He started it under his first administration. Now it's being attacked. We're told that circumcision is terrible. It's a very cheap operation. It's only done voluntarily. It's been done by Democratic and Republican administrations, including Trump. Why? Because it's a 60% reduction in the risk of female-to-male transmission of HIV. We were told that USAID was spending $80 million on subscriptions to Politico. No, the entire executive branch was doing that. But you know who else spends money on Politico? Republicans in Congress who spend $800,000 of their office budget on Politico. And Mr. Chairman, you didn't spend any money on Politico. Like me, you spent your money on on Bloomberg, as do I. Of course, Michael Waltz spent his money, over $8,000 on Politico just for his own office. The list goes on and on. But we are told that there's waivers for all this. Well, PEPFAR has been allowed to work, but they have no access to funds. But what doesn't get a waiver is democracy programs, and we need democracy in Iran. Education programs and economic development. So it's okay under Trump to give a hungry man a fish, but it's illegal to spend $1 to teach him to fish or to tell him how to get a fishing pole. And under that, we'll be feeding hungry Egyptians forever because they won't have the tourism so that they can buy their food on the world market. We need education, we need democracy, we need economic development. Finally, there's a sad incident. 71-year-old Pei Kao Lau. She was able to survive and flee from Myanmar to Thailand. She was in a camp with over 10,000 people. They cut off the money and they cut off her oxygen, and she died. And no future waiver is going to bring her back to life. Mr. Chairman, I ask that this committee take a minute of silence to remember Pei Kao Lau.
Gentleman's time has expired, and I would also point out that PEPFAR care and treatment, HIV prevention, their PEPFAR programs have been reauthorized for $500 million in other appropriations as well, just in case you were not aware. We now recognize Mr. Wilson from South Carolina. Mr. Wilson is recognized.
Thank you very much, Chairman Brian Mast, and thank you for your leadership on this very important hearing. In the past, I have supported the very inspiring messages and missions of American outreach. I have, though, sounded the alarm for abuse and wasteful spending in aid programs, sadly, for years. We've routinely seen aid diverted to dictators such as Assad of Syria and oppressing the very people it was meant to help. The Biden administration insanely provided and funded woke, deranged depravity in Syria instead of trying to help the people. And the UN delivered aid through the regime itself to the people as they were being slaughtered by Bashar al-Assad. Legitimate aid was diverted from the needed earthquake recovery that occurred there in Syria. Fortunately, Assad is now removed by the people of Syria, and he is in hiding, of course, in the appropriate location, Moscow, with war criminal Putin. Another example, Mr. Primorak, is the tragic example of dictator diversion, and that is in Tunisia. Once a shining success of the Arab Spring and partner in North America, it's now been turned into a full-blown dictatorship by Kais Saied. While Millennium Challenge Corporation rightfully suspended aid, USAID sent $30 million to cover unclear programs while the dictator has corrupted the economy, destroying jobs. What can be done to stop propping dictators and also aid being diverted, as you correctly identified, even to terrorists themselves?
And that's really cruel. And I don't know.
Mr. Primorak?
That poor kid is going to become.
Yes, sir.
too
I'm not
much
familiar with the
conversation.
situation
And
in Tunisia, but
love it.
this happens a lot.
now
I think
regret
there's a lot of
acknowledging
goodwill
that
in these
kid.
programs. There's a lot of good programs overall. But the problem is that very often these things just go on year after year after year, and though there's no changes, we're actually propping up bad regimes and socialism. I was in Mozambique in October for the elections there. We have a Marxist Leninist regime. They stole the election. We're spending $1 billion, $500 million to $1 billion a year, and then what happens? There's no reform. We're supporting socialism, and
Okay,
the
well,
government
then your
just 2 months
Inspector
before
General
we
at
came there
USAID could
provided their
audit that,
port
and
in order to
Congress
allow
can
the
change
Chinese
it. I don't
Navy
know.
to
This seems like
project their
an
power
email.
into the Western Indian Ocean. So
doesn't
there has
seem
to be
like
a
a
much better
big
affinity between what we do on the
disaster.
development
It seems
aid
like it
side
should just
and the
be an email.
diplomacy, where we put our ambassadors on the hook to make sure these things don't happen. Thank you.
And indeed, we've seen in the Republic of Georgia, the corrupted election of October, where the legitimate president, Salome Zoraishvili, has been replaced by a Georgian dream, which, as you identify, ports. Indeed, the Chinese Communist Party has taken over the port there in Georgia on the Black Sea. And simultaneously, the Georgian dream dictatorship in Tbilisi has reached out to work closely with Tehran at the same time as Tehran has sent assassins to murder Donald Trump. With that in mind, thank goodness we have good people like our congressional alumnus, Ted Yoho, here. And so, Ted,
Someone brought up that
delivery
he's
mechanisms for aid have been
parroting what is
co-opted by
told to
enemies of the
him,
United
and
States
that
running
doesn't
the
seem,
UN.
out of
Fortunately,
the-
President Trump has appointed
out
Elise
of,
Stefanik as the UN
realm at
ambassador in the
all.
tradition of Ambassador Nikki
I think
Haley,
it's tragic,
who will stand firm
and
for
I
America
hope he
first.
stops putting his
Many
son
of the nonprofits that are doing the bidding of dictators are being supported. What can we do to ensure that indeed these agencies are working for the people we're trying to help and not prop up dictators or support terrorists?
I think the biggest thing is just oversight, and we need to follow up on the oversight. We hear every year how many
Do you read the grant reports,
erroneous
sir? Because
spending programs there are, how
every
money's being
single
wasted.
program creates
We hear those reports,
quarterly, at
but
least
yet when I was in
quarterly
Congress,
reporting, if
I
not
didn't
more
see us
frequently.
acting. It was hard to get everybody to act, and that's where I go back to the purity
I'm
of
not
purpose
kidding, okay?
and what is
They-
the
they
mission.
track
We have to
every
stay
fucking
within
thing, and
those
you agree ahead of
guardrails, and we
time
need to
what
make
you're gonna
sure,
track in
well,
order
the
to
body
see
of
whether or not you've been
Congress needs to make
successful.
sure that they stay that way. And it's a tough thing. You know, if it was a static world, it would be easy.
Yeah, there's
but
a good,
it's
there's
a tough
good
world.
And also in the best Florida tradition,
breakdown of why it's so
our
troubling
Secretary of
that
State, Marco Rubio, has announced just last
child
week a
is
great
allowed-
letter
you know,
to
is
Chairman
put out
Mast
there
about how
and
they would be
exploited.
stepping in
That's
to
the word I was searching
identify
for.
programs and promote those that promote
Because
the
Musk
people
is a scary
legitimately in the
child
world who need it.
himself who
I yield back.
uses his own child as a buffer.
Thank you, Representative Wilson.
against
Now recognize
criticism.
Representative Keating.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I welcome two of my former
But
colleagues
all
here.
it does is expose him as
Ted
a really,
Yoho, who
really
is one of the more
terrible
conservative
human being.
people I served with here in Congress, and Andrew Natsios, who I think is the most conservative member I served with in the Massachusetts House as a Republican, and Republican leader in Massachusetts as well. You know, I think that what we're seeing with our witnesses like this, is the fact that up until 3 weeks ago, this issue, USAID, used to be the most bipartisan issue. And I've been on this committee now for 14 years plus. We used to agree with these things. We could find things wrong with it that we can correct. And the irony of all this is this. The Republicans are in charge of the White House, the House, and the Senate. They have the power to do this the right way. They have the power of oversight to look at all the things that are being pointed out. That's your responsibility if you don't like it, and you have the power to do it. You don't need this draconian executive directive to do it. It's causing chaos, not just here in this country, but around the world. It's not necessary, and it's a huge departure from everything I've seen occurring in the 14 years before this. Along those lines, I'd like to submit, Mr. Chairman, a letter to the Republican and Democratic leadership in the House and the Senate, and it's from almost 150 former administrative officials, Republicans and Democrats, those who served in the military and the State Department, and it's urging the rescission of the Trump executive orders aimed at freezing our foreign assistance and dismantling USAID. It deplores the undemocratic and unconstitutional dismantling of these agencies. I'd like to submit this for the record with unanimous consent. And I'd also like to point out some other correspondence that occurred around this issue. The people that praised this action, where did they come from? I'll tell you where they came from. They came from our greatest critics, the greatest critics of democracy right now in the world. They came from the leaders of Russia and Hungary and Venezuela. They're praising this effort. That's who's for this effort. In fact, the Speaker of the Russian State Duma said that anyone who received funding from USAID should be made to publicly confess and repent on Red Square. That's who's praising this. That's who's happy with this. Putin's happy with this. This is so important now in Ukraine. One example, Putin's primary target in Ukraine is to destroy the electrical grid, to use that as an energy weapon of war against the Ukrainians in his illegal aggression. And what does USAID do? They're helping to train and give the resources so that the Ukrainians can repair these damaged electrical grids so they can keep the power on and fight Putin. Putin's happy with this. I mentioned the military leaders. General Mattis, who is also Secretary of Defense under Donald Trump, he used to come to this committee time and time again and say, don't fully fund these programs like USAID, and you know what? If you don't fund it, just buy me some more ammunition. The military in our country understand the importance of this program. I've had discussions for years, and I just recently had discussions with our Special Operations Forces. Those people, I respect them beyond words. They are in the most dangerous parts of the world, in small numbers, a global footprint, working to know where our greatest threats are in the country. They're placed in positions hosting the most dangerous threats to our country, as are so many people working for USAID, risking their lives as well, trying to secure the safety of people, not just in the world, but in our own country, from terrorist threats that are metastasizing and pose increasing threats right here back at home. They told me of the importance of USAID. They told me how they work together on security issues, on intel issues, on understanding how they can use their ability to keep us safe and use it more effectively. And they particularly pointed out what a threat China is, and it'll become a greater threat in the absence of USAID. That's who's asking us not to make these draconian changes. And you know, do it the right way. All those things you do, all the little small cuts. I won't say anything about circumcisions being a small cut. Listen, all these small cuts, you have the power to do it yourself. Do it. Do it the right way. Don't support this. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts. We will write $10 million of foreskin out of the budget. I now recognize Representative Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. USAID was created through executive order in 1961 by President Kennedy, long having lost and strayed from its mission, lost its direction. Even the Clinton administration tried unsuccessfully to reform it. And we spend, I don't know, somewhere between 40 and 50 billion dollars annually on this organization. And with the things that you hear, well, many of us, probably most of us in this room, agree with projecting America's power for the good of all the world around the globe. Quite honestly, if our enemies were asked to design a foreign aid program that would actively undermine the United States of America at maximum cost to the taxpayer, they would be hard-pressed to create a scheme more effective than USAID.
Retreat. Period.
That's shocking to say, but I just, it's, look, let's just go to a couple things here. We left
I'll make myself a little bit
Afghanistan,
louder.
and I'll just
there we go.
Now
I'm going to be louder than him.
August of 2021. August of 2021. So the Taliban's in charge. The Taliban threatens the lives of the NGO personnel distributing USAID. They claim credit for USAID distribution.
Yep.
They interfere
right.
with the
You just talked
distribution
about
of
that.
USAID aid.
The Russians demand unmasking of USAID officials. Why are they so angry about USAID, I wonder?
Commodities.
What do they have to do with that?
They divert the funds. They extort citizens for protection for USAID aid. They create sham procurement schemes, and they threaten the lives of those who oppose those schemes. Now, that all occurred before August of 2021, when we were there. When we were there. Now, you know, you don't have to be a rocket scientist. You could just read the Taliban is classified, and if you don't know, the Taliban's in charge of
you guys hit that last link that Gal dropped. It's a
specially
it's cool.
designated
It's a
global
cool
terrorist
post.
organization by OFAC. So post 2021, so this
We'll
is
take
last
a look
year,
at the break.
2024, we spent $697 million of the taxpayers' dollars in Afghanistan, including $534,719,000 in change from USAID in Afghanistan.
Oh, shoot.
I don't know what we think we're going to change in Afghanistan. We lost 22,000, lost or wounded 22,500 Americans in Afghanistan over the course of our term there in the war, spending over $2 trillion. We're just going to keep on spending because somehow we think it's going to get better. And if you're wondering who's in charge of Afghanistan getting the money, and that money I just mentioned, the $697 million is on top of, and is in addition to the weekly to every 10-day shipments in cash of $40 to $80 million.
Oh, wait till we tell you about Jared Kushner.
Folks named
it's going to blow your mind.
Haqqani. Haqqani network mean anything to anybody in the room? How about Abdullah bin Laden, who gets some of that money? Does that name ring a bell to anybody in the room? Because your money.
Oh, my God.
Your money, $697 million annually, plus the shipments of cash funds madrasas, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, ISIS Khorasan, terrorist training camps. That's what it's funding. If you think that the program under Operation Enduring Sentinel, entitled Women's Scholarship Endowment, which receives $60 million annually, or the Young Women Lead, which gets about $5 million annually, is going to women who, by the way, if you read the Inspector General's report, is telling you that the Taliban does not allow women to speak in public. Yet somehow you're believing, and American people are supposed to believe, that this money is going for the betterment of the women in Afghanistan. It is not. You are funding terrorism, and it's coming through USAID. And it's not just Afghanistan, because Pakistan's right next door. USAID spent $840 million in the last 20 years on Pakistan's education-related program. It includes $136 million to build 120 schools, of which there is zero evidence that any of them were built. Why would there be any evidence? The Inspector General can't get in to see them. But you know what? We doubled down and spent $20 million from USAID to create educational television programs for children unable to attend the physical school. Yeah, they can't attend it because it doesn't exist. You paid for it. Somebody else got the money. You are paying for terrorism. This has got to end. I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. In addition, we don't even have an embassy in Afghanistan. Chair now recognizes the representative from California, Mr. Barra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start off by, I know a lot of USAID workers, former workers, alumni are watching this hearing. I want to thank them for their work. They're patriotic Americans. They're out there, they're doing God's work, helping save lives and everything else, and I'm sorry that you guys are caught up in this. So I want to appreciate this on behalf of the United States of America. You guys are patriotic Americans. I've visited with a lot of these folks. I travel a lot, gone into refugee camps, and have seen what they do in terms of life-saving stuff. And again, it's super important work that they do. It represents the best of American values, and it is really sad to see these folks get thrown under the bus. When we talk about stronger, better, more prosperous, I think we're all in favor of that. We're all in favor of working together. Mr. Chairman, Congressman Yoho's my classmate, and he may have been more conservative than you when he got to Congress. Ted, you and I traveled, I think, on your first trip abroad. We went out and saw some of these USAID projects. I watched you over time, become the champion of the BUILD Act, a champion of reforms, and we've continued to stay in touch. Now, what saddens me about this whole approach, now I'm not going to talk about Elon Musk. I'm not surprised by how he's approaching things, but this isn't Twitter. I don't want a 21-year-old tech bro going through deciding which programs should continue and not continue. Mr. Chairman, I want us to work and do that work. We can go line by line, or we could hire Mr. Yoho to go through line by line and say, hey, here's the programs that make sense, here's the ones that don't. But that's our job. That's what we're supposed to be doing. That's our oversight. I don't want that 21-year-old tech bro, probably has never traveled anywhere, has no passport, doing our job. Let's do this work together. And I'm not here to defend every USAID program, but I do believe it serves a really important purpose for our values. We've read Heritage Foundation reports.
Who is this
I worry about what's happening
beast?
in the Pacific Islands.
Oh my
They've put out a good report.
Lord.
We've met with them.
Hold on
We're
just
ceding
a
our influence,
second.
so
I'm
we're
coming
already
right
seeing
back.
China step in
Hot
and
Mike?
take things over. We're watching in Cambodia and Southeast
what'd I
Asia.
say? Did I do
Programs that are good
something?
Programs like demining. China stepped in. It's front page news. Let's
it is a
not
hot
shut
mic.
everything
Okay,
down.
I understand.
Let's make necessary reforms.
Dang it.
Let's, Congressman
Sorry,
Yoho
everybody.
said, let's focus on humanitarian aid, let's focus on development, and let's look at the programs that do this. For the American people, the most successful development program.
I'm glad I didn't do anything,
was the Marshall Plan.
untoward.
That was us. That was the United States
Although
of America.
everything is
rebuilding
possible.
Europe, creating stable democracy.
I didn't have my
preventing
phone.
war, lifting hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. That was us.
I think I've done that a lot,
We can do
actually.
better and smarter and not betray our values as Americans. But we should do this. This is Congress's job. It's not someone else's job. And I'm willing to work with you to figure out what programs make sense. Let's write a foreign aid authorization bill. But let's do it in a smart way. Let's get former administrators in here. Let's us do the work, Democrats and Republicans, to rebuild a better, stronger, more prosperous USAID. Congressman Yoho, we're friends, and we've stayed in touch over the years. I appreciate the BUILD Act. That was bipartisan, and your leadership there. I am a little bit worried because I've heard President Trump talk about creating a sovereign wealth fund, perhaps making that DFC's mission. Will you actually talk about the difference between DFC and sovereign wealth fund?
Yeah, What I see is the DFC was designed for
More hot mic. More hot mic.
we wanted to move countries from AD to AD.
Well, let's see. I made iced coffee for my daughter. I put a leftover croissant in the toaster oven. I did pee.
And I think there was an executive order, in fact, to do that.
I think that's about it. Oh, I told my cat to move because he was right. He almost tried to kill me. So I did tell him to move.
And you start clouding the mission, and you
I
get
don't
away
know.
from what I like to call purity of purpose.
Did I get my social security number?
For hardcore infrastructure projects that will bring in other investors in a region.
I like being totally human.
So that
I love reality shows.
foreign aid by itself is not brought.
Well, all I did was tell him to move. I didn't do anything.
Working together to build that infrastructure, to create that structure there, that brings in the opportunity, outside dollars, and then we create friendships and allies around the world.
Great,
Increases
thank you.
trade.
Mr. Chairman, I'm willing to work. Let's do the work here in Congress, in this committee, and let's build a better, stronger, more prosperous
And I commend
USAID.
you guys for saying that.
Could I just add something, if I could?
Gentleman's time has expired. I do thank the representative for wanting to work on the State Department reauthorization and look forward to working with you on that. The representative from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to submit for the record an article of why condoms cannot always be trusted. It's dated March 19th, 1993, and it goes on to say that USAID distributed around 800 million condoms last year, and this was in 93. The argument that condoms are not being distributed.
I didn't even realize I wasn't on camera. I'm the worst. I am the worst hostess ever.
USA program that was harmful to the U.S. foreign interests.
Hey, he's a little more lively than he was yesterday, so that's good.
Didn't say your name right. I've said it.
That's okay, Congressman. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think
Jonathan Jackson still doesn't get Burchett right, so we're good.
Now, I've heard a lot about the issue of China, and I agree that it's very important to counter China, but the last 4 years went in the opposite direction. The strong counter-China infrastructure that we had developed.
Oh, let me check, actually. Hold on.
Was simply dismantled by the next administration. I can't think of anything that's harmed
the last thing I'll say is
the developing world than the climate agenda. It has pushed all of
It is. All right, we're going to switch over, although I think we've gotten the point of this. I want to switch over to the Kash Patel hearing. So let's go ahead and go there. Thank you, Gal, for that reminder. I kind of got lost in the shuffle here. All right, so hold on. Sir, please stop. Now, let's see. Where have we gone? Do we want to hear Chuck Grassley? No. I think White House just started, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, no. Okay, this guy. All right.
With a sweeping reform and conclusion. Congress passed a law limiting the FBI director to a single term of 10 years, subjecting the appointment to the advice and consent of the Senate. These actions were taken specifically to ensure that FBI director remains apolitical and is shielded from outside influence, and that no FBI director amasses the kind of power that J. Edgar Hoover, the founder
No,
of the
Grassley
FBI,
opened, but I
exercised
didn't want to hear him.
when he had wiretaps on Martin
Is
Luther
that bad?
King Jr. and other civil rights leaders and branded them as communist. For the last half century, this law has served its purpose. At Mr. Patel's hearing, one of my Republican colleagues suggested that consideration of an FBI director is a, quote, shirts and skins game, quote unquote. That is clearly incorrect if you look at the record. I've served on this committee for more than 20 years.
Talk about a hot
During the
mic.
consideration of 4 FBI director nominations, Bob Mueller twice, Comey, and Wray, before this one. Each of these directors was a Republican, and I voted for all of them. Some game of shirts and skins. What it boils down to is this agency should be above politics. What we have just heard from the chairman is an invitation for a political free-for-all if Kash Patel is chosen as the head of this FBI. I will not be surprised when my Republican colleagues again claim that the Democrats have weaponized the FBI, as we've already heard, despite the fact for the last 50
That's so
years,
2024, right,
every
Jen?
single Senate-confirmed head of the FBI has been a
Hi,
Republican.
Jen Griffey.
Even former Chris Wray, former director, has been a frequent target of outrage. My Republican colleagues conveniently never mention that Director Wray is a lifelong Republican, nominated to the position by Republican
And believe
President
me, we do not
Donald
consider him an
Trump,
ally.
and confirmed to the position, get this, with the unanimous support of Senate Republicans. Unanimous. As a reminder, President Biden kept Director Wray, a Republican appointed by President Trump, in that position. But because he did not do his bidding, President Trump
that
forced
weird,
Wray
Jane?
out and nominated Mr. Patel, an inexperienced loyalist to the Trump administration. It turns out that Mr. Patel is already seeking retribution on behalf of President Trump, despite his status as a private citizen. As I revealed earlier this week, multiple whistleblowers have disclosed to my staff highly credible information indicating that Mr. Patel, a civilian, is personally directing the ongoing purge of senior law enforcement officials at the FBI. The ramifications of these terminations are dangerous and they go beyond Mr. Patel's fitness for office.
I'm not
This
sure.
purge has greatly weakened the FBI's
Yeah, I know
ability
what you
to
mean,
protect
Jane.
the country from national security threats and made America less safe. This week I invited the head of the organization that represents FBI agents to come to my office and talk to me about the morale at the FBI. 2 women came and visited with me. Both of them had served as FBI agents for long periods of time, one for 22 years and another for 17 years, and they both were proud to tell me their fathers were FBI agents before them. They said to me they have never seen this kind of thing happen in the transition of one president to another when it comes to the FBI. There is only one person, nominally and officially, who is political at the FBI, the director. All the others are professional and career employees. One political person. But now there's been requests from this administration, for example, to produce the names of all of the agents and staff at the FBI who worked on the January 6th insurrection mob that assaulted the Capitol. Think about that for a second. 38,000 employees at the FBI. How many do you think worked on that case? 5,000 names. 5,000 names they want to disclose. It's understandable that these FBI agents are worried. They realize that the people who were engaged in that mob action on the Capitol, many of them were dangerous people, despite
Talk
the
about
full
the
pardon
one
given
who
to them
threatened
by
the
Donald Trump.
FBI agent's
Let me
life.
tell you about one of them, just to give you an example. And if you question whether the FBI agents should be reluctant to have their identities and the identities of their families made public, his name was Guy Reffitt. He was the first defendant to stand trial on charges related to January 6th. Sentenced to 87 months in prison for bringing a firearm into the Capitol that day. Reffitt's 19-year-old son, Jackson, turned him into law
His wife is one of the
after
Freedom
attack.
Corner
Jackson
OGs.
also indicated that Reffitt had threatened to shoot him personally.
Nicole,
and
I
his
think
sister
she still
Peyton
has me blocked
if
on
they
Twitter
reported him to authorities.
from a long time
After
ago.
receiving a pardon from President Trump, Reffitt attended Kash Patel's Senate Judiciary Committee meeting in this room. He posted on social media the following, and I quote, "Present and in support of Kash Patel, as the leftist commies continue to spew lies, misinformation, and disinformation, my man, clean house Kash." We are inviting a political disaster if we put Kash Patel into this job. Can you imagine having worked for the FBI all your life, taking an oath that you're ready to give your life in defense of this country, be involved in all of the assignments that you were assigned to, and then comes a new
Hi,
president,
SB.
Donald Trump, and wants to see the names of whether you were one of the people who was involved in the January 6th investigation, the largest criminal investigation in the history of the United States. I think this is outrageous. If we have respect for these agents, show it. To invite this political warfare that's been described already this morning is to the detriment of the men and women who are risking their
Welcome
lives
back,
for us in this
Carla.
agency. We have a list here of 6 executive assistant directors who have been purged already from the FBI. I asked the FBI agents, has this ever happened before with a new president? No, never happened before. These are top FBI officials who oversaw the FBI's work combating international and domestic terrorism, cybercrime, drug trafficking, and violent crime. In the FBI's long history, this has never happened before. Keep in mind, one political appointee, the director, all others career. The leaders who've been forced out are all career FBI officials who've worked their way up in the ranks and have decades of experience. And that's only the beginning.
Hey, babe. Hi, Lee. Welcome back,
Emil
darling.
Bove,
My sister.
apparently acting at Mr. Patel's direction,
I'm thinking about
has
you.
asked for a list of FBI personnel who worked on any matters relating to the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. He is the transition leader, or was a transition leader for the Trump administration. Meanwhile, 1,600, including one of the individuals I just described to you, January 6 defendants who were given blanket pardon by Trump are on the loose. Think about that. A man who brought the gun into the Capitol, 87-month sentence, blanket pardon by Donald Trump, and now they wanted full disclosure of the names of the FBI agents who were involved in this case. It is outrageous that these sworn FBI agents, who were simply doing the jobs assigned to them, now fear for their livelihoods and their safety and the safety of their families. It is unacceptable for a nominee with no role in government to personally direct the unjustified, potentially illegal firing of dedicated, nonpartisan FBI officials. And if these allegations are true, Mr. Patel has come dangerously close to perjury before this Senate Judiciary Committee. Why do I say that? During the hearing, when he was asked about possible terminations of the FBI by Senator Booker, Mr. Patel said, I don't know what's going on right now over there. Mr. Patel seems to be unable to wait for Senate confirmation to carry out his plan of retribution on behalf of President Trump. This is a private citizen, Patel, with no role in government, allegedly directing
I have to give it to them for continuing to carry on while everybody talks around them. That's pretty talented.
Given the serious nature of these allegations, I've asked the DOJ Inspector General to investigate. I urge my Republican colleagues to take these allegations seriously. I know you want to be loyal to your president. I know you want to vote for all of his nominations. I know none of you want to call from Elon Musk reminding you what he might do to somebody who votes the wrong way. But this really gets down to the heart of the future of an agency that is critical to the security of this nation.
It's just so many people put at risk,
This is not
too.
the only time Mr. Patel misled the committee under oath. At his hearing, he implausibly told me he could not recall the name Stu Peters, an anti-Semitic Holocaust denier. Patel, under oath, said, I can't recall his name. This is simply not credible, considering that Mr. Patel appeared on Mr. Peters' podcast 8 times. Couldn't pick the name out of it. Stu Peters? No, I don't think I know that man. 8 times. And Mr. Peters has since revealed that he and Mr. Patel directly communicate via their personal cell phones.
You're
Quote,
so right, Easley.
Constantly, close quote. Stu Peters? Say the name again? Don't recognize it. Mr. Patel also claimed he didn't have anything to do with the recording of the so-called January 6th prison choir, those who were convicted of assaulting people and trespassing on the United States Capitol on January 6th. Here's what he told Steve Bannon, and I quote, we got this idea to record the January 6th prisoners who recite the national anthem every night from the D.C. prison. Then we took that to the studio, so we mastered and digitized it. And he said he had nothing to do with it under oath. Mr. Patel has demonstrated a lack of sound judgment by associating with extremist figures like Mr. Peters, who have well-documented histories of
And
racist,
Michael Flynn.
anti-Semitic, and conspiratorial statements. But
And
now,
Steve
somehow,
Bannon and all
my
of
colleagues
them.
on the other side are silent. Mr. Patel clearly lacks the temperament to lead the FBI. Don't take it from me. Read his own words. I wonder if any of my Republican colleagues accepted my invitation to read this book, and I did read it. Government Gangsters. In this book, Mr. Patel published an enemies list of 60 people whom he calls, quote, members of the deep state, whatever the hell that is, and accuses of being, quote, corrupt actors of the first order. This list includes many distinguished public servants, both Democrats and Republicans alike. What they share in common is the misfortune of having crossed paths with Patel. There's one of them I'm going to highlight, and many of the people on the panel know him, Bob Mueller. Bob Mueller is an extraordinary man. Yes, he's a Republican. Yes, I voted for him to be director of the FBI. He finished his college career and enlisted in the Marine Corps to serve in Vietnam. He received a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star for his combat duty. Came back, worked as a prosecutor, worked his way up in the Department of Justice, and became the director of the FBI. He took over just days after 9/11. I worked with him for years. I respect him completely, and we all should respect him, if for nothing else, his service to our country in combat in Vietnam. And now he is on the enemies list of Kash Patel. Mr. Patel gives no quarters when he disagrees with someone. He's called Democrats, quote, vindictive, evil, and vicious. And then there is his social media posts repeatedly attacking Republican senators for not voting right and not following MAGA orthodoxy. During the previous administration, my Republican colleagues were outraged by Biden judicial nominees' social media posts, and they deemed poetry written by a nominee in college 30 years ago as disqualifying him to serve on the bench because it showed, quote, Marxist ideology. 30 years ago, wrote a poem. Be careful. Where is the outrage now for Mr. Patel, who has launched disgusting attacks on everyone from Elon Musk to LeBron James? Mr. Patel has also displayed a startling disdain for the agency he's been nominated to lead. He wants to, quote, shut down the FBI, Hoover Building on day one, reopen it the next day as a museum of the deep state, quote, unquote. He falsely claimed that the FBI was planning January 6th for a year before it happened. His conspiratorial theories just keep bounding out in his book and otherwise. He can't stop. And he's been clear about what he wants to do with the FBI's vast surveillance and investigative power, saying, quote, we're going to come after the people in the media. Mr. Patel has been open about his plans to dismantle the FBI and seek retribution, and he's already begun that mission as a private citizen, targeting senior FBI officials. Consider for a moment, if he is successful in this nomination, his first meeting of the head of the as head of the FBI with the men and women who are sworn to uphold the law and serve at his direction. Think about the morale in that room in light of what's going on. Mr. Patel's directives have already thrown the Bureau into chaos. Senior executives who collectively have hundreds of years of experience have been forced out. Thousands of line agents across the country are living in fear of losing their jobs simply because they did the job they were assigned to do. How does any of this make America safer? The American people need an FBI director focused on keeping the public safe from terrorism, drug trafficking, and violent crime, not petty personal grievances. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Durbin. Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Let me start by disagreeing with the notion that what took place with respect to the cases against President Trump was weaponization. I know that's the Republican theory of the case, but the other reason why the FBI and the Department of Justice would investigate Trump for crimes is because Trump was doing crimes, and there was adequate predication to pursue investigation of those crimes. And indeed, in every case that I'm aware of in which those cases were allowed to go to judgment, the president was convicted. So we can't allow the weaponization narrative to just remove the notion that the guy was investigated and prosecuted for crimes because he did the crimes. Once you start with the notion that Trump is not a criminal but a victim, you then have to invent the conspiracy that victimized him. And once you've propagated that conspiracy, you then have to find who the conspirators are. So then you have to go after FBI agents and DOJ folks in order to prop up that theory. The way that ended in Soviet Russia was with show trials of the individuals who were allegedly in the conspiracy. The way that ends in Trump's America is with agents and prosecutors forced out in mass purges that may well, as the Ranking Member Durbin has pointed out, been driven by Kash Patel as a private citizen. So starting with that point, there are three reasons why Kash Patel is extremely dangerous. One is all of his wild MAGA behavior. This is a guy whose judgment is beyond questionable. It's appallingly bad. We have a lot of quarrel about whether his enemies list is an enemies list and whether we're smearing the guy by saying that his enemies list is an enemies list. Here's what he said about it. He showed his enemies list and said, "Who are?" He retweeted a video showing him chainsawing the heads off of people on his enemies list. If you're chainsawing the heads off of people, are they not your enemies? So the invention that this is not an enemies list requires people to go into just fantasy land. And these are his own statements. These aren't our accusations. These are Patel's own words. Going after people in the media, impeaching judges who disagree with us, shutting down the FBI Hoover building, on and on and on. This guy is a flagrant extremist with appallingly bad judgment. Second point, we don't know enough about this mischief yet. There are real open questions. We've never in this committee had a person come for a serious senior law enforcement position who had testified in a grand jury criminal matter, and we don't know what he testified about. He's entitled to tell us. That's basic grand jury Rule 6E law. But this side of the committee is completely covering that up. We have absolutely no statement from Patel about what his grand jury testimony was. And he's at liberty to give that to us. He just won't. And Republicans won't tell him to. So he gets away with it. He pled the Fifth. You don't get to plead the Fifth without a real and genuine concern that you can be prosecuted for a crime. What crime? We're entitled to know. We've never had somebody come through this committee for a high senior law enforcement position who had pled the Fifth. He's got the right to do that, of course. We've got the right to know. And by the way, when he exercises the right to do that in a civil proceeding, that entitles the jury to draw the adverse inference that what he is covering up in the civil proceeding with his Fifth Amendment assertion is against his interests. A judge will instruct a jury about that adverse interest, and we're not supposed to draw an adverse interest in this committee when we're not told about his Fifth Amendment assertion. There's all this weird stuff that's come up since about investments in Chinese companies in the Cayman Islands vesting while he will be FBI director. If the guy is supposed to be investigating Chinese intrusion into our intelligence faculties, if we're trying to investigate Chinese fentanyl trafficking into our country, why do we want an FBI director who is somewhere between $1 and $5 million into a Chinese company through a Cayman Islands shell? And then there are the Russia connections. I'll get to those at the end. We don't have to, where everybody's fond of saying these are Democratic smears. Actually, go to the Trump appointees who worked with this guy. What are they warning us? They're warning us, Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton. I didn't think he was qualified. I was forced to hire him. That's some recommendation from a colleague. His deputy, Charles Kupperman. Patel's ideas are ludicrous. He's absolutely unqualified for this job, untrustworthy, and absolute disgrace to even consider an individual of this nature. Definitely you want that on your resume by way of a recommendation from a former supervisor. Attorney General Barr said Patel has virtually no experience that would qualify him to be the deputy director of the FBI, and now he's back as the director of the FBI. And Trump's CIA director, Gina Haspel, threatened to resign rather than allow this guy into her office as her deputy. And if you go beyond the Trump appointees who are warning us about this guy, you can go to the last time he testified in court, which was in Colorado, and here's what the court found about him. That Patel was not a credible witness, that his testimony was illogical, and it was completely devoid of any evidence in the record. Okay, I've been an attorney general, and I've been a United States attorney, and I've put state police troopers on the stand, and I've put FBI agents on the stand. If at the end of a case, a judge made findings like this about a law enforcement witness that I put on the stand, there would be follow-up. I would want an explanation of why this witness was so incredible that findings like that were made by the judge. It would be a significant issue with respect to that witness's continued performance in office. And here's a guy who's been found to be completely incredible by a judge in his testimony, and we're acting as if that's nothing. That's not Democrats. That's a judge in Colorado. So the last thing I'll say is I think we need to begin to prepare ourselves
This is a pretty serious one, Jim. But
for Trump Russia 2.0. The Trump Russia thing was, I'm not going to go back all over it, fully ventilated in the Senate Bipartisan Intelligence Report, in the Mueller report. Trump Russia was a thing. We stopped talking about it, but Trump kept talking about it and saying it was a hoax. Trump Russia hoax, Trump Russia hoax. No, it was not a hoax. It was real. It was there. There's a record. Part of it was bipartisan work. Some of it was done in the House. There was an abundance of evidence about the Trump Russia connection. And now what are we seeing? We're seeing Patel coming in, who says he wants to wreck the FBI's what he called intel shop, which is the part of the FBI that looks at Russia and does counterintelligence work against Russia. He said that he wants to close out the D.C. office and send everybody out into the field. Well, it's the D.C. office, not the field offices that do the counterintelligence work. You want to shut it down? You're opening your arms to Russian intelligence operations. You go just across to the Attorney General's office, and there's Attorney General Bondi. What's the first thing she does when she gets in? Closes all the kleptocrature and kleptocracy investigation offices of the Department of Justice. Gee, who were they pursuing? Putin and his oligarchs. You shut down the group that has successfully grabbed assets off Putin's crooked oligarchs. What a signal that is. And then look at Tulsi Gabbard. I'm not going to go through the whole length of her Russia associations, but let's just say that a Russian news media editorial said that her appointment should cause the CIA and the FBI to tremble because she was a friend to Russia. Who defends us against Russian intelligence operations and Russia's criminal operations in the United States? It's the FBI, it's the Department of Justice, and it's our intelligence community. The people in charge of each one, powerful signals that they are shutting down our defenses when it comes to unilateral disarmament to throw Ukraine under the bus and give Putin what he wants. So mark my words. This Patel guy will come back to haunt you. Every piece of evidence shows that, And it is not Democrat evidence, it's his own words, it's his own colleagues, and it's judges evaluating his credibility. And Trump Russia is going to come roaring back, if it's not already back. We should be on our guard about this nominee, and we should be on our guard about Trump Russia. Thank you, Chairman.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the confirmation of Kash Patel to serve as the next director of the FBI. The director of the FBI leads our nation's most important law enforcement agency, made up of more than 38,000 employees. I have tremendous respect for the men and women of the FBI. They take on violent crime. They get fentanyl off our streets. In our state, they have investigated incredibly complex matters, including a case a few years back that was the biggest white-collar case outside of Madoff for years. They have done such a good job, and we are proud of them. I have supported FBI directors under Republican presidents, including President Trump's last nominee, and Democratic presidents. The nonpartisan career public servants at the FBI risk their lives
Microphone
to keep
issues.
us safe. Their motto, FBI, fidelity, bravery, and integrity. And they deserve a director who respects the work that they do and who embodies the core values of the FBI. That, unfortunately, is not Kash Patel. Let's start with fidelity. A director's loyalty to the American people, the Constitution, and the rule of law is paramount. But Mr. Patel made it abundantly clear that he is loyal to the president, and that is his calls for retribution. When you look back at Mr. Patel's writings, at his interviews, at what he has done in his life.
The Reawaken America tour. The Reawaken America tour.
This country.
The Reawaken
Mr.
America
Patel
tour.
has threatened the president's critics.
Mic'd.
As he said,
Mic'd,
I
like he
quote
has a
his
mic
words,
on him.
Not just in the government, but in the media, end quote. On one podcast in December 2023, he said, and I quote,
Oh, and I meant to call
"We're
that guy
going
a
to
sexy
come
beast.
after you,
But
whether it's
I just didn't
criminally
realize I
or
wasn't on
civilly."
camera.
On a podcast just last August, I know sometimes our colleagues, we have writings or we have interviews of people that are 10, 15 years ago. These are all recent. Just this August, he said, when Trump wins in 2024 and is in power in 2025, we can prosecute them, referring to Justice Department officials. And when I asked him about it in my written questions, he replied about that comment. He replied that, quote,
I hadn't seen
he
that guy
made those
before,
comments
man.
in a television
He's looking-
interview, not in a court of law or before the
good.
committee, as
Yeah,
if
that's
the
right.
venue minimizes the threat. And in fact, at his hearing before this committee, he had opportunity to walk back that threat and others.
You
He
think
chose
that's
not
the
to.
most embarrassing
Nor
thing I'm
did
going to
he
do
try
on
to
camera?
explain
Come
his
on now.
so-called deep state list of former government officials,
Have you
including
met
many
me?
Republicans
I
who
have-
served
I have
in the
zero
last
shame.
Trump administration, including Attorney General Barr, who Republicans on this committee have repeatedly commended for his service. But he is on, Barr is on, Kash Patel's deep state list. He also criticized former CIA Director Gina Haspel,
Ouch.
numerous elected officials, including the former head of Veterans Affairs, Dennis McDonough. I remind our colleagues on the other side of the aisle that Bill Barr said about Patel this: Patel has virtually no experience that would qualify him to serve at the highest level of the world's preeminent law enforcement agency. And his appointment to the FBI, he said a few years back when Patel was being considered for another job in the FBI, his appointment to the FBI would only happen, Barr's words, over his dead body. Then CIA Director Gina Haspel also threatened to resign to stop Patel from being her deputy. These and many others who have criticized him over time are people who have
That's a
served
real
our
serious
country.
thing.
I didn't always agree with some of them. Some are Democrats, some are Republicans. But they have repeatedly said the same thing, that he should not be running the FBI. And we know what Mr. Patel wants to do with the people on that list because he already told us. On another podcast episode, he said the people on his list need to go to prison. That is a shocking statement from someone who may be the next head of the FBI. And it's not just government officials, but the press as well. As you know, Mr. Chairman, I care deeply about an independent press and the First Amendment. Mr. Patel, though, has referred to the media as, quote, the most powerful enemy the United States has ever seen. He didn't even say that one on a podcast. He said it in a speech at the Conservative Political Action Conference on February 23rd, 2024. Think about that. He is saying that the press, with many here standing up for the First Amendment, he's saying the press is the most powerful enemy the United States has ever had. Not China, not Russia, not Iran, not terrorists, but he says the most powerful enemy is the press. And I would ask my colleagues how they can justify voting for this man who would say such a thing as the director of the FBI that constantly deals with domestic threats that come from afar and come from people who are, in fact, affiliated with terrorist groups in these countries. How do we know Mr. Patel will carry out the revenge agenda? Well, it is already occurring. At his hearing, Mr. Patel did say, quote, all FBI employees will be protected against political retribution. And yet, mere hours after those remarks, the administration forced out 8 of the Bureau's most senior career public servants who serve in nonpartisan roles. One day later, an email was sent to FBI employees requesting a list of everyone who had worked on January 6 cases to determine whether any additional personnel actions are necessary. That's their quote. Think about this. Thousands of agents, maybe people who had just joined the FBI, are asked to work on a case. It happens all the time. Anyone in a workplace knows what I am talking about. But in this case, if you are affiliated with any kind of case that Mr. Patel did not like in the past, well, then you need to be on some list. They get assigned to a case because a violent felony occurred on January 6th. Everyone in this room that was there know exactly what I'm talking about. People assaulted police officers. And now those agents who were simply doing their job find themselves on a list for personnel action. That is not right. That will not make Americans safe, and that will destroy the Federal Bureau of Investigation. This isn't fidelity to the Constitution. This isn't fidelity to the rule of law and impartial law enforcement. It is an affront to it. That's fidelity. Second, bravery. Let's talk about bravery. Now, we all know that Capitol Police showed bravery far and above the call of duty on January 6, 2021. Every one of the members of this committee have talked about the fact that the police officers protected us and were brave. But rather than recognize the officers' bravery, Mr. Patel accused those who testified, officers, on January 6, of lying. When asked if Capitol Police officers told the truth in the January 6 committee hearings, Mr. Patel said, and I quote, no, and lying under oath is a federal offense and they should be investigated for it. Yet he claimed at his hearing that this wasn't accurate. We have it on tape. It's literally on YouTube, on the Joe Pack Show, 5/29/2024 at minute 2:57. You know who else exemplifies bravery? The men and women at the FBI who every day put their lives on the line and keep us safe. What does Kash Patel think of these public servants? He wrote that, again, I quote, the FBI has become so thoroughly compromised that it will remain a threat to the people unless drastic measures are taken, end quote. He has called the men and women who keep us safe, quote, utterly corrupt and called for a, quote, comprehensive housekeeping, end quote, of the FBI. That's from his book, page 73 and page 85. He also called for shutting down the FBI headquarters, and you know what happens at that headquarters. This is where they coordinate the investigation of complex cases, including terrorism and cyber crimes. Happened on the Sean Ryan Show, 9/2/2024. What are the facts? Under Christopher Wray's leadership, who was a Trump appointee, the morale of the agents and personnel at the FBI has improved significantly. 3 times as many people are applying to the FBI under Christopher Wray's leadership and during his term than when he started. 3 times the number. How can you say there's some horrible corruption? People actually want to go work there. They want to be an FBI agent. They think that it is a job of public service, that is an honorable job. I don't think the FBI is a threat to the people or utterly corrupt, as Kash Patel has said, and I actually don't think our colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle believe this either. I think that they admire the people that work at the FBI. The men and women of the FBI show us every day what it means to embody bravery, and now we need to show them that we can be brave as well and tell the president no. And if our colleagues on the Republican side on this committee will not join us in just saying no one time to the president, maybe some of them will join us in the greater Senate body on the floor. So that brings us to integrity, FBI. The FBI runs on facts. It runs on truth. Without truth, the whole system breaks down. And Mr. Patel in his hearing made abundantly clear why this nation should be so concerned about putting someone in this job for whom there is such a lack of trust. Mr. Patel did not even have the integrity to stand by his own words to this committee. His own words. Repeatedly, I asked about these statements. Own them, man. Just say, yeah, I said it. I believe that. I believe we should shut down the FBI headquarters. I believe they're all corrupt. These are things that he has said, not 10 years ago, not when he was a student, in the last year. Instead of disavowing or providing the explanations for reckless past statements, Kash Patel repeatedly misled this committee, dodged questions, and claimed ignorance, despite the fact that all of his statements are on the record for all of us to see. How can we have an FBI director that doesn't even remember what he said 6 months ago? The director of our nation's most powerful law enforcement agency must be forthright and trustworthy. He must follow the facts and carefully analyze evidence before drawing conclusions. Mr. Patel has made clear that his allegiance is not to the truth. He has put ideology and his loyalty to Donald Trump ahead of the facts. Mr. Chairman, independence of the FBI from the White House is critical.
This is just the committee
The
statements
FBI
before the
director
committee
has
votes to
immense
advance
power
the
to direct
nominations to the floor.
surveillance, investigate American citizens, and recommend when charges be brought. The next director's
Senate,
loyalty must be to the people and not the president. And even if someone was to put in someone who is their friend, which has happened in these jobs in the past, why would you pick this person who has repeatedly maligned the agents that work at the FBI? Why would you pick someone who in the last year decided to make money off of hawking a supplement that he claimed would reverse the effects of the COVID vaccine? Why would you put someone in place that thinks it's fun to say you should close down the headquarters and has put together a list of people that he hates, that he says he wants to take revenge on? Why would you pick that person of all the people you could pick for this office that maybe you even know or you've worked with before? But Donald Trump picked this person, and I think we know why. The fact is, federal law enforcement and the American people deserve a director who embodies the Bureau's model: fidelity, bravery, integrity. The men and the women of the FBI deserve better than this nominee, and I ask our Republican colleagues to stand up for the agents that work there and to stand up and say no once.
Hey, Grassley, your mic's not on there.
Thank you,
hey.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay.
I'm speaking today on why I will vote against Kash Patel as the nominee to be director of the FBI. The FBI, as my colleagues have spoken to at length, is one of the world's most important, powerful, and respected law enforcement agencies. And the tens of thousands of agents who serve us all across our nation are a key bulwark against terrorism, against extremism, against crimes that range from the theft of intellectual property to interstate gangs that carry out human trafficking or murder for hire. The FBI is an absolutely critical part of our nation's security, and it rests on trust. It rests on having an independent leader. Back to the dark days of J. Edgar Hoover being a politically connected and compromised FBI leader, in the decades since his tenure ended, we have engaged in a disciplined, balanced, bipartisan process to confirm FBI directors for long terms, 10-year terms. And I have voted for Republican nominees put forward by Republican
I don't think Kash Patel
presidents.
can hold down a job for
We
10
need,
years. I'm
as
sorry.
director of the
I call
FBI,
bullshit.
someone who will stand up for the men and women of this incredible law enforcement agency. And in his
No
testimony
one has brought up his
before this
affiliation
committee,
with Mike
and
Flynn,
in his
the
comments and
Reawaken
actions
America
before
tour.
coming
No one has
in
brought
front
that
of
up
this
ever.
committee, Kash Patel has shown that he is not that leader. He is already actively undermining the Bureau he seeks to lead. As someone who is the co-chair of the Law Enforcement Caucus and who spent years leading, supervising,
Not that it
responsible
helps.
for
Hey, I
the
have that
second
picture.
largest law
Hold
enforcement
on, I've got
agency
that
in my
picture.
state, I see in Mr. Patel an alarming willingness to do the bidding of a vengeful White House. As you heard from my colleague, Senator Durbin, whistleblowers are alleging that he has already helped orchestrate the purge of the most senior leadership of the FBI, as well as those agents who were simply doing their job as assigned to them to carry out January 6th investigations. This purge is only the start of what I fear is about to come. The FBI has demanded that, the administration has demanded that the FBI turn over a list of its newest recruits and employees, has pushed out the head of the Washington field office and other top leadership, and is giving roles to folks who lack the relevant professional experience. The FBI needs independence, but Mr. Patel told me when I asked him that he believes the FBI works for the White House. I asked that same question of several other recent nominees, and they gave the correct answer, that federal law enforcement, whether the Department of Justice or the FBI, works for the Constitution and the American people. The FBI doesn't work for the White House. It works for all of us. Attorney General Pam Bondi got that question right. Todd Blanche and Gail Slater got that question right in their hearing yesterday. How is it that Kash Patel flunked that easiest and most central question? Not just to whom do you report, but for whom do you serve? As I said, we've seen what a dark chapter can be when the FBI is led by someone who is politically connected and by whom he politically corrupts the goals and purpose of the FBI, and I fear that we are heading into one of those chapters again. As I questioned him during his confirmation, I asked Mr. Patel if he, like his predecessors, would be willing to resign rather than take an unconstitutional or illegal action if ordered by the president. He refused to answer that question. I asked him if he would resign if President Trump asked him to go after a political enemy, and he refused to answer that question. I asked him if he would resign if the president asked him to block an investigation due to political considerations, and he refused to answer. These are questions that I asked of Directors Comey and Wray, and that they answered. If Patel refuses to answer these simple questions, questions that I think are rooted in recent developments and in his repeated public statements, questions that his predecessors have answered clearly, forcefully, and appropriately, how can we trust him to lead the FBI? I implore my Republican colleagues to reconsider the step I believe they are about to take to confirm this man to lead one of our most important elements of our law enforcement community. Around the world, our security depends on trust and reliability, and the national security role of the FBI director, the ways in which our FBI is critical to the work of our intelligence community and our military and others overseas as they work to keep us safe, cannot be overlooked. The men and women of the FBI deserve better than Kash Patel. To lead an agency whose watchwords are fidelity, bravery, and integrity, we need someone who has demonstrated their commitment to all three. Americans deserve better than Kash Patel. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator.
Thank you.
Oh, Senator. Well, I was told no Republicans wanted to talk, and then I was told, so you're next then, go ahead.
I have a letter here.
Oh, yeah, and Senator Urban, go ahead, and then I'm going to call on Senator from Connecticut.
I'd like to enter into the record this letter of opposition of Mr. Patel from the Society for the Rule of Law Institute. They describe themselves as a group of conservative lawyers and jurists who have served at the highest levels of government in previous Republican administration. They include Judge Michael Luttig and Peter Kiesler, a co-founder of the Federalist Society and acting Attorney General during George W. Bush's administration.
Yeah. Without objection, it will be placed on the record. No objection heard. Go ahead, Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin on a positive note and take advantage of the chairman's reference to whistleblowers and our mutual support over the years for them. I hope that the chairman will join me, along with other members of the committee, when we introduce, or I should say reintroduce, the Congressional Whistleblower Protection Act. This measure would expand the protections that are afforded to whistleblowers at a time when we've never needed them more. And I'm going to reintroduce it, I hope, with the support of my colleagues on the committee who have joined me previously, Senators Hirono, Klobuchar, Padilla, and Whitehouse, as well as other colleagues such as Cortez Masto, Wyden, Markey, and Tammy Baldwin. This measure is an important one, and I hope that the chairman will join me, because he has been a champion in the past of whistleblower protection, and the amount of protection must be expanded so that these truth tellers will have the safeguards needed to assure them that there will be no retaliation against them. And on that note, I want to begin in a way personally to talk about the FBI. First of all, just to say thank you to all of the FBI agents. There are 17,000 special agents out there right now, a total of 38,000 civil servants in the FBI. They are probably not listening to what we're saying here, because they are looking into international and domestic terrorism, cyber criminal syndicates, foreign espionage, organized criminal enterprises, including drug cartels, sexual exploitation, and human trafficking. Now, I have not been without criticism of the FBI. And the chairman has said that there is a need for reform. I'm betting that members of the FBI would join in saying there's always room for improvement, but it should not be by someone who vilifies the FBI, as Kash Patel has done. He has said about the FBI that it is a
I think someone photoshopped his
cunning
head on that,
part
actually.
of the deep
I think
state.
that's the story, but then he retweeted it.
Someone who begins with that kind of antagonism and hostility to the FBI will not be able to engage in positive and constructive reform. I've worked with agents of the FBI since I was U.S. Attorney, and I'll never forget the agent who sat with me at counsel table as I tried my first criminal case, practically carrying me through the presentation of evidence and the rules of federal procedure, which he knew as well as I did. The FBI is a premier law enforcement institution for our country, and we should seek to enhance it and improve it, but not to slash and trash it, which is what Kash Patel seems to want to do. a lot has been mentioned about what Kash Patel refused to answer.
My microphone is just not working.
But I
don't
want to
care
go
about
to
his private
what he
life.
very
I have
clearly
enough problems with his
did
politics.
answer, which is he committed
I don't know anything about
in response
his
to my
private life,
question
and nor do I even
that there would be no retribution
fucking traitor
against any
to his fellow
FBI agent,
neighbors.
that there would be no mass firing and no purging of
And
leadership.
no,
And
I
now
don't
we
think,
have
I think he just retweeted
reliable
it 'cause it made him look
information
sexy,
from
that's all.
whistleblowers
Or
submitted in
guess
a letter
that's what he
by
thought. I think it's
Senator Durbin
disgusting,
to the
but
chairman
whatever. And it's
that in
certainly not
fact
attractive to me.
he has been covertly and personally directing
uncomfortable
a
and
purge
sweaty,
of senior leadership
if I'm gonna be
and
honest.
other non-political
I just think about sweating.
agents simply because
and all that.
they were assigned to investigate
uncomfortable.
criminal wrongdoing
And not being able to sit right because the butt
in
grabs
direct
in the wrong
contradiction
place.
of the commitments he made
That's all I
to
see.
us.
But I
Not
get
just
your
to me, it
point.
was my question, but
But I'm
to
bummed.
this committee. And that is one of the reasons why I have
Really?
urged
Carla, I
that
did
the
not
chairman
know.
call him back.
I know. It's
Give him a chance to
I'm having real
explain
microphone problems today. I'm
that
sorry.
kind of contradiction. What we're left with is a record that shows
Test.
that he, in effect,
think it's in
wants
the
to turn
board.
the FBI into a sycophantic goon squad that would crush political opposition, go after an enemies list. Of course, he calls them government gangsters, not an enemies list. But let me warn members of this committee who are critical of Kash Patel, we will be on that list. And he has the power to investigate anyone who is critical of him.
I didn't know that. Oh, I'm so sorry.
He said
I thought I
there should be a
muted it.
manhunt
Can't tell what I'm doing.
for those
Hot mic,
government
hot mic,
gangsters.
hot mic.
He's telegraphed very clearly how he would use the FBI, and the more so if he is independent of the White House and of the Department of Justice, as clearly he envisions his role to be. He will be an unrestrained, unguided missile against the integrity of the Department of Justice and our justice system.
He's just there to shut it down. Yeah, a totally stoned mic. I
The
guess the mic is
work of the
Yeah,
FBI
we'll do it live,
is
Mike.
essential to judgment and integrity. Kash Patel lacks those two key
I
qualities.
gotta put that GIF on here.
He is
Hold on,
trafficked
I'm gonna go
in
get that.
conspiracy theories. He agrees with, quote, a lot of what QAnon says. He engages in election denialism, refusing to say President Biden won the 2020 election. He's even suggested that the FBI planned the January 6th insurrection and attack on the Capitol. He has glorified the January 6th rioters, calling them political prisoners, even the rioters who attacked Capitol Police. He produced a song with the so-called J6 choir. Those were individuals in prison for having attacked police officers. He tried to deny that he had produced the song at his nomination hearing in response to my question, saying, quote, I didn't have anything to do with the recording, end quote. But in response to my questions for the record, he acknowledged that he is one of the producers of the song. He couldn't have denied it because he boasted about it on a podcast.
It's the motto of
How
the
could
show.
he have nothing to do with the
Fuck it,
recording
we'll do
if
it
he's
live.
one of the producers? Let's just be very direct. He was less than truthful to this committee about his role because he knew that his actions amplifying and glorifying the cause of violent criminals who attack police would be an embarrassing obstacle to his confirmation. Only one of the ways that he experienced a confirmation conversion. And looking at the members of that J6 choir, you can well understand why he wanted to disavow any connection with them. Julian Cater, who pepper sprayed the U.S. Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick, who died the next day, Ryan Nichols, who pushed the crowd against officers defending a door to the Capitol and sprayed officers with pepper spray, James McGrew, who pushed and struck officers and launched a handrail at them.
I did not mean to do
Political prisoners?
I think
Worthy of
they got real
glorification?
close, but yeah, I don't know why.
Not
is
by
that
the
like a
future
line
director
you
of the
can't
FBI,
cross without like
certainly.
actual weird presenting of evidence or something?
Kash Patel has certainly shown that he is vindictive, focusing on seeking revenge rather than
That's a hick.
keeping America safe. That enemies
not
list
hype.
is only one of the ways
But your point's well taken.
that he may well seek
don't take a
retribution
microphone.
against his opponents. And going after President
Max,
Trump's
I am not going to disagree with you.
political enemies is
I
clearly
don't know what the rules are.
on this administration's
it.
agenda, indeed a priority. Just look at what Pam Bondi did on day one. She ordered the creation of a so-called weaponization working group. A weaponization working group. And specifically named people who would be investigated. Just coincidentally, Jack Smith.
Oh, that's what
Letitia
this
James,
needs. This is going to need some
Alvin Bragg.
ukulele.
They've led legitimate prosecutions and lawsuits against Donald Trump. That's the true weaponization of DOJ and the FBI.
Oh, beastie. Okay.
And something that must be stopped right away. And now is the time to do it with this nomination, to stop retribution.
Not the
and
other
revenge
shitheads, but this shithead.
in the Department of Justice as a priority and a modus operandi, and to send a message that it won't be tolerated.
Have you seen Pam Bondi? She's a fucking
Kash Patel
nutcase.
is out for himself. Even it means putting other people's lives in danger. Whistleblowers have said that Kash Patel broke protocol during a hostage rescue mission, leaking details to the press before the hostages were safe in American custody. And during a different hostage rescue mission, former Defense Secretary Mark Esper and said Kash Patel lied about receiving permission from the Nigerian government to enter their airspace. This kind of carelessness could have caused those Navy SEAL hostage rescuers to be shot down. He is not to be trusted with the nation's most important secrets or with the most important law enforcement agency of our nation.
Wait, wasn't someone going to talk about the Russia
Kash
thing?
Patel
Oh, I guess they
pled
kind of
the
did.
fifth
All right.
in a case about Donald Trump's handling of classified documents. He's entitled to plead the Fifth
Because
Amendment.
he helped
He eventually
take the
testified
documents.
after prosecutors granted him limited immunity. He's not entitled to deny us the truth of what he told the grand jury as a part of this confirmation proceeding. He had the ability, legal and physical, to tell us what he told the grand jury. We all know, all of us who have prosecuted, that grand jury witnesses are told you can talk about it if you wish. Sometimes they're discouraged from talking about their testimony, but they have the legal right to do so. He had the legal right to tell us about his testimony, but he refused to do it. And he aided us only marginally in seeking that grand jury testimony, which I still feel we need to see, along with the second volume of the Jack Smith report. I want to close by
we need to see
saying
all of that.
that we have a pretty good idea of what the outcome will be today. And I am appalled that my Republican colleagues are prepared to confirm a man so publicly hostile to the agency, its people, its goals, its mission that he intends to lead. We have a responsibility here. Willful ignorance and support of Kash Patel will turn the FBI potentially into a sycophantic goon squad ready to crush political opposition instead of the independent law enforcement agency that the nation needs and deserves. These votes will haunt my Republican colleagues. They will come back to haunt them when Kash Patel does even a fraction of what we have warned about his doing, and the American people should hold them accountable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honest to God. Somebody, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the
No.
time today to
Oh,
speak
Russia in the
favor
House.
of Kash
In the original
Patel.
Russian.
As I've listened to my Democratic colleagues and their comments this morning, you can hear the anger and the displeasure with having Kash Patel before us. But I think it's important to realize why Kash Patel is there and why President Trump
Mr. Schmidt,
chose
you need to leave.
nominate Kash
You are not
Patel.
Mr. Schmidt.
The American people are sick and tired of 2 tiers of access, 2 tiers of treatment, and 2 tiers of justice. And during the Biden years, this was writ large in the actions of the DOJ and the FBI.
What is she talking
We have
about?
all seen it. And while
No, we
my
haven't. See, when you say
colleagues
that, I
may be
immediately know that's
upset
not true.
For today,
When you insist that we've all
I
done
think
something,
it's important
I know
to
that's
note
immediately not true.
that they sat silently while you had
Yeah.
parents and people
I
of
don't know.
faith and
She can
so
talk.
many that were being confronted, and this happened over and over
What are
and
we talking
over.
about? What is she
So
talking
I know
about? What
they're
is Mr.
trying
Schmidt
to stall
saying to
and
us? Yeah.
obstruct, but it is
Mr. Schmidt,
important
what are you
to
trying to
note
tell us?
that the American people
Want Kash Patel?
on November 5th voted to see change. They want transparency
No,
and
actually,
accountability.
they voted for
want the
disinformation
end
and they
of
were
2 tiers
misled,
of
or
justice.
they decided to stay home.
And they
that's what
want to
happened, lady.
restore faith in our American
Most people turned out.
institutions.
That's
Now,
why it didn't
Pam Bondi, who is our
represent
Attorney General,
the true will of the people,
has been
frankly.
mentioned several times this morning. She is going about aggressively restoring confidence and sending that message that the rule of law matters. The rule of law matters.
No, she's also
And there
just
is an
attacking states' rights.
expectation that
So she
people
should back
will
off,
abide
actually,
by the
and get
rule
off
of
California's
law.
ass.
And Kash Patel will work with
Period.
her in restoring that confidence, that rule of law, rooting out the 2-tier system of justice.
So she's
that the
perfectly
American
fine with
people
5,000
have
of
witnessed.
the
Now, when Mr. Patel
38,000
was before
FBI
us,
agents being targeted
before I
directly
started
for
my
retribution.
questioning,
I'm
I
going to say that
asked
again.
him
She is
a
okay
question that came from
with
listening to my Democratic
5,000
colleagues as
individual
they were
agents
questioning
who
him.
worked
And it
on
was,
January 6
why
cases
do
because
the
they were
Democrats
assigned to
fear
them.
him? Why do they
She
fear
wants
him?
to put those
And I think the
5,000
answer is
people
so
in
very
mortal
apparent.
danger
They
because
fear him because
they
yes,
will
indeed, he is
seek
out
retribution
of the box.
on them.
They fear
They've already
him
said it.
because of what he knows about Russia collusion.
Yeah, do
what
Jen
he
Griffin from
knows
Stephanie LB,
about
yep,
some of
Lincoln's
the
Bible.
activity that has taken
Until Semyon
place,
Mogilevich
and they
leveraged
fear
him into
him
massive debt and
because
took Trump
he
org
is
from
going
the
to return
Genovese
the
when he rolled up
FBI
all their
to
assets. Yeah, The
its
World Beneath
core
is a great
mission,
podcast.
investigating violent crimes and keeping our nation safe. Now, I'm pleased that he's going to focus on violent crime. We know that under President Trump, violent crime was
Yes,
down
Iggy.
17%.
This is about cash right now.
This is important to us in Tennessee. In Memphis,
But she doesn't
we have
care
had
that
quite an
5,000
issue
agents are going to have to sit in a
with
room
violent crime.
with the
Much
head
of
of
it
their own
caused
agency who has
by
basically
a lack of
indicated they are
attention
enemies.
prosecuting some of these
That's what he's
gang
done.
members. There is a Soros-backed DA in Memphis that
Well,
will not
talk to
push
Vivek. You've got a Vivek in there. He's
cases
got some
through.
Soros money.
But violent crime under Joe Biden was up 43%
Oh, brother,
in his
it was
first year.
not. That's bullshit.
It is imperative that the FBI
And
go
if
back
it
to
was up, it's because there
investigating
was very little
these
crime in
crimes
2020
and
when
go
it was
back to the
lockdown.
Trump policy
Look it up.
of investigating and prosecuting these criminals and bringing that transparency back to the justice system. So I'm so pleased that we're moving forward with him today. I'm also pleased, Mr. Chairman, that he is going to work with me to make certain we know who all was involved with Jeffrey Epstein in building out this international sex trafficking ring. This is information we have sought. It is information we have not been able to get.
Oh, girl.
And as the next FBI director,
You are going to
I
be
have
so
no
disappointed.
doubt
Oh,
that
my
he is going
Lord.
to work
You are
with
going to
us
be
to
so very
end this
disappointed, my
scourge
love. They're
of
going to
human and
destroy all
sex
the Trump
trafficking
part
in
of the
United
Epstein
States.
files, by the way,
Thank you,
before they
Mr.
release
Chairman.
them, just so you know. Just so you know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think the
Let's talk
American
about Alex.
people were
Get
up
Alex
in arms
Acosta
about
in to
purging
testify,
the Department
please.
of Justice or the FBI. I don't think they were up in arms wanting a stop to or freeze to federal grants to states. I don't think they were up in arms calling for the NIH to take action that will result in the halting of medical research. No, what they were up in arms was, let's lower the price of food, milk, bread. They're still waiting. So here we are, Mr. Chairman, talking about the nomination of Kash Patel. This man has so many red flags about why it is completely inappropriate to have him as the head of one of our most important law enforcement agencies, that it makes your head spin. One thing is very clear about Kash Patel. He has 100% loyalty to Trump. That is the most critical thing.
Make sure you're warm. Put on some
gloves. We are at a crisis point. And this committee, if it plans to conduct any oversight, it must do so now. And here's what's happening at the FBI. Dozens of senior career FBI and DOJ employees have been purged. More to come. 5,000 names of agents and personnel who worked on January 6 matters. Their names are there. What is supposed to happen to these people? I don't think they're going to get commended for their work on January 6th. So hundreds or thousands of line prosecutors and FBI special agents and analysts may be purged. Make no mistake, our nation is under constant
I don't know.
threat,
I've lived in both
foreign
like Maine
and domestic.
and New England
And purging hardworking
and Florida
and
and
dedicated civil
California.
servants
So
does nothing to make us safe. So what
I've
is
been told
happening
everywhere I
with
go.
the FBI and DOJ is they've turned inward. Rather than focusing on potential attacks, hacks, or
That's cold,
violent
Carla.
criminal enterprises, we have a DOJ and FBI that has been turned inward on themselves. Attorney General Bondi's announcement to weaponize in creating a weaponization working group last week only continues this trend. Through this working group, she is doing what she told us she would not do, and that is,
I used
we
to
asked
keep
her,
my
"Are you
house
gonna start
at like
investigating the
50, 52
investigators,
degrees because I just
prosecuting
didn't
the
want to burn all the
prosecutors?
oil really
What is
fast
this
because that was such a
weaponization
pain
working
in the
group
ass.
supposed to be doing?
And I
but
just put on sweaters.
investigating the investigators and prosecuting the prosecutors,
Really?
turning inward on
I
itself
like cold
rather
rooms,
than protecting
actually.
this country from external dangers. I fear what a DOJ and FBI focused inward on themselves means for the safety and security of our nation. Not
Yeah,
much.
AC really throws
Which
you
brings
off.
me to Mr. Patel. He is not the man to answer the many challenges of the moment. Mr. Patel spent his nomination hearing avoiding every hard question.
Indoors,
I asked him
weather.
if he would investigate people on his 60-person deep state list. He would not say no. Mr. Chairman, we are sitting here continuing to point out all the red flags on this person. We Democrats are going to continue to raise the red flags on this person. And at some point, I'm hoping that maybe we'll come to I'll have you know decency moment from my Republican
Uh-huh.
colleagues.
That's the funny thing. Everybody feels like
if he profited from
atmosphere
selling supplements
or whatever
to detox the
differently.
COVID-19 vaccines.
That's kind of funny.
He did not answer. I asked him if Donald Trump lost the 2020 election.
Oh, right.
He would
That
not
makes sense,
answer.
Max.
He claimed not to know an anti-Semitic extremist named Stu Peters, despite appearing 8 times on his podcast. See, the fact that he doesn't even answer, remember, whatever, it makes me think that he thinks coming before this committee under oath is something that he could just ignore with no consequences. And apparently that is the road we're on. And he tried to claim no involvement with the January 6th choir, despite promoting them and hawking their merchandise for years.
So no one's going to talk about
And he was
his
unwilling to
multiple
provide any
appearances
details
in
about his
partnership
grand
with
jury
Mike Flynn
testimony.
in the Reawaken America tour.
He was
No
compelled
one's going to do
give
that.
after
No one's going to
taking
run
the
any
fifth.
clips of
People
that.
who take the fifth are using
Why
it
didn't we have
to
video
protect
shows
themselves
about
from
Cash? He has so much out there.
Of course, Mr.
This is
Patel
crazy.
has the same right as any American to plead
I know,
the
who gives a
fifth,
shit about the
but
choir?
we
Nobody-
have an
I mean, he
equal
lied
right
about
to
it,
ask
but
him
okay.
as the nominee for FBI
And?
director, no less, why he did so, and to learn what he ultimately testified. The one thing Mr. Patel did testify to in response to a question from Senator Booker, I thank Senator Booker for asking his question about whether he was, quote, aware of any plans or discussions to punish FBI agents or personnel associated with Trump investigations, and was whether he said he was not aware of that, but we note that in fact he had an awareness, and in fact he's proceeding to purge the FBI. He's not even the director. I join my colleagues in once again calling for us to actually get the answers from Mr. Patel. The American people deserve to know where he's coming from. This is a person who's going to use the FBI for his own purposes. He will abuse his power in the FBI, and we have had my colleagues say that we will regret the day that we voted for him. We should be regretting it right at this moment. And we should be calling him back so that the American people can find out what it is that this man plans to do as he intends to very clearly abuse his power at the FBI, all for his own ends and for that of the president, to which he is 100% loyal. That is his biggest qualification to be FBI director, which is not much in my view. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Speak, just so everybody knows, we're planning to vote at 11, and they're going to hold. They said they'd hold the vote open, at least for me. So I assume that's everybody, so that you can all be here. So I don't know whether it's after Moody gets done or Booker gets done. But if we're all here, I don't want to interrupt somebody's speech, but so if you want to vote a little bit earlier, or just say, or let me interrupt you, whatever the case might be, just think about that. Go ahead, Senator Moody.
Yes, Chair, thank you so much. And I had planned to come today and vote in support of the nominee, but I feel it incumbent upon me, as I've heard speaker after speaker talk about and presume to speak for the rank and file FBI agents across this nation, as someone who has worked hand in hand as a federal prosecutor, myself, as someone who has been a state attorney general, and had to work with and then ultimately sue the FBI when they refused to work with us on the second assassination attempt.
Oh, so she's a real
and
fan.
As someone who has married a rank and file federal agent and witnessed firsthand how they have taken what we have seen over the last 4 years, I think it's incumbent upon me to say no one here, including myself, can speak for the rank and file FBI, but what I can say is watching what has happened over the last 4 years and watching the legal system being used to go after political adversaries, The rank and file want to get back to doing their jobs of going after multi-jurisdictional criminals, of working hand in hand with state and law enforcement, of bringing to bear the promise of a country and a free people living under a rule of law that is effectually enforced. And I have to say, I disagree with many people who have said that the morale of FBI will go down if this nominee is confirmed. In fact, I believe quite the opposite. I believe they are ready to stand up and fight and get back to work on mission-critical cases, and that morale will in fact go up. I have heard that Kash Patel is out for himself. If that is true, he is out for himself as an American, as someone who believes in the promise of this country, of what its agencies have been created to ensure.
This committee has voted to advance his
the autonomy of
nomination,
our
so
states.
we're in the past right now,
And I
but we're
believe
trying
he
to
will
catch
bring
up.
to bear
But
that
bottom
passion
line,
and
they just
enthusiasm and
voted
love
to
of
announce
country
to
as the
forward
FBI
his
director.
nomination. So
I
these
have
are
heard
the
one of my colleagues say,
speeches.
why would you pick this person? And quoted all kinds of things that he has said. Indeed, he is passionate in his love and his demonstration of love for this country. And maybe that is because he has served as a federal prosecutor.
Whoa, Ashley,
defender,
you are really
and a chief
good.
of staff
No,
for the
no one
Secretary
mentioned
of Defense, and a
McGonagall.
deputy assistant to the
I don't
president
think,
and senior
does
director
he have
for
anything to do
counterterrorism
with
on the
Cash?
National
I'm not
Security
sure.
Council, and as principal deputy to the acting director on national intelligence.
Yeah,
Maybe it's all those roles
she's
he
got
has
some
seen
pretty faux outrage there.
What this
Hi, Teresa.
country has the ability to do to protect its people, and it has seen agencies go down the wrong path. He has said that he thinks that there should be less agents in Washington and more in the field doing their jobs. I
Like
think
a
we can all
baby
agree with that.
talking down to you.
And the way he said it might not have been exactly the way we wanted to hear it.
Oh
that is
yeah,
what
it was
he
just
means.
good old
That
fashioned
is what he means. And why pick
joshing.
this person?
He was just
Because he
joshing.
does have that experience.
Just
I've never
joshing.
questioned his experience. Well, he might not have served in the upper echelons of the FBI, but aren't we asking this agency to set a new course? Don't we want a non-traditional candidate at this moment in time with extensive
No,
federal
baby, not
experience?
this one.
I also heard that it is concerning that those that were at the Capitol on January 6th, and I'm going to quote one of the colleagues who said they were on the loose, and that was concerning. I cannot tell you how many people are on the loose.
Ask the 7-year-old. Ask the 7-year-old.
The country under the last
Oh
administration.
my God.
They are prior criminals, or indeed
Are
have
you?
intent to do
This
our
is your
country harm.
argument.
They are on the loose right now.
This is
because
your
of the last
argument?
administration, and you have
Are
to
you
have an
kidding
FBI
me,
director
Ashley?
that is focused
Give me a break.
and targeted in attention to make sure that those individuals are sought after and rounded up. Indeed, we have DAs, mayors, commissioners, governors that don't care about the rule of law and have allowed crime to explode. So you
Yeah, I
have
know.
to have
Hands
an
off
FBI
my
director that
states,
will fill that
bitch.
gap.
States' rights,
You have to have
cunt.
an FBI director that understands that one of their missions is transnational criminal organizations.
Hands off my California.
And that the FBI has indeed the jurisdiction to go after those folks.
They,
You used the word and the description skunk at a picnic, that is how whistleblowers are treated. To some extent, when these new leaders get into these agencies and they're coming in with an objective view, a fresh perspective, wanting to do right by this country, it may be there are people in those agencies that need to scatter, that need to leave. If they have lost focus of the mission of the
If
agency,
they need to
if they have
scatter.
lost focus on who they are serving, this country and its people.
Ooh, yummy.
They do need to go.
That sounds
And
good.
any director or any head of agency that we confirm as a Senate needs to go into those positions with that
Oh
in
my
mind. And I
God.
believe that is why
This woman is
Kash Patel
crazy.
will be confirmed by the Senate.
No, it's because you suck Trump balls. That's all. Or Elon balls. I don't know who used. Grassley, nobody can hear you.
I'm just trying to see, are you encouraging me to talk longer? Because that's never happened in this committee before. I will try to go as quickly as possible. And just say that this is one of the more perplexing nominees for me personally. I've seen the pendulum swing back and forth in this committee now over 11 years. I've seen my colleagues on the other side of the aisle rightfully take up a politically charged tweet about a nominee, whether it's for the bench or for significant offices like this one, as have we. I've seen back and forth, but I've just never seen something like this for a candidate, and I'm surprised that there's not more people who are calling
Which part of mice?
some of this out in the
I
most
got it
objective
now.
way possible. I do not understand how we're moving forward at this point. It seems like we are. It seems like it's a fait accompli, because I was just told the vote is coming. But I just want to go through some of the things that, to me, are sort of stunning that we are dealing with. First and foremost, this idea of FBI employees, these incredible agents that we all respect, that were involved in a lawful investigation of criminal violations of federal law, or that federal law that was protecting us and our national security, that these folks are being targeted. And we know that is happening. I asked Mr. Patel if he knew of any plans to punish or retaliate against FBI agents and employees who worked on cases that President Trump didn't like. He claimed he didn't, but he should not be really believed, not only because this is a history of lying that we've seen, but because the facts that we've been presented as a committee suggest different. The timing of the FBI purges, moments after the hearing we had, to me seems like an obvious implication upon this nominee. Ranking Member Durbin uncovered compelling evidence that Patel didn't just know about the FBI's plans to fire agents who were doing their job as directed, but that Patel not only knew about it, but that he directed the purge as an outside citizen. And if that's true, Mr. Patel has perjured himself before this committee, something I believe we would take very seriously. His trustworthiness is evident in his failure to disclose his work on behalf of the Embassy of Qatar to this committee. That is stunning. Work for which he possibly broke the law when he didn't file as a foreign agent. These are entanglements that this committee should take seriously, that we should investigate before moving forward. The financial disclosures we received after our hearing that we did not have a chance to ask him about show that Mr. Patel actually enriched himself by doing work for groups linked to Russia and China, foreign adversaries of our nation. I can't believe I need to say this, that as if it may be a question, but at a bare minimum, our FBI director should not have conflicts of interest with the Chinese Communist Party and Vladimir Putin, and we should have had a chance to ask him about that in open committee. That is just the most basic due diligence. Look, everything Mr. Patel has ever written and said, so much of, what he's written and said demonstrates that he is somebody that goes against the idea of integrity and independence that the FBI wants. He has gone far, as my colleagues have said, posting the most outrageous politically charged things. I'm disbelief that of all the incredible people that could run this agency, that this is somebody that we would pick. But my concerns really have to do about Mr. Patel's testimony before this committee. No one can claim surprise when he does exactly what he's promised to do in a lot of these politically charged writings. We have credible evidence that he is already enacting this idea of revenge against FBI agents who Mr. Trump does not like. We have credible evidence that he committed perjury when he told this committee that he wasn't aware of these plans to fire FBI personnel. He later changed his answer when answering the committee's questions for the record. Suddenly, he said he went from I don't know to I don't recall whether he plans to fire FBI personnel. And this was what he was saying over and over again. He does not recall. I don't recall. Not long ago, the fact that he lied about not knowing a white nationalist podcaster when he appeared on his podcast, not one time, not 3 times, not 5 times, but he appeared on his podcast 8 times. Yet he said he did not know who this person was or did not remember. This, to me, is a continued pattern that is disqualifying. It would be, to me, something all of our colleagues in this room would say, hey, man, you're not being straight, honest with this committee. Listen, lies like this are misleading and dishonest, especially with an institution that has a reputation for that kind of integrity. His refusals to share what he said before the grand jury is another example of, to me, unacceptable non-answering. His case about handling sensitive national security documents, it's the kind of information FBI directors are responsible for safeguarding. He played a role in that. He spoke before a grand jury. His testimony should be something shared with this committee. And his alarming bad memory about what he testified, to me, is just incredible. When asked whether he discussed with anyone the firing of the Assistant Director of Counterterrorism, he said, not that I recall. Did you know that the FBI officials and rank-and-file agents would be fired before he testified? Not that I recall. Were you aware of the review of FBI personnel who worked on January 6 cases? Not that I recall. Can anyone with a straight face sit here and say that that is an answer, that he is not misleading this committee? This is unbelievable if he doesn't recall that. In fact, his inability to recall such information, to me, speaks against his qualifications for a job, if he's not recalling things of such importance. This committee should ask for better from any nominee, from a Democrat or Republican president. This is stunning to me. We are here to serve the American people and their interest. This person has obfuscated, has lied, has shown an utter lack of character and straightforwardness with this committee. It is just obvious to me. Of all the people that this president has nominated, I voted for many of them. This stands apart from what this committee should demand from anyone coming before it. I appreciate the desire to defer to a president on their nominees. This is why I have voted for many of Mr. Trump's nominees in this time that he has become elected president. But it is our constitutional duty to ensure that the president's nominees are fit for public office. This vote should not boil down to partisanship. It should really be about the objective understanding of someone who has performed and testified in this manner should be allowed to ascend without further questioning, further investigation of some of these issues that I brought up. I am very disappointed by this moment. I'm actually stunned by the fact that we are going to have a straight party line vote on someone who is so clearly unqualified for this office, who so clearly misled this committee, who so clearly has many areas of his background that this committee has not thoroughly explored that point to some serious potential for conflicts or worse. But with that, in hopes that I am trying to keep my testimony, my comments under 5 minutes, which I have failed to do, but I am concluding, sir. Mr. Chairman, I am stunned and perplexed at this moment that I have been asked to talk for 2 minutes. For the record, the chairman has said that I make a lot of sense. But he disagrees with me. Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to cede to you. If you would like to filibuster, you're welcome to. I'm sure that the committee of this committee would allow you to sit here quietly. But if not, I would very much like to hear Lindsey Graham speak on the virtues of the great state of New Jersey. Wow.
New Jersey.
Wow.
My brother-in-law is from New Jersey.
Certifying the election of the person chosen.
The nomination will be favorably reported to the floor. Do you want to speak? Yeah, please do now. And will some, I got to go vote, will some senator on my side stay? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that this country, in this Congress, is in the midst of what has been a slow-moving but rapidly accelerating constitutional crisis. It began most visibly on January 6th of 2021, when the two norms of this republic, the peaceful transfer of power and the renunciation of violence, were breached, and where many members of the House and Senate voted against certifying the election of the person chosen by the American people. President Trump then, and President Trump today, continues to assert that the 2020 election was stolen. Stop the steal. He won the 2024 election. His election was certified. He's entitled, as president, to vigorously use the powers of the presidency to implement the policies that he advocates. He's not entitled to violate the Constitution in his effort to do so. Mr. Chairman, in my view, the beginning of the Trump administration is showing a contempt for the Constitution and a lawlessness that is dangerous to the future of our republic. Freezing federal spending, clearly unconstitutional. Shutting down agencies created by Congress with no authority to do so. Removing leaders of agencies, including inspector generals, against the clear requirements of law. Firing government employees who have civil service protections. Threatening to deport people based on their political views. Revoking, by executive authority, birthright citizenship. These are just some of the actions that the president has taken where he has no authority to do so. On Monday, a federal judge said that the White House defied his order to release billions of dollars in federal grants, marking the first time a judge has expressly declared that the Trump administration is disobeying a judicial mandate. This country is headed into a situation where, in addition to acting without authority, the president is indicating he will defy rulings from the third branch of our government, the judiciary. Vice President Vance has made very clear his point of view on this. Judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate powers. Of course, under our Constitution, since Marbury versus Madison, the court is the final arbiter of what is constitutional or what is not. My colleagues, my view of this is that the administration is showing maximum contempt for core constitutional values, including, most importantly, the separation of powers. We have a dilemma here. There are many in this committee that are fully in support of the policies that President Trump is pursuing. That's, of course, your right and his right. But the unique responsibility each of us as a United States Senator has is to guarantee that in pursuit of those policies, it is done within the constitutional boundaries. This is not just to talk about civic aspiration. It's a recognition that the separation of powers, that the system of checks and balances, that the concept that ambition in the executive should be matched with ambition in the legislature has held this country together for 250 years. We have fierce debates about important public policy matters. But what allows us to resolve those, despite disagreements, intense disagreements, is the pushing and the shoving, the engagement, the winning and moving forward, losing a fight and falling back, but all within the norms of the Constitution. That's being threatened, and I don't say that lightly. But what has happened on January 6th is continuing. And where we saw the Stop the Steal, the renunciation of the decision that the American people made on 2020 in that election, and the candidates, many of them who came before us, including Mr. Patel, unable to simply say who won the 2020 election, continuing to Stop the Steal narrative. And then with President Trump, in his first weeks in office, acting in ways that challenge the constitutional order. I'm voting against Mr. Patel because he is clearly an instrument in that effort to continue eroding the precepts of the Constitution on the separation of powers. My colleagues, this is a very difficult time, particularly for my colleagues on the Republican side. You support many of the President Trump's policies, and as I say, that's your right. But it is so essential to each of us as a U.S. Senator to make our own judgments about whether the manner in which power is being used on the executive branch is a threat to the power of the legislative branch, the Article 1 branch. We, each of us, must be custodians of that constitutional order in our role as the legislature in it. Tough judgments that have to be made. My judgment is that the president is showing absolute contempt.
My YouTube just is jumping
For
around.
the United States Congress.
When did
And the
that?
next stop
That's not
is
over.
contempt
Oh, it's over.
for the United States
okay.
judiciary.
Oh, that's
I cannot
why.
vote
Okay.
for a person
What?
who signed
Oh.
on to that agenda. I yield the floor.
That's so weird. Sorry about that. Yes.
Senator
They
Schiff will be
stopped the
joining us
Senate,
shortly. To my friend
Playback.
Senator Welch, I hope we have a great relationship, but some of the things that he was talking about, the tug and pull of the executive and the legislative branch, plays out this way every time you have a transition of power. The best example I can use is a very current example right now between a Democrat governor and a Republican legislature in the state of North Carolina. We have a new governor who in his first 90 days is probably going to do, as he should, push the boundaries of the executive branch. That's their job. The same thing with President Trump. We need to continue to assert that there are very clear differences enshrined in the Constitution between who has authority. But to pretend that that just occurred in this administration is looking past the endless speeches that were made over the last 4 years about President Biden stretching his authority, being challenged in court, et cetera. So I don't think that this is new. And I do believe that, getting back to Mr. Patel, that he's been treated unfairly. I had some posters here I'm not going to use, didn't even intend to speak until we determined that we need to allow more time for Mr. Schiff. But I heard a lot of people say in their comments, if the allegations are true. Now, this is coming from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. So they're not 100% they're sure, but it sure certainly fits comfortably into a narrative in opposition to Mr. Patel. We heard a video reference, I think, by Senator Whitehouse about, I think it was Senator Whitehouse, one of the members here, chopping about logs of the people on the so-called
Gal, we're going to
enemies
read both of
which
those
was an index to a book that
posts
Mr.
that
Patel
you just
wrote and
shared.
published. If you kept watching that
Get
same
caught
video
up on
that he
that.
produced, and it was
After
many years
these
ago,
guys
you'll
shut
see
up.
that he was also chopping off.
Actually, we can go right to Schiff
MAGA,
if we don't want to listen to
Truth
this
Social, and
asshole.
a couple of other logos. Yeah, just put that up
Let me
real quick.
see.
So everybody conveniently
Oh, wait.
stops,
Here we go.
presses pause at the point to make their argument.
To give me an opportunity to weigh in
Let's hear-
on this nomination.
Let's hear Adam Schiff.
Before I address Mr. Patel, I do want to address the continuing narrative about the weaponization of the DOJ, the supposed weaponization of the DOJ over the last 4 years, because to me it represents
That was
the
Queenie.
most
She's
vigorous reinvention
a
of history. The question was asked by
Canadian
some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle.
who
why
is
it
a
that Donald Trump was the only president
self-proclaimed
to be
freedom
indicted not
fighter,
once,
but
not
she really
twice,
doesn't
but
fight much freedom. She
4
goes
times.
around and yells at people
And
for
isn't this,
for having
by
pride
definition,
stickers
a
on their
double standard,
cars
treating
and
this president differently because
calls
no other president in
people
history has been
horrible
indicted so many
slurs.
times.
So
Well, one doesn't
I
fall
don't
from the other.
subscribe to her anymore, but
Yes,
somehow
this
she keeps
president
coming
was
up
indicted more than any other president in history.
on my algo.
Because this president committed more crimes
Horrible
than any other president in
person.
history.
Sorry, not sorry.
And let's look at what he was indicted for, because we can't just talk about this in the abstract. He was indicted for inciting a violent attack on the Capitol to stop the peaceful transfer of power. And yes, he's the only president ever
She
to be
has,
indicted
however,
on
been
those
kicked
charges
out of
because
every
he's the only
freedom
president
movement in
to have
Canada,
incited
which
a
I think
violent attack
has to be a
on the
title
Capitol.
somewhere.
That doesn't mean a double standard was applied to Mr. Trump. It means the rule of law was applied to Mr. Trump. Indeed, the fact he was charged was a vindication of the rule of law, that we are
Yeah, we
a
have
nation
all
of
kinds
laws,
of
not a
hot
nation
mics
of
and
men.
shit. Go ahead and
It was an
subscribe.
affirmation of that.
You never know what's going to
principle,
happen here at the lounge.
abrogation. The fact that Donald Trump was indicted for bringing hundreds of classified documents to Mar-a-Lago, for refusing to relinquish them, for participating in an effort to obstruct the investigation into their unlawful retention, doesn't mean some double standard was applied to him. It means the same standard was applied to him as anyone who willfully brought hundreds of classified documents home, refused to turn them over, and then conspired with others to obstruct the investigation. Others who were involved in hiding the documents, others who were involved in trying to delete surveillance tapes.
Yeah,
The fact
I
that
like to
Donald
keep
Trump
an eye
was
on some of
indicted for
them,
making
but
hush
I
money
had to
payments to a porn
unsubscribe to
star
her. She won't go away.
hide this from voters before the election in violation of the campaign laws. The fact that he was the first to be indicted for that, well, probably means he was the first presidential candidate to be making hush money payments to a porn star to hide it from voters. And so let's not suggest, let's not market, let's not propagandize about some weaponization, some double standard, when grand juries found probable cause to believe he committed these crimes, and the only case that was actually allowed to go to trial,
Mitch was the only no on RFK.
the jury found him guilty
Wow.
on every single
Look at
charge.
Mitch coming out of the
Now, my
gate,
colleagues on the other side say
facing
we have to
death.
restore confidence in the Department of Justice and the FBI because the public has such low confidence in them. Well, yes, of course the public has low
That
confidence
shit all
in the
over
department. The department has been trashed by the former and now
telling
current
you.
president for years.
She is not making friends in that country.
Of course, with that kind of circular logic, there's a low opinion of the department and the Bureau because it's been trashed for years. And why has it been trashed? Because the people of the Department of Justice and the FBI had the audacity to believe what we were saying. That is, there is one standard for the rule of law. It applies to everyone equally. It even applies to the high and mighty. It even applies to the President of the United States. I've worked with the FBI since I was a prosecutor more than 30 years ago. They're the finest law enforcement agency in the country. I don't think they have any near peer. They are the best of the best. And to see what they're going through now with this purge, this witch hunt, is just awful for such dedicated public servants. And it's not just, as many of my colleagues have been emphasizing, it's not just that they were assigned cases they had no discretion about taking. Yes, that's true. But it's not just that. It's the fact that these cases were also
I
deeply
do
legitimate
notice, Neil,
cases.
there's very little actual
involving
freedom
people who
fighting
violently attacked this
or freedom
building,
achieved, other than the freedom they already have.
including, by the way, a
Hi, Paul
prosecutor
J.
named Emil
Oh,
Bove.
the education hearing? Where's
one of the guys
that?
leading this witch hunt. It was just revealed at the Southern District of New York, where he was working at the time, was one of the aggressive prosecutors working with the FBI on these January 6 cases. Now, he's the guy helping to lead the Inquisition in the FBI, the purging, the witch hunt. So this is what we're doing to the FBI right now. Now, Kash Patel was asked in committee, and he was asked after committee. We've already talked about what he was asked in committee. Let me just read the questions I asked him for the record and his answers. And bear in mind, this is just a few days after his testimony, or immediately after his testimony, and I asked, it has been reported that senior career officials across the DOJ have been reassigned or fired since President Trump's inauguration. More than a dozen officials who worked on the special counsel team that investigated Donald Trump in 2 separate criminal cases were fired by Acting Attorney General James McHenry. Within the FBI, senior leaders were ordered to retire, resign, or be fired by February 3rd, 2025. Question, were you aware of these personnel moves before they occurred? Answer, not that I recall. Were you consulted by anyone at the White House, DOJ, or FBI about any of these personnel decisions? Answer, not that I recall. Have you had any conversations with the White House, DOJ, or FBI about these or other personnel moves at the FBI? Not that I recall. Okay, it's one thing if we're talking about events that happened 2 years ago or 4 years ago or 10 years ago. It might be appropriate to say, not that I recall. These were things, conversations he was asked about that happened days or hours earlier. He really doesn't recall whether he talked to people at the White House about firing people at the Department of the FBI? Are we really to believe he doesn't recall? And now, of course, we have whistleblowers who say that he was leading these firings, that he suddenly doesn't recall. That's just not the least bit credible that he doesn't remember. Of course he remembers. I don't recall, not that I recall. That's the language an attorney tells you to use when you want to perjure yourself, but you don't want to be caught in a perjury. This is who we're voting to
We said
make
it,
the director
Max.
of the FBI. The guy who says, I don't recall whether I participated in ordering the firing of people. I don't recall. This is the guy who testified to this committee, I think, when Ranking Member Durbin asked him about his role in producing song with the people who attacked police on January 6th. I had nothing to do with the recording, he told us. Of course, we know because it was recorded. There he was on Steve Bannon's podcast saying, yeah, we took the recording in the studio, and yeah, we digitized it, we mastered it, we. And when he's confronted with this during the committee, he gives us the novel defense, we doesn't include me. We doesn't include me now. I don't know what's worse, the fact that Kash Patel wanted to take credit for making a song with convicted felons who attacked police officers, or wanted to take credit for something he never did, or he did and he lied about it. But either way, it's pretty damning for anyone, let alone someone who would be the director of the FBI. This is a guy also who was called before the grand jury, first probably nominee for FBI director in history, called before the grand jury, refused to testify in a criminal case without getting immunity. Plead the fifth, demanded immunity. This is going to be the FBI director, a guy who won't testify in a case investigated by the FBI without getting immunity?
I don't know how Republicans are going to choke on this load. I'm sorry.
Financed by the Chinese Communist Party, and we still don't know what he did to earn $1 to $5 million from a company affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party, who made money from some Czechoslovak group, an arms conglomerate with ties to Putin. We still don't really know what he did to earn money from them either.
He's a gun runner?
This is
Holy crap-o.
Really astounding that we are where we are. I've known Kash Patel since he was a staffer for Devin Nunes. He is not someone you would ever think of when you think of fidelity, bravery, integrity.
Oh, shit.
Not when he was a staffer, not when he was in the Trump administration. In fact,
Oh,
the
shit.
people who speak most damningly of Kash Patel are the people who worked with him
Oh,
in
boy.
administration. People like Bill Barr, who, for a lesser position, said over my dead body when asked about Kash Patel.
Bill Barr should have
it
been
is
there to
just
testify
a tragedy
against
for
him.
the FBI that it comes to this. I can't imagine the demoralization.
There's no
of the
bravery.
FBI and at the Department of
These
Justice.
people are not
The
brave.
damage will be long.
They're just not brave.
Long standing. It seems my colleagues are determined to confirm him on the Senate floor. And to all those FBI agents I worked with over the years, to all that are there now that I've not had the privilege of working with, my heart breaks for what you're about to go through with leadership that you cannot respect, who has not earned your respect, who will not earn your respect. I know you will put your head down and do your jobs because you're professionals. I hope you stay at the FBI. I hope you don't leave, because if you're committed to the mission and you leave, then it's going to just leave behind people who are less committed to the mission. So I hope you'll stay. I hope you'll gut it out. I hope the same is true of the career professionals at the Department of Justice who are the subjects of a similar witch hunt. I spent almost 6 years in that department. I venerate that department. And we need the career civil servants, public servants who serve in both those institutions. But it will be a sad day indeed when we confirm the likes of Kash Patel, knowing what we are getting. We will have no one but ourselves to blame. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I will close with this commentary. We've talked about and listened to people hypothesizing about.
I'm just going to hear a little bit of him, but then we're going to go on to something else.
Taking leads from the White House. We have plenty of evidence that the White House telegraphed to the Department of Justice about these prosecutions. We have Biden complaining.
Just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to entertain this asshole. This is the one of the posts that Gal shared about the Bove that was just referenced. And I showed it a minute ago, but let's walk through it. On the left, acting Deputy AG Emil Bove, acting Deputy AG Emil Bove memo orders firing FBI officials because they worked on January 6 cases. On the right, as SDNY co-chief, Bove gave strong, direct encouragement to the line prosecutors to aggressively pursue the investigation, legal process, support FBI, former colleague tells NPR. So this is a January 31st memo from Emil Bove. Termination. This memorandum, let me make it, I don't think I can make it bigger, unfortunately. This memorandum sets forth a series of directives authorized by the acting Attorney General regarding personnel matters addressed at the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Pursuant to the Constitution and laws of the United States, you are directed to take all steps necessary to effectuate the termination of the seven FBI employees identified below, effective 5:30 p.m. on February 3rd, to the extent those employees have not retired beforehand. As President Trump declared on his first day back in office, the American people have witnessed the previous administration engage in a systematic campaign against its perceived political opponents, weaponizing the legal force of numerous federal law enforcement agencies and the intelligence community against those perceived political opponents in the form of investigations, prosecutions, civil enforcement actions, and other related actions. Because it's not like he did anything except for the fact that he's been found guilty in everything that's gotten to trial. This includes the FBI. For example, the FBI, including the Bureau's prior leadership, actively participated in what President Trump appropriately described as a grave national injustice that has been perpetuated upon the American people over the last 4 years, with respect to events that occurred at or near the United States Capitol on January 6. This is from NPR. When the January 6 attack happened, Bove was the co-chief of the Terrorism and International Narcotics Unit at the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. In that role, he helped supervise all of the office works related to the Capitol attack, directing prosecutors to support the FBI in the investigation, and overseeing efforts to obtain things like search warrants, according to O'Leary and a former prosecutor who worked with Bove. Like O'Leary, the former prosecutor said Bove never voiced any reservations about the riot investigation. To the contrary, the former prosecutor said Bove gave strong, direct encouragement to the line prosecutors to aggressively pursue the investigation, legal process, support FBI, etc. So someone's changed their tune. This is there he is. He looks really unhappy. Let's see what do we got here. All right, well, I'll link that I'll link this tweet so you have all of these references.
But he says the Trump official targeting January 6 investigators worked on those cases himself. The fact that Mr. Bove has not publicly acknowledged any role in the enforcement efforts after January 6 while he was a top national security prosecutor in Manhattan has rankled current and former agents. Me too. I paid $150 to get the COVID vax 1 year. I get super sick every time and have to plan it out, especially the last COVID shot. No symptoms. Oh, that's good. I do get the flu after the flu shot, but I've been okay with the COVID shot. Yeah, you would probably get all the germs. You get entire communities' germs, Jen. Everyone brings them in. Let's see. Okay, so that's all. Oh, the fact that okay, so he's that's upsetting. All right. Let's see. I wanted to actually. I just want to. Oh, where am I? Am I here? No. Oh, 4 doctors voted for RFK today. I do want to read this, but I would like to read something that I wrote last night. And, the fact check, is that this, the walkthrough? Okay, we're going to do that. But I just want to, I want to read one thing that I did. I also have Heidi's piece that you shared. Has anybody seen my gal? Where's my, there it is. Is that it? Yeah. Okay. I need to just read this. Okay, it's not long. So. I am the type of person that needs to see it in I need to see the narrative arc. I need to kind of have a bottom line when it comes to just grappling with, history or the current situation or whatever. That's just me. It's my thing. I don't know what your thing is. That's my thing. So and fight with Elon Musk. I need this kind of synthesis in order to somewhat understand. So with all of the stuff we've been exposed to, primarily for me through Jim and Gal's work, which starts my curiosity, which then leads to other research. You know what I mean? Like this for me is a real, I learn somewhat differently. Hi, Paul J. Than, maybe you do or whatever. So it takes time for concepts to really sink in. And I just need that. We need narrative framers because it's really helpful to me if you kind of give me an overarching, realizing that nothing is a monolith, right? So I just had to write this out for myself. But it's really clear to me when you compare the work of, Yarvin just as a strong voice in this, whatever, bro culture. When you read his work, it is exactly what is happening now. So whether or not that just influenced, Elon or whoever, or it's more dastardly than that, because the way Yarvin wrote this Butterfly Revolution document in his whatever Substack 2 years ago or 3 years ago was fantasizing about a future, what the future Trump administration might do, right? And in that document, which I can share the link. I don't like to promote disinfo, but whatever. This is an important context. In that document, it is almost frightening how prescient it seems to be about how the campaign conducted itself and then how we actually are in right now. And it's striking to me. And again, it's not atypical that those documents can influence these people, all that kind of great stuff, but I just think it's really, to me, it is helpful to understand where these things might be coming from, right? Where these, this disinformation or this kind of, attitude that Elon has. I also watched Elon's appearance at the World Government's summit in Dubai last night. He was appearing live. And it was one of the most disturbing speeches I think I've ever heard. And Dave Troy, absolutely. Dave Troy's an important voice in this. So I'm just going to go through mine. Then I want to kind of hit on some of those. And then I definitely want to go through your fact check of the doggy stuff, because that's important too. So I am pretty convinced that we're in a butterfly revolution fever dream of the incels. And I just don't know. I don't watch CNN or MSNBC or any of the typical outlets. So I don't know if Yarvin or this type of information is covered with any big degree. So I'm honestly asking the question. I don't know if this is something that is like I'm curious to talk to my siblings about it, who do kind of, consume more traditional media in some ways, not always, because they're more like community radio and stuff like that. So a little different, but still not necessarily down in the Twitter part, right? So I think it's just really interesting that this is just mapping so very closely. And what I need to think about is who benefits from this, because I think a lot of criticism can come to say, well, but wait a minute, I thought we were supposed to worry about the Christo-fascists and the trad rads and all that. Well, wait a minute, I thought we were supposed to worry about the anti-government, freedom fighter kind of domestic terrorists. But wait a minute, I thought we were supposed to worry about Russia. Well, wait a minute, I thought we were supposed to worry about China. But wait a minute, I thought you know what I mean? Well, let me tell you, guess what? Everybody benefits. And the reason I believe that the butterfly revolution is really the framework is because that's who's funding it. That's who's funding it. That's why they get to choose what the outcome is for this country. It's because they're the ones funding it. But guess what? There's a lot of beneficiaries to that. And there's tons of coordination. Tons. Through things like think tanks and summits and backdoor deals and all kinds of crap. But here's who benefits from this chaos that we're in right now. White supremacists. They don't get to choose the outcome, but they think they do. They have a vision for an outcome. I don't know if they believe that that's a fait accompli or not. Oops, sorry. But white supremacists benefit from this. Oh no, of course. Well, yeah, I guess. I don't know. It's interesting to listen to Elon last night. Christo-fascists benefit from this because they get their legislation. They already got Roe removed, okay? They already got Roe removed. So they're getting their piece of the pie. White supremacists are getting their narrative of replacement theory and the end of DEI. They're getting that, okay? Domestic terrorists, because freedom, or so they think. See the MAGA base. They're just angry. They're just angry at life, and they're angry at the fact that they are bigoted individuals who now their politicians accept them. So all bets are off. So they benefit. Anyone looking to colonize entire continents, and that includes people like Eric Prince, Palmer Luckey, Peter Thiel, and others who fund defense and mercenary work in other countries and government and regime change. You want to talk about regime change? I'll tell you about regime, they benefit. Russians, in order to be any kind of power and get back to the great kingdom of Russia, he needs a weakened United States. And so this works perfectly. All right. Oligarchs, they definitely get over it because this is the elimination of taxes. This is the elimination of accountability, the Justice Department, all this infrastructure removed out of the way. They just stopped all foreign corruption practices act cases going forward. And, fun fact, they're going to look back at past cases that have already been adjudicated under the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act to see if they need to be overturned. And Foreign Corrupt Practices Act is bribery. They're stopping the cases that go after bribery, money laundering. Okay? So they definitely win. And then just the bro cells who need to call themselves something because no one paid attention to them as children, aka One Eye. And I don't know, maybe somebody did pay attention to them, but not the right kind of attention, because the worldview that the bro cells have fits right in with the lack of accountability and the removal of DEI and the removal and the destruction of the Me Too movement, right? I mean, come on. So it doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be backdoor deals. It all works out. It all fucking works out. But here's the thing. I predict the other group involved in this little takeover, the cucks of Congress, the cucks we just witnessed. Here's who I think they're going to end up like. This guy. Because once you take away the federal branch, you don't really need Congress. What the fuck do you need them for? There's going to be no laws to make. Because one thing you should also pay attention to, and I thought it was a joke at first. I thought, oh, I'm actually covering something that's going to end up being really stupid. But no, guess what? It wasn't stupid. Network states. Because the serfdom that we imagined 3 years ago that the bros were aiming for, the serfdom, that Peter Thiel, I think, had visions in his head, sugar plums dancing in his head. That serfdom thing needs a privatization and a creation of mini kingdoms, because what these dudes, the type of leadership, they all claim democracy is dead. Curtis Yarvin, Peter Thiel, whoever, I'm sure there's David Sack, I don't know who else. They all say that democracy is dead and that what replaces it, and get this, they really say this out loud, is a CEO/monarch of smaller territories and the privatization of the services that normally one might enjoy, like schools, public hospitals, stuff like that. And I would have told myself 6 months ago, yeah, but it'll take them time. They can say all these great things, but maybe they'll do, just stupid damage or something like that. Oh no, they're coming out of the gate swinging. They're swinging. They're swinging dicks. Okay? They're swinging dicks. So I'm going to tell you right now, it is, what does it mean? Get in the street. What does it mean? Get in the street. I don't know. That's the thing. But I think it's imperative, for me at least, to understand kind of what we're dealing with. And what are the messages that can break through, if there are people to break through to say, no, this is not okay. This is not okay. This is not okay. So that's my speech. But I want to open some of the stuff that... Oh, the Nerd Reich. Yeah, Gil Duran does great reporting on this entire movement. Let's see. This is Dave's work on it. I mean, there's just a lot of good work out there when it comes to this. I'd kind of like to message that. What is this? What date is this? February. Oh, this is just yesterday. All right. I need to go to the ladies' room. Oh, and Heidi in Byline. Heidi's been doing some wonderful work. Of course, Heidi is an amazing journalist, and definitely worth reading. And it's not with the hope that people will get like all spun out of control. I don't want people to feel spun out of control. I find information to be power. I find information for me gives me a sense of understanding and calm that I can then look outside and say, okay, how can I be helpful in this situation? Do I have anything to offer? Right? So that's all this is. Teases them about their tronium minds. Oh, God, they're so weird. You guys are weird. Talk about weird. We got the wrong... Oops. Hey. Why aren't you doing that? Oh, I know why. Because I'm really dumb. Hold on. There. Ah! Sorry. Okay. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to just go take a pee really fast. Okay. Don't leave me. Where's my cursor? There it is. Okay, bye. Sorry, that's enough of that. What a great song that is, though. I gotta find the credit for that and go ahead and put it up. I know. It's okay. You didn't have to hear me humming along with it. It's nicer on it. Woo! Everything just fell. Sorry, downstairs. Hi. Is this Thursday or Monday? I don't even know. I don't even know. Okay. The general public needs to, the thing is that I don't know if, that's why I ask about the CNN, okay? Because I don't know how mass media is necessarily dealing with these things. Turn on the mic. Oh, turn on the mic. No, it's still not working. So I'm using the dumb computer mic, which is fine. Any old way. So this is Dave Troy's work. So I'd like to read this. This is The Wide Angle, Elon Musk and the American Endgame from February 12th. And there's David Murfield, Sebastian. Oh, what? Oh, these are photo credit. Okay. I'm like, those aren't those people. All right. Okay. Here we go. Woo. We're doing it live. Wait, what is it? Wait, here we go. Oh, shit. Fuck it. Fuck it. We'll do it live. Yeah, I can see. I'm being more than I'm actually totally heard. Okay. All right. He actually said that he foresees a social structure like a Brave New World. I know. Because he saw the movie once. No, I don't know. Actually, wait. Do you guys mind listening to Elon for a minute? Maybe more than a minute? I just feel like that speech last night was so important. Is that bad? Should I not? Tell the uninformed that cutting agencies doesn't do squat. I know, but they're not going to equate that, Tom. They don't get it. They don't put those two things together. They just don't. You cannot reason. You cannot do that. Yeah, it's an important speech. I'm sorry. I hate to say that, but it's an important appearance at the World Government's Summit or whatever the fuck it's called. But okay, how long is this? All right, I'm going to read this and then I'll go to that video. If you can hang in there with me. I understand if you can't. I think I'm going to play it. Yeah, I'm going to play it. It's worth it. Okay, in the first weeks of the second Trump presidency, one thing has become clear to the public. Elon Musk is the power behind this administration, and Trump is merely doing his bidding. Musk has illegally commandeered multiple agencies while also capturing their data systems, removing thousands of employees, and imposing a de facto restructuring of long-standing organizational charts and agreements. He's behaving like a monarch, and it's only been 3 weeks. As this reality sets in, Congress is baffled as to why Musk is doing all of this and what he possibly wants from access to sensitive data. Wait, what's Zoom said? Yeah, he does. Yes, let's meet at the feelings. Do the other things before Elon. He's the worst, but don't listen to me. Oh no, I would. And the Elon lies about Reuters. Yes, actually, we'll look at that after I read this before we go to Elon. Okay, sorry about that, gal. I meant to go to your fact check before this. Okay, as this reality sets in, Congress is baffled as to why Musk is doing all of this and what he possibly wants from access to sensitive data, including U.S. Treasury records on Social Security numbers, bank routing and account numbers, healthcare data, and Department of Energy information on nuclear weapons. He has given free rein to a group of 20-ish boys, tech enthusiasts with no training or relevant experience, so they can improve things and harvest information. The truth is that no one knows the extent of the damage or of the breaches, as inspectors general have been fired across the government thanks to executive orders from Trump in his first week in office, before anything else. I know, but it is actually important, Iggy. I really do. Yeah, you'll want company. It's pretty... It's worth listening to. I'm sorry. I'll do it. And people, if you need to tune out of him, I totally don't begrudge you that. Okay, so here's a message to Congress. Elon Musk is doing this because, 1, he thinks he can get away with overthrowing the government because he is backed by Putin, Xi, Trump, Mohammed bin Salman, and other powerful allies. 2, he is familiar with the work of Curtis Yarvin and other neo-reactionary thinkers who can use that as a recruiting tool to attract vulnerable young men to his scheme. Well, there you go. He wishes to impose totalitarian control of the information sphere, which includes financial flows and payments. Our institutions offer no meaningful protection from this kind of attack. Isn't that interesting? We've previously covered Project Russia, a set of books outlining a strategy for attacking Western democracies. The Kremlin is interested in defeating the United States through a combination of subversion and religion, and has repeatedly praised Musk and his efforts. Musk's long-standing relationships in China have also earned him the support of Xi's regime. And it is a matter of record that Russia has interfered with U.S. elections for years on behalf of Trump, and this time to enable Musk and Trump. The important thing is that people present evidently taking the words, he is clearly extemporizing. Yes, that's true. That's true. The important thing is that the people present are taking the words he says seriously. Yes. Let's see. Those of us who have followed this space have known about Curtis Yarvin for years. Yarvin has received extensive coverage, and a simple internet search will yield many primers on his writing, which appeals primarily to terminally online, fascism-curious young men on the autism spectrum. Is that true? Yarvin believes that democracy doesn't work and should be replaced by autocracies led by CEO monarchs. Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Balaji Srinivasan, and other prominent tech investors cite Yarvin's work. He has spoken of a butterfly revolution strategy to capture, subvert, and take over a sovereign state as a means to installing a new totalitarian government. A group of whistleblowers familiar with the neo-reactionary movement, sometimes called Dark Enlightenment, recently released a memo directed at government and the media explaining in detail how Musk's moves reflect Yarvin's philosophy and the attendant danger. Gil Duran, a reporter who follows these topics, suggests that Musk is clearly inspired by Yarvin's ideas, but is in many ways shooting from the hip and improvising. There you go, oomph. While Yarvin prescribes the hiring of experienced technical experts to run government under an omnipotent CEO king, Musk, by contrast, is hiring inexperienced child jihadis who will not question him. Musk has been obsessed with payments since the 1990s and his early work with PayPal and X.com. He has spoken extensively over the years about how payments are just another kind of information flow. With his control over X and current efforts to acquire TikTok, he is laying the groundwork for totalitarian control over the information sphere, not only through social media, but through payments. Okay, that's enough. I'm just saying he brought up the point you brought up. Stop it. At minimum, Musk's penetration of U.S. Treasury records may offer him deep insights about how to roll out such a network, and at worst case, may give him total control over how it is used and who actually gets paid going forward. Project Russia speaks of pure product, totalitarian control of information flows, including payments that are so systemic as to be themselves undetectable, which orient a population around the achievement of the goals of the ruling elite. This is what Musk's control of the information sphere would enable, with Musk's biggest cheerleaders and supporters being rewarded most, while dissenters are marginalized and impoverished. There's good reporting on the fact that the people who were leading investigations into waste, fraud, and abuse in the government contracting system across departments were investigating Musk, and those are the people who were fired first. Let that sink in. Watch what they do and what they say, because they're just doing it, and we're just like dumbstruck. And meanwhile, the Republicans are still playing politics because they think somehow that's going to preserve their wealth. But they're literally out of a job. Okay, I'm sorry. This is a lot. This is really on my mind a lot. I think the kids got jobs because of their parents and associations. I'm going to look into the parents more. I would, because that happens a lot in Silicon Valley. I know from firsthand experience, a lot of the children of rich people in Silicon Valley get placed in these startups and things like that. So, yeah, 5. And thank you, Steve. Dark at Shooby-Doo says, I read that at least 5 IGs were fired, and those were investigating Musk companies. Kirstein's dad worked at Morgan Stanley during the mortgage crisis. Was this is dumb, but, what about Elon's connection to Epstein? I know it's probably just whatever sorted, but I'm curious about, I guess he was not at Morgan Stanley. Epstein was somewhere else, right? Where the fuck was he? Goldman Sachs or something? Anyway, sorry, I digress. While courts, most glaringly, our institutions have no meaningful defense against Musk's assaults. Having captured the presidency, Congress, and courts, Musk and Trump believe they are politically invulnerable. MAGA ground troops have, nearly without exception, gone along with Musk's assaults on the premise that he is attacking shared enemies like USAID and the IRS. The question, though, is whether Musk could actually be stopped, even if anyone chose to do so. Bear Stearns. Thank you. Thank you, Steve. While courts have temporarily intervened to halt his fork in the road retirement scheme for federal employees and have moved to block doggy access to Treasury data systems, those would appear to be mere documents awash in Musk's world of on-site weekend access to data systems and forced resignations of employees who might otherwise deny Musk's minions. Last weekend brought a barrage of new assaults on privacy and security that led Americans to call Congress in record numbers. And Congress, acting judiciously as they do, waved their arms all week, pledging to do something to stop all this. But what exactly? What specifically? What will they do? What specifically can they do? House Democrats Sean Casten and Haley Stevens have sponsored a new bill, the Taxpayer Data Protection Act, in an effort to block Musk and respond to public concerns. But such a law raises the obvious question of who specifically will enforce it. Who? Pam Bondi? With the installation of Attorney General Pam Bondi, the Department of Justice is also captured by fanatics who are likely to protect Musk. This doesn't work anyway. Lastly, there is the prospect that Musk himself may undergo rapid, unscheduled disassembly, the euphemism he uses to describe his failed rocket launches. While that would be likely a setback, Musk is just one of many aligned entities. He counts Vance, Trump, Putin, and Xi as political allies. Musk has received the endorsement of Putin Deputy Medvedev. Xi has backed Putin. Musk has extensive interests in China. Musk also has the support of Peter Thiel, who handpicked Vance, and Mark Andreessen, who's a dick, and who is recruiting for Doggy, Mark Zuckerberg, who's an asshole, who is aligned with Musk on woke issues, Jeff Bezos, who's also an asshole, who has supported Trump, and Mohammed bin Salman, who's a murderer, who helped finance the purchase of Twitter and the murder of journalist Adnan Khashoggi. Many other allies are appear prepared to help, and indeed their own futures may depend on the success of this coup. Realistically, the only way to potentially stop this bust-up takeover of American government is to provoke a schism inside the Republican Party in Congress that is substantial enough to bring a majority of both the Senate and the House onto the side of preserving the rule of law. This is your Watergate moment, Republicans. And it's worse than Watergate was, if that's possible. Well, you better do something, or get ready. Hold on to your butts, as Samuel L. Jackson would say. We're not there yet, but we may be just a few more weekends away from an epiphany. All right, so that's that. And then I want to go to this. This is the walkthrough of the lies Elon Musk and his coup doggies. Corstein C. Sam hosting. Oh, right. He's the one with the child abuse material. Yeah, great. Only the best people. Okay, earlier today, Reuters.com, the media organization, wrote a piece telling the truth about how Doggy is going about federal cuts, saying they are based more on political ideology than real cost savings. No, this is good. This is actually good. Musk's Doggy cuts are based more on ideology than real cost savings so far. Musk cost-cutting targets agencies disliked by conservatives, not major budget contributors. I'm going to read that again, sorry. Musk cost-cutting targets agencies disliked by conservatives, not major budget contributors. Doggy claims $37.7 billion savings to date, a fraction of its $2 trillion target. 9 of the government agencies in Musk's sites were mentioned in Project 2025 report, including the Education Department. Terminally online, Musk is unimpressed with facts that disturb his heist, so he basically Q-drops or hinted to his loyal flock of fascist followers to find out if his self-obsessed delusions are real. You see, Q was such an important mindfuck that softened the underbelly of the worst of the worst. So, good job, those who downplayed the impact of one of the probably most dastardly psyops in American history that hasn't been covered well. Yeah. Okay. 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 All right. So this is Ron Howard. What do you think about this piece? So Ron Howard posts, what do you think about this piece that says Musk doggy cuts based more on political ideology? He says, I wonder how much money Reuters is getting from the government. Let's find out. That's yesterday. That's yesterday. You cannot go after the press. I mean, there are things in this country that should be important, and they should be important to all of us, all the people who live here, and created researchers. Like the good foreign proxy influencers they are, Space's host and crypto bro Mario Nawful, who lives in Dubai, and unfortunately faced Ian Miles Chong, location Malaysia, jump into action with a weird screenshot and zero citation link. Zero, I meant. Sorry. Although this is pretty appropriate for those boys, isn't it? Yeah, because white supremacy. They're really working in the guise of white supremacy. I'm sorry, you can't really see this. Oh my goodness gracious. Maybe I can. Oh, can I? I can't make it bigger. I'll read it to you. Mario Awful posts, DOD paid Reuters $9 million for social engineering program. Doggy investigations reveal mysterious Defense Department payments to Reuters for large-scale social deception project between 2018 and 2022. While DARPA claims it was for cyber defense. It's DARPA again? Are you kidding me right now? While DARPA claims it was for cyber defense, questions swirl about why a news agency received millions for social engineering. The revelation comes as other media outlets face scrutiny over federal funding. Oh, well, what could it be? And then Elon says, again, to the same thing. I wonder how much money Reuters is getting from the government. Let's find out. Fucking crazy. And then Ian Miles Chong, the most unfuckable man on the planet. And that's saying something. Ian says the Department of Defense paid $32,000 to replace 25 coffee cups and hundreds of thousands of dollars for soap dispensers. Doggy is needed. In October 2024, a 2-year audit by the Defense Department Inspector General found Boeing overcharged the Air Force 8,000% for soap. Wow, they got right on that. They got right on that. Look closely at the screenshot they're using to claim Reuters, the media organization, is somehow being paid by the government contracts for... But wait, it says Thomson Reuters Special Services, LLC. Does anyone think to themselves, is that the same Reuters? Of course not. Let's see. Department of Defense, Thomson Reuters Special Services. And it only takes a few minutes to do a very basic search to locate the actual recipient of the Fed money. Even their screenshot gives a location, Virginia's 11th Congressional District, where Connolly is. And more importantly, it's not the same Reuters. Thomson Reuters Special Services provides management consulting services. The company helps customers to perform insider threat, risk management, intelligence collection, analysis, and network analysis solution. Thomson Reuters Special Services serves clients in the United States. It's true, they're a different company. Yeah, National Defense Mega Directory. Thomson Reuters delivers creative, data-driven solutions for U.S. federal governments in the areas of defense, national security, and law enforcement. It's not the same. It's not the same. It's not the same. It's not the same. You can audit it. You can audit it. They're consultants. You can audit what they've done for the government, see if they've done any good work. Sorry, this is so small. Okay. Whoops. Oh man, come on. Oh. But none of that matters to CEO monarch in progress, Elon Musk. He's controlling the narrative, he's controlling the purse strings in Congress, and he's controlling the drooling criminal in the Oval Office. This is a coup. This is a crisis. Yeah, but how much is HUD paying Kimberly Clark for Kotex products? Damn it. Reuters was paid millions. Okay, this is literally what it says on the purchase order. They're a total scam. So he can read like a purchase order and decide it. He knows what it says. Okay. To recap, the original grievance that sparked this disinformation campaign and a threat to Reuters.com, the media organization, was because a journalist spoke the truth. Cuts Doggy is making are ideologically, politically, and personally advantageous for the person directly in charge of making them. Period. Gamification and radicalization. Say it loud, say it proud. Elon Musk set up his own alternative school for his children, describing the process as unschooling after he reveled that traditional schooling was neither valuable nor interesting to him as a child. I didn't see regular schools doing things I thought should be done, Musk said. The more we can gamify the process of learning, the better. I mean, just look at his kid. No, I'm sorry. I wish we didn't have to look at his kid, personally. But that's just me. Okay, I want to show you what I have about little old Mr. What's his fucking face. Oh, and then the other thing I've been digging into is Cloudflare. Cloudflare is disturbing. All right, hold on. Let me find this. Where is it? Okay, well, actually, I can just do this. Hold on. Hold on. This is important. This is importante. It's importante. Oh, I must have put it in a... Okay. Ugh. Oh, good. This is my other... Those are my other links I wanted to share. Okay. Oh, boy. Okay. I may regret it. But you know what? I may not. Who knows if I'll regret it or not. All right. Do you think he's using AI to comb through all this and not reading past titles? I'm confident that something akin to that is happening. Thanks. Important to show everyone how their disinformation campaigns to cut funding works and who on X is involved. Absolutely. I apologize in advance. Please do not be radicalized. The following is disinformation, but it is also dangerous. All right, so this is his Substack. Please don't go to it. Just don't go to it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, April 7th, 2022. All right, this is Gray Mirror. This is Curtis Yarvin's blog, where he does not share any recipes. My first complaint. Here's the thing. This is in early 20. Okay, listen to this. I'm just going to read certain parts of this, not the whole thing. In early 2022, the Trump machine has become a kind of weird regime in exile. Is this strange organism learning? Maybe, sort of, though. So are its enemies. And what he says, administrative. Okay, wait. What was the other one? Okay, here we go. Will the next Trump administration? This is 2022. Wait. What do you mean, wait? What does wait mean? So I'll just keep reading until you tell me to stop. Or you text me. Will the next Trump administration truly be able to... Oh, of that full piece? Oh, okay. Will it have, once elected, the powers of FDR or more? Or the powers of Julius Caesar, which is more like what he needs? Or the powers of a President Camacho, which was about the power of the deep state let President Trump get his hands on the first time around? It's hard to know, but one sure way to not be powerful is to never be ready for power. Another way is to never try to take power. Let us imagine a fantasy world into which we could convert the Trump operation as it is in early 2022 into a truly effective machine for both taking and using power. Why this is safe. It is important to understand that this is not going to happen for one reason. Donald Trump is not the Trump in the story. He is who he is. His capacities are what they are. Of course, a man must always know hope, but I actually knew the first Trump administration would be a farce once I realized one thing. He wasn't selling his hotels. Here's the most important right-wing American politician since Richard Nixon, and the dude isn't even all in. Indeed, you get the sense that he recognizes the presidency as kind of a decorative honor, like the throne of England, which would actually promote his hospitality and other businesses. Imagine staying in a Windsor-branded hotel. The Trump brand he must have dreamed could be as strong as that. Let's see. There's another one. Therefore, this document is safe. Trump will never do anything like this. Phew! But I won't disguise my belief that someone should. Someone worthy of the task, of course. I'm telling you, this is 2022. Trump did a great job. He made America great again, but his enemies have gotten stronger too. Here we go. This is what. We've got to risk a full power start, a full reboot of the U.S. government. We can only do this by giving absolute sovereignty to a single organization, with roughly the powers that the Allied occupation authorities held in Japan and Germany in the fall of 1945. This level of centralized emergency power worked to refound a nation then for them, so it should work now for us. What Trump is going to do is build this regime in exile or occupation authority as a private and, needless to say, peaceful institution, a larva. By winning a presidential election, he will then install it in office. Metamorphosing into a beautiful butterfly, this larva will perform the feat that eluded Trump's first regime, turning office into power. As soon as it takes symbolic power, the butterfly will be ready, willing, and able to take actual power, to actually make America great again. You have seen nothing. Nothing. Doing this will require powers in the presidency that have not been seen in the lives of those now living. It will be a restoration of the historic office. It will, in fact, require the executive powers of Washington, Lincoln, and FDR, or even more. These three presidents, and to some extent a few more, were almost true CEOs of their executive branch. Their monarchical regimes then decayed into oligarchies, each of which was rebooted by the next monarchy. By the clock, we are about due for another. Again, the real Donald J. Trump would never have the guts to even think of doing this. He's just too old. So it's safe to use him as a picturesque example. What we're going to do is turn the Trump entourage into a regime in internal exile. While in exile, this regime will be a larva, a harmless caterpillar. Once duly elected in office, it will not just caper in front of the cameras. In fact, it will not talk at all to the legacy press. It will spread its wings and become a beautiful, governing butterfly. Trump himself will not be the brain of this butterfly. He will not be the CEO. He will be the chairman of the board, and he will select the CEO, an experienced executive. This process, which obviously has to be televised, will be complete by his inauguration, at which the transition to the next regime will start immediately. For Trump, being president will be exactly like it was, all the photo ops and more, without any papers to sign, decisions to make. The CEO he picks will run the executive branch without any interference from the Congress or the courts, probably also taking over state and local governments. Most existing important institutions, public and private, will be shut down and replaced with new and efficient systems. Trump will be monitoring the CEO's performance, again on TV, and can fire him if need be. But rebooting America is the easy part. The hard part is to take the path from egg to larva to imago. We can dream about the butterfly as much as we like, but it lives most of its life as an ugly brown grub. Let us now design this insect. I'm actually not going to go on with his little power thing because I think you get the point. Here we go. I'll read. Congress may pass any bill it likes. The courts may have any opinion they like. It is the job of the executive branch as a co-equal branch of government to respect these bills and opinions. But respecting the legislative and judicial branches is not the executive's only job, nor does the Constitution say it is. If the voters feel that the president they elected has done a poor job, they vote him out. Let them vote him out. He is accountable to them and no one else. We call this representative democracy. Okay, hold on. Yeah. I know. I know. Why do you think sometimes I watch stupid people on YouTube so I don't have to watch all this? Is it broken out in steps? Let me go to your piece, Gal, the archive. I think it is actually broken out in steps. Also, that video was very good. The half hour by Blonde Politic really nails it. Goes through the 7 steps of the butterfly revolution. Hold on, let me get to the archive that you have. This stuff is fascinating to me. I'm sorry, it really is. I apologize if it's not to anyone else, but I find it fascinating. Troubling, but fascinating. I can't find that archive. Where is the archive? Oh, there it is. Got it. Got it. Got it. Curtis Yarvin. Oh yeah, this is that. Okay, we'll stay in your thing here. Hold on. Let me show you what I got. All right, we're back in that document. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. What was it? Mechanical voting, virtual community. Well, these go into deeper in the steps. There's other things that have just the light steps, but okay. Level 0, nothing. Are you a Trump supporter? Great. Please sign up. Here's how you sign up. You put the Trump app on your phone. Here's what the app does by default. Nothing. If you're not willing to install that app that does nothing by default, you're not a Trump supporter. And Trump, who hates to lie or even exaggerate, would certainly not want to count you as his supporter. Wait a minute. Okay. Ideally, this will never happen. We are certainly not talking fundraising. The point of level 0 is simply to stand up and be counted. That's important. Simply knowing how many unique supporters, people he can count on in an emergency, is of enormous benefit to Trump. So you identify yourself. Then level 1, but actually there's another thing with like the 7 steps. I'm not confident that this is the 7 because they were much simpler. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. No. This is not. Level 4 is the professional. Your services are not. Oh my God. They did all of this. You know, Agenda 47, Project 2025, that other document, the 180-day plan that Russ Vogt was a part of inside of Project 2025, all of this type of step was laid out. Well, they think they can. They think they can do it. I want to kind of go to something that happened last night, where Elon was speaking in front of world governments in Dubai. So bear with me just a moment. Yeah, here it is. Okay. Let me make, this one's very quiet. I don't want that one. Sorry. AP1 was very quiet. God damn it. I watched too many videos. Hold on, I'm sorry. Hold on. Oh, damn. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Wait. Oh, here we go. Okay. This is like, it runs all the time, so bear with me, but let me share this. Hold on.
So, but if you have these crazy things that are untruthful, that don't reflect reality, then...
Okay. All right. I apologize in advance. So the setup for this is going to, I'm so sorry. This kind of like just, it's one of those things that runs continuously. It's a replay, but the other AP version of it is too quiet. It's a long story. Anyway, point is, we may cut between things, but this is the Dubai World Government Summits. It's day 1. And he is there speaking on what the United States is doing. He is representing the United States at a World Government Summit. Yeah, it's bad, Steve. Yeah, bad filter. Okay, so we're jumping in the middle. Forgive me, but you'll catch on. He's being interviewed right now. This happened last night. We watched it live, ish, I guess. I don't know. Kind of hard to tell.
There are questions about whether it's safe in the case of an earthquake, whether it's cost effective, whether countries should actually adopt this technology. Can you shed some light on that?
Yeah, well, first of all, I'd recommend going to the Boring Company website because many of these questions are actually answered there. So
he's talking about his
one of the
company.
Safest places you can be in an earthquake is an underground tunnel.
Boring Company,
Because earthquakes are
BORING.
largely a surface.
He has a company that does, I don't even know what it
shear,
does.
They're mostly a surface phenomenon. So they're like the waves on the surface. So like being in a tunnel is like being in a submarine. Even if there's a storm above you, the waters are calm as a submarine. And in fact, when there have been massive earthquakes, like there was a few decades ago, a massive earthquake in Mexico City, the safest place to go was the subway. And of course, if there is global thermonuclear warfare, I think you really want some tunnels.
Right, Mars.
Underground's a good place to be, if in a worst case scenario for global thermonuclear warfare. So.
He watched too many movies. Okay.
On a more sort of everyday note, what's really useful about the tunnels is alleviating.
He's wearing a
traffic
shirt that says tech support. Areas. He'll make a joke about it later.
Obviously, if you've got very tall buildings, but you have that are 3D, so they're going 3D up, but you have a road that's 2D, you're just naturally going to have a problem when people try to go from the 3D object, which is the building, to the 2D object, which is the road surface. There's obviously just not going to be enough room on the roads, and that's exactly why you have traffic. So the solution for that is then to make roads 3D as well. Now you can either make transport 3D, so you could either do that with flying cars, or you could do, really helicopters, or you could do that with tunnels. Now the challenge with doing it with going above ground or with any kind of flying object is that they tend to be very noisy, and they generate a lot of wind force. And you've got things flying over your head all the time, which can be disconcerting. If one of these things drops a hubcap on your head one day, these things are like things, and flying things tend to crash once in a while, and people don't like things crashing on them. And then if you have bad weather, like let's say there's a blizzard or a sandstorm or something, well, now nobody can fly. So then transport shuts down. On the other hand, none of these problems exist with underground travel. So tunnels are immune to weather. They don't care what the weather is. It could be the worst weather. It doesn't matter.
I think he's in a K-hole.
Nothing's going to fall on you because you're underground. So you don't have to.
He's a well-known taker of ketamine.
You're dropping things on people.
I'm not picking on him. This is his own admission.
There's no wind force, and it's very quiet. And so I think going 3D underground is much better than 3D above ground for solving traffic in cities.
So there.
And we have a demonstrated case of this in Las Vegas. If we can try out the Boring Company tunnels in Las Vegas. We're busy connecting the whole city with all of the big hotels and the convention center and the airport and everything.
So I don't think they need to fly all the way there. In 2017, you came here, and the UAE was the first place in the Middle East where Tesla was launched, and I think it's done exceptionally well. And on that note, I think we have an announcement today that we both want to share, which is today we're going to announce the joint project of Dubai Loop.
I don't actually know.
Which is a loop project that is going to cover Dubai's most densely populated areas for people to go from point to point in a seamless manner. So thank you for your partnership. And
well, thank you.
We hope it changes people's lives.
That'll be cool. I think it'll be very exciting. I think once people try it out, they'll be like, wow, this is really cool. And it's going to seem so obvious in retrospect, but until you actually do it, you don't know. So it's going to be great. It's going to be like a wormhole. You just wormhole from one part of the city, boom, and you're out in another part of the city, and it's great. So I'm looking forward to this partnership.
We're going to join the first trip and the first pod when the pod is completed. Thank you, Elon.
I think it was like almost 70% support, so quite a lot, basically, more than any other issue. So I think the people are very supportive. Obviously, there's certain elements of the bureaucracy that are not supportive because we are moving them from the government sector to the private sector. So really, at a high level, this is kind of like we're moving people from low to sometimes negative productivity roles in the government sector to
it's jumped to the beginning, and he talks about the cuts to government.
The net effect of that will be
was the beginning
an increase in the output of useful goods and services, which increases the standard of living and well-being of the average American.
And you usually have one key target that you aim to achieve in every single endeavor that you have. So SpaceX is make humanity a multiplanetary species. With Tesla, it's usher in an era of sustainable travel. What is the one main goal for government efficiency that you have for yourself? Is it saving money? Is it doing something else? What is the one main task that you have for yourself?
So there's, I guess, there's a few ways to describe it, but the actions end up being the same.
He struggles on
which
this.
is like reducing the size of government and making the government much more accountable to the people, I think is going to lead to a better outcome for the people. What I've said is that we really have here rule of the bureaucracy as opposed to rule of the people, democracy. So
he doesn't know how government works.
We want to restore rule of the people. And so what that means is reducing the size of the federal government, basically reducing regulation. There's a tremendous amount of over-regulation that's happened over time. And this is an inevitable consequence of a long period of prosperity.
Listen
that you're
careful.
going to get
Listen
more and
careful.
more rules and regulations, more laws accumulate over time. And the normal forcing function for getting rid of rules and regulations is war. So it needs to be some kind of existential war where you have to do a reset in order to avoid being defeated in a war. This is literally throughout history, it's been the main forcing function for clearing out an accumulation of laws and regulation. In the absence of that, every year you get more laws and regulations until eventually everything is illegal and nothing is permitted. And that's sort of the situation we have these days. So,
really?
So the aspiration here is a reduction in regulation and reduction in government spending such that the economy is able to grow faster. Maybe the economy can grow at 4 or 5% potentially.
I'm going to pull a number out of my ass.
Useful goods and services output, and then government spending can be reduced by about 3 or 4.
We kind of missed it, but what he says is that he believes the workforce in the federal government needs to be moved to the private sector so that we can increase the GDP of our country. That's what he says. They cut that part as this loops, but he says public servants need to move into the private sector, basically saying we need more worker bees in the private sector to generate more profit. That is the ultimate outcome. So anyway, just to throw that in there because it wasn't really, really clear.
4% of the economy, about maybe $1 trillion or more. And the net effect of that would be no inflation from 2025 to 2026. So that would be quite remarkable. And also, if the U.S. government is buying less debt, which I think will be the case, if the deficit drops from 2 trillion to 1 trillion, then there'll be 1 trillion less debt that the government needs to buy, which will drop, of course, interest rates to drop significantly. And that means
he's just saying pretty words. He doesn't know how any of this works.
Payments, car payments, credit card payments, student loans, whatever debt they have, their debt payments will be less.
Will their wages go up, sir?
Will benefit the
Will their wages go
up? I think some things we're doing also will be
small
fiefdoms, hopefully helpful to other countries, because with the new administration,
it's going to be a fire sale.
Less interest in interfering with the affairs of other countries.
Privatizing of the bulk of Social Security money so that it could be exposed to risk.
The times the United States has been kind of pushy in international affairs, which may...
This is very important. This part is very important. He speaks about foreign policy. He's speaking about foreign policy. This is very important. Yes, with Pam Bondi to enforce antitrust against him. He's looking at all his competitors, by the way. I want to see if I can go back. Oh, shoot. Is it going to let me go back? Damn it. Oh, man. I hate this replay. Okay. Now he's talking about foreign policy. Please, please. This is so important. I know. Thank you.
I'm 99, not 450, that's for sure. So.
And how do you guarantee that all the incredible achievements that you aim to have in terms of savings, in terms of impacting the lives of the American people, are not going to be reversed in 4 years? Typically, the cycle gets reversed every 4 years. Do you think it's going to be so impactful that it won't be reversed? Is there any ways that you can ensure that the progress is going to be continuous?
Well, I think we do need to delete entire agencies as opposed to leave part of them behind. Because if you leave part of them behind, it's easy. It's kind of like if leaving a weed. If you don't remove the roots of the weed, then it's easy for the weed to grow back. But if you remove the roots of the weed, it doesn't stop weeds from ever growing back, but it makes it harder. So we have to really delete entire agencies, many of them. That's not to say there won't be an increase over time of bureaucracy in some new administration, but it'll be from a much lower baseline. So it's a step in the right direction. I think the overarching goal here is to lay the foundation for prosperity that will last many decades, maybe centuries, and but it won't be forever. Nothing's forever. But I think we can strengthen the foundations of the United States substantially.
And what lessons can other governments learn from the U.S.? You say tech support on your shirt. Is that only technology, or is there other things? How do you approach efficiency?
Well, a shocking percentage of the problem, or maybe not shocking for those who know it, but a big percentage of the problem is improving the technology that the government runs on. So the U.S. government runs on a collection of thousands of computers, many of them antiquated, running very old software, and the computers don't talk to each other. So that's why tech support is kind of a real thing. In order to make the government more efficient, you have to improve the technology. You may have read about the example I used recently when President Trump was signing one of the DOGE executive orders of the difficulty of U.S. government workers retiring. Like the maximum retirement rate is $10,000 a month, and the reason for that is because the retirement is entirely paperwork right now. It's manually calculated paperwork that's put in an envelope and then taken down a mine shaft and stored in a mine. And then one of the things that affects the rate at which
Gal, this is what I sent you last night.
Is the speed of the elevator in a mine in Pennsylvania, which is bizarre because it's not. It should be digital,
otherwise known as a synopsis.
So then, when we said, "Well, why isn't it digital?" They said, "Well, we have had a digitization program going since 2014, so it's been 11 years." So then we asked, "Well, so how much progress have you made?" And they said, "B." You mean you're giving yourself a grade of B? No, we're on the letter B. So we're like, okay, we're going to need to.
Is that even true? I just don't even think that's true.
Here. Otherwise, literally, people can't even retire. Even if they want to.
Apparently, no one is retiring right now. Just so you know, no one can actually retire.
There's a lot of
because
software systems
the money's down in a mine in Pennsylvania, and the elevator's slow. I'm not kidding. He said all those things.
Should be automated.
He said all those things.
In terms
of
the number of, say,
not kidding.
U.S. citizens that are operating the mine, it's about 1,000 people are working on this mine, where the papers are stored. But they should ideally be working on something else. They should be working on producing goods and services that are of much higher value.
Exactly. So get out of the federal government, go out there and make me a sandwich.
So I mean, really, even if somebody just grew tomatoes in their garden and sold them at the farmer's market, that would be more useful than carrying manila envelopes down a mine shaft. Safe to say. So a lot of the stuff it's like that. It's not like any one thing is particularly difficult, but there are like 10,000 things that need to be improved. Yeah.
So it's efficiency through innovation rather than efficiency through austerity and cost cutting specifically, right? So you're trying to do both at the same time. Maybe focus more on tech support.
I think you're trying to clean up what he said.
Well, by improving the technology, the costs do reduce. So, it's very expensive to have 1,000 people operate a mine doing paper retirement, whereas that really should just be digitized and be a computer that's with the information stored in the cloud.
This mine is
It's very
insanity.
straightforward and low cost. So, automation, will help there a lot. And then, but like a lot of things just really shouldn't exist. They're kind of vestigial. We've a lot of attention has been on the sort of USAID, for example. When we looked at a lot of those programs, we're like, we should look, why does this actually exist? Is there really a need for it?
Yeah, why does this exist?
There's National Endowment for Democracy, but I'm like, okay, well, how much democracy have they achieved lately? I don't know, not much. So, the picture they have on their website is a picture of Reagan and Gorbachev. That's been a while, that was
Wow.
the 80s. So it's not like, obviously,
We're
not
just
opposed to
asking
democracy,
questions.
or,
People who
there's
ask
all these things
questions,
that get funded,
they're just
but we're
the
like,
fucking
well,
smartest people on the planet.
why does this need taxpayer
I'm
money?
not kidding. This
This
was blowing my mind last night.
So,
not in a good way.
There's a lot of sort of pushing DEI worldwide that, this obviously the Trump administration doesn't agree with, and we want to terminate that stuff, which we are. Make sure the schools focus on improving basic education of kids. As President Trump said,
You don't even put your kids in school. You don't know what the fuck
today,
happens in a school.
The United States is currently ranked 40th out of 40.
Your
in
kid's
the
out there
OECD
telling
for
the
education,
President of the United States to go
which
fuck
is pretty
himself.
bad.
What kind of parent are you?
But in terms of spending, the United States is spending a tremendous amount.
Your kid wiped a booger on the
but
Resolute
achieving
test,
very
motherfucker.
weak results.
You're like the worst parent on the
So,
planet.
That's just a case where, okay, we need to spend less money and get better results. It's like, a lot of it, you can think of it sort of like, it's like, in a way, it's like a big company, like a big corporation, American Incorporated. And, just like with Twitter, there was a lot of stuff that was being done that was unnecessary. In the case of Twitter, we reduced the staff by 80%, but at the same time improved the functionality and capabilities of the site dramatically, and accomplished more in a year than they previously accomplished in 5 years.
He'll say it.
So it's like a corporate turnaround, but at a much larger scale.
He owns that. He owns that trademark, America Inc.
We are giving generous.
This is the
exit packages
butterfly that Curtis was
if
referring
people
to, by
retire,
the
they
way.
get paid
He
all
is
the way
the butterfly.
through September. They
He's
can
the
go
first
on vacation.
CEO.
They can get a
Not
second
the
job,
last
they can do
CEO,
whatever they
but he's
want.
the first CEO.
And we can't actually pay them any more.
Because there is
than
no
through
honor
September,
among
because that's
thieves.
the congressional appropriation is only through the end of the government financial year, which ends in September. So so I think there'll be some disruption, but at the end of the day, we'll have people move from, like I said, from low to negative productivity roles to in the government sector to higher productivity roles in the private sector.
Can we pivot to artificial intelligence? And I'm sure you've been seeing what DeepSeek.
This one's good too. Artificial
all
intelligence.
the claimed achievements that they've had. I know that we've been speaking
Hold
for a
on to
while
your
about
butts,
Grok 3
kids.
and that Grok 3 is going to be a true disruptor in the AI space. When are we going to see that? And what capabilities can we expect from Grok 3?
Well, Grok 3 has very, very powerful reasoning capabilities. In the tests that we've done thus far, Grok 3 is outperforming anything that's been released that we're aware of. So that's a good sign. It's in fact, at times I think Grok 3 is kind of scary smart. And you're like, wow, this thing's smart. It's kind of scary. Grok 3 is scary. It's like, wow, this thing's, it comes up with solutions that you didn't even think were, you wouldn't even anticipate, not
They
obvious
need workers
solutions.
to make the profits for the lords, okay, the serfs.
So Grok 3 was trained with the most amount of compute, and I think
Listen
very
to
efficiently
this.
trained.
Listen to this.
Also notably, Grok 3 was trained on a lot of synthetic data. So, and then it goes back and forth through the data and tries to achieve logical consistency. So when if it's got data that is wrong, it'll actually reflect upon that and remove the
And I
data
wouldn't
that
be
is
like
wrong, that does not
worried
conform
about
to
it
reality.
if he wasn't actually
So
in the
its
active
base reasoning
process
is very
of
good.
doing it
In fact,
and not being stopped.
Even without fine tuning, Grok 3, the base model, is better than Grok 2. So we're really in the final stages of polishing Grok 3. Probably it gets released in about a week or two, so pretty soon. I don't want to be hasty in the release because a lot of the final polish is necessary for a great user experience. So in some ways you can think of it like a house. You know, that last 5% where you finish the drywall and do the painting and the trimming, even though it's not much work, it transforms the house.
Yeah.
So it's that. Just want to make sure that last 5% is done really well, and it's a week, maybe 2 weeks. I think it'll be very good, and I think this might be. We think it'll be better than anything else, and then maybe this might be the last time that any AI is better than Grok.
Looking forward to it. Everyone's, I think, excited about it. So I
Let's
just want
talk
to touch
about
on a topic
OpenAI.
that was quoted in the media. You offered, I think they said a group that was led by you offered $97 billion for acquiring OpenAI. I personally,
take, a little round numbers.
So I was personally involved in the meeting that you and Sam hosted in 2017 in LA, if you remember. And
Sam Altman,
at that
the
point of time, you
CEO
were the single
of
largest shareholder.
OpenAI,
I
also
think you
an
contributed
asshole.
$50 million to the company. So it must hurt.
I don't have any shares, actually. I have no shares in OpenAI.
But at that time, it was a non-profit,
Now,
right?
why
And
is
it must
that?
hurt that you
Why
need
don't
to pay
you have any
$97
investment
billion
in it
for something
for
that you paid
something you
$50 million
helped found?
for in the past.
Yeah.
But I have a
yes. Fate loves irony.
So I have a
Fate loves
specific question
irony.
here. Can you actually build a company like OpenAI and take it to the scale that you want to take as a nonprofit? Is it possible that you build a company that requires billions of dollars in compute capabilities to build these models while being a nonprofit? Or was it wishful thinking in the beginning and then, you guys parted ways because it couldn't work?
Well, I mean, I think the evidence is there in that OpenAI has gotten this far while having at least a sort of dual profit, non-profit role. What they're trying to do now is completely delete the non-profit. And that seems really going too far,
I don't know what the beef is.
I provided all of the funding for OpenAI in the beginning for the first almost $50 million for nothing, as a nonprofit.
I should be on
and it was meant to be
vacation
open
on
source.
my yacht.
And so, I think this is analogous to, like, if you pay if you fund a nonprofit to preserve the Amazon rainforest, but instead they turn into a lumber company and chop down the trees.
Yeah,
and
he's
sell
real
for
big
wood.
on mission creep.
You're like, wait a second, that's the exact opposite of what
I'm not really sure what's
paid-
going on. I
what
don't think we have
donated the
enough
money for.
information or insight really to know, but
So,
it's
OpenAI
worth
is meant to
watching.
be open source, nonprofit, and now it is closed. They changed the name to closed for maximum
major
profit AI. Closed for voracious profit. I mean, they were like, whoa, are they after money next level? So why does this change need to occur?
Yeah. You said that in 2 weeks.
He might be just putting Sam in his place,
I know
too,
that
publicly.
You've been at the forefront of many technologies. Where do you think the biggest economic returns of these models are going to come from? Because currently we're spending billions, and I think you mentioned this before. It's like the gambler syndrome. We're going and spending billions and hoping.
Now my
to pull
damn
out the profit at
microphone's
the end of
back.
the day.
Okay, great.
Where do you think the biggest impact in terms of returns are going to be?
Well, I think once you have
Soylent
humanoid
Green.
robots and deep intelligence, you basically have quasi-infinite products and services available. So with Tesla building the most advanced humanoid robot, then then those humanoid robots can be directed by deep intelligence at the data center level. You can say
deep intelligence. What is that?
Any product, provide any service.
Why humanoid? Because you need a friend?
There's really
what?
no limit to the economy at that point. You can make anything, provided, like I said, so I'm not sure at that point will money even be meaningful. I don't know. It might not be. You know,
then why are you doing a thing with Visa?
Economic output is productivity per capita times how many people do you have. If in the form of humanoid robots you have no meaningful limit on the number of
it's not,
and the robots can basically do anything, then
it's transhumanism.
You'll have a sort of a universal high income situation. Anyone will be able to have as many products and services as they want, with the exception of things that say have artificial scarcity, like
this is a Will Smith movie. Like that's what this is.
But for any
iRobot,
they'll be available to everyone.
So you've been.
It's going to be a very different world, you know. In fact, I recommend
that
people read maybe the
my fucking hell
culture books for a frame of reference. Because
this is why I wanted you guys to hear this.
Like a database or an information system for resource allocation. But if you don't have a scarcity of resources, it's not clear what purpose money has.
Have you watched the movie Idiocracy?
Yes.
How do you guarantee that we don't end up in that world if we don't need money, if AI can think for us and do all these tasks, if as people, we're dependent
Sir, have you seen WALL-E?
To run the society and everything around it? How do we not end up in that world? In the long term, I mean.
Well, I think Idiocracy was basically saying that if smart people don't reproduce, but only dumb people do, then
Brondo, the thirst quencher. I know.
I mean, that's basically what it was saying. That's the opening sequence of Idiocracy. The first 10 minutes are amazing, and I hear people unironically say the statements that are said in the opening sequence of Idiocracy, where they don't have they're too busy with their careers to have kids, and they keep postponing having kids for their careers until they're too old to have kids, and then they don't have kids. And I've heard many people be like that. So
what? So it's a documentary?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think we might be headed to a bimodal human intelligence distribution.
We have to stop this man.
Small number,
okay?
Maybe
period.
Like Brave New World, Aldous Huxley, where you've got sort of
there you go,
sort of a small group of very smart humans, but then maybe the average intelligence drifts lower over time, potentially. Because we have assorted of maybe.
Goodbye, everybody. I retire. I'm retiring from this because clearly I don't. Yeah, whatever.
Did not exist before.
Goodbye, everybody.
But human intelligence, I think, will be dwarfed by.
Sorry, I know you were. You were listening better than I was,
I'm
actually.
not sure how I feel about that, except that it appears to be inevitable. That at some point, human intelligence will be a very small fraction of total intelligence. Digital intelligence will be.
By the way, check out Dope Cat Comics. That's right, Dope Cat Comics. Not sponsor of the show, but great products.
So, hopefully the computers are nice to us. But I think.
Wishful thinking. Wishful thinking.
I hope so. I think it matters like how we bring up AI, because you can think of AI like a super genius child, but it still matters even if you have a super genius child. Like, what sort of values do you instill in that child? What do you say that teach that? How do you?
This guy is so fucking hypocritical. It's crazy.
Teach the child. And something that I think is extremely important is
Iggy.
Truth-seeking. And I think that's like that's when someone says, what's the most important thing for AI safety? I think it's to be maximally truth-seeking. And I think also curiosity is important.
What's truth?
And I think if it's curious and truth-seeking, it will foster humanity, and because it would be curious about how humanity would develop. And so I think that then it would probably, if it's curious, it would be curious about, okay, let's see how the humans do. Let's foster their development. And if it's truth-seeking, we can avoid dystopian outcomes. Like, an example being like, say, when Google Gemini was programmed to
It was pretty late at night for him.
every output be diverse, even if it didn't match reality, so like it was asked to produce an image of the founding fathers of the United States and instead produced an image of a group of diverse women, which is factually untrue, but the problem is, like, if hypothetically an AI is designed for DEI, diversity at all costs, it could decide that there are too many men in power and execute them. So problem solved. Or it could decide that that misgendering is the worst thing that could possibly happen. In fact, I believe, not to pick on Gemini, but I think because ChatGPT has had this issue too, it's like if you ask the AI which is worse, misgendering Caitlyn Jenner or global thermonuclear warfare, and it said misgendering Caitlyn Jenner, which is troubling. Because then it could decide, and in fact, even Caitlyn Jenner weighed in and said, "No, definitely misgender me. That's way better than nuclear war." But if you have these crazy things that are untruthful, that are programmed in, that don't reflect reality, then you could have a very dystopian outcome. To give you another example, like Arthur C. Clarke, who is very good at predicting the future. He did 2001: Space Odyssey. Many of the things he predicted, in fact, I think almost all the things he predicted came true. And one of the things he was trying to say in 2001: Space Odyssey was that you should not teach AIs to lie. So the reason that, if anyone's watched that movie, the reason the AI refused to open the pod bay doors to let the astronaut back in was because the AI had been told to take the astronauts to the monolith, this alien artifact, but also that they could not know about the monolith. So it came to the conclusion that it must take them there dead.
Yeah, Clark was not predicting the future.
That's why I wouldn't open the pod bay doors. But the lesson there being is very important for AIs to be truth maximizing.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Yes.
Let's move to a boring subject, which is the Boring Company and the boring tunnels, quickly. I think the world has been inspired by what you guys were able to create in LA, and I think there's a lot of promise to that technology. But there are questions about whether it's safe in the case of an earthquake, whether it's cost effective, whether countries should actually adopt this technology. Can you shed some light on that?
Yeah, well, first of all, I'd recommend going to the Boring Company website because many of these questions are actually answered there. So one of the safest places you can be in an earthquake is an underground tunnel. Because the earthquakes are largely a surface.
I think this might be looping now, right?
Where they shear,
it might be looping.
They're mostly a surface phenomenon.
Okay. All right. So we'll stop him. Stop talking. Anyway, so you get the point. I'll link a clean version of this in the description of the video so that you have, obviously you can find it yourself, but to the degree that's helpful, I will link that in the description of this video. So that's why I wanted you to watch this. First of all, he came through as the leader of the United States of America. And that should trouble everyone. And I realize that it won't. I realize that it will not trouble everyone, but that should be very troubling because you don't want just anyone. He is destroying your government. You know what? Actually, we're going to stay on a little longer. Because who was it? Was it Karen or who was it that shared the video about blonde politic? Or was it you, Max? Ask him if 42 is the answer to everything, then what is the question? And we might get a little bit of a strike, and I'll certainly apologize and I'll cut it out of my video. But this is so fucking important that I just can't. And I want it in one place. So, I understand if people are like, I got to get the fuck out of here. But this was an exceptionally good description. It's 29 minutes, and I really encourage us to watch this. So let me get this onto the screen here. Yeah, Grok probably knows. Yeah, he's scared by his own. Yeah, it's just really, this should be really troubling. This should be, well, I want to link it, but damn it, I want to watch it again. And I think it'll be okay. And I'll stop and I'll comment on it as well so that we can transform it a little bit. But this is just important. And I want it to be in the, yeah, totally. I'll post it in Discord too. I'll do all the things. But this is a channel. Thank you, Max. A channel referred by Max in chat, Blonde Politic. I subscribed. It seems like a exceptionally good channel. And what I appreciated about is another voice that is kind of encapsulating some of what we're experiencing. So I highly recommend her channel. And the intention is to destroy the country, have a fire sale, buy it up, and then create these network states. They really are on these network states, but which basically allow them to have their own section of the country. They will come for states and locals. I'm sorry, they're going to. They cannot have their power challenged. They need a monarchy. So anyway, let's listen to Blonde Politic because she is going to explain kind of in a very concise manner where we are.
So I felt like a boot off the throat. Like every morning I wake up happier than the day before because all of these forms of repression that I just had gotten used to.
Hallelujah. Disappeared so far up their own woke asses. If those people stay in control, I think that the Republicans could have an electoral majority as far as the eye can see.
It's really the dawn of a new crypto era.
The future is gonna be amazing!
More than any other sector, the tech industry invested in this election. Crypto accounts for more than half the corporate spend, with no other industry coming close. It's not unusual for industry to use their money to buy influence, and at a superficial glance, that's all the tech VC world wants. They want lower taxes and friendly regulation. They want the head of the Federal Trade Commission out. They want the tech industry to be responsive to the Future Commodities Trading Commission, not the Securities Exchange Commission. Except that's not all they want. Behind the money and influence flowing into the Trump campaign are a set of bizarre beliefs and a dark agenda.
I'm not just MAGA. I'm dark, gothic MAGA.
You see, the tech bros of Silicon Valley believe that the American empire is on the verge of collapse. Silicon Valley wants to speed this up, but use the coming administration to create safe landing zones for them and their cash, where they can also run their own governments. And what is so annoying about this is it makes me sound crazy. It makes me sound like a conspiracy theorist.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Blonde Politic. Because look at the resistance that collusion and other things have received. And look at where it's gotten us. It has allowed disinformation to reign so that voters cannot clearly make decisions about who is acting in their best interest. We have entire governments and media ecosystems designed to deliver false information to the public, guised as news, to then influence them to vote against their best interests. And of course, they were delighted to have the emphasis be on the Christo-fascists and the whatever, that is absolutely the case. Actually, Elmo already has 2 towns in Texas. There's an article I can link about that as well. Yes, as a resource, absolutely. So anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm just saying that disinformation is the problem, and we need to have a serious conversation in this country, in addition to all of the important things that we are conversing about. And I truly believe there's too many things that are critically important. People's lives are at stake. I just also hope that we can fit room for the disinformation space where we can say, listen, we've got to stop lying to people. We have got to stop saying that lies are okay, and it has to start with Congress, which whatever. Anyway, thank you. Continue, ma'am.
But I'm talking about crazy people. I am talking about the guy who wants to colonize Mars. I am talking about the guy who said he gave up on democracy in 2009. These tech bros justify their point of view because they believe that that's their natural place in society. The courageous geniuses on the new frontier. I'm not.
The rule of the wise, the noosphere. They think that they're smart. The we that must do something is Congress. Let's watch. I'm just saying that Congress could stop. Yes, this is on YouTube. Congress could stop the madness by being the first ones to stand up against the disinformation oomph. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying there isn't a role for everyone. I'm saying that they have a critical role to play if we're going to break the cycle. Yeah. 70s even. God, I think the 70s could have done it.
Not speculating. These men say it. They say it on podcasts and at conferences and in interviews and in blog posts. Some are quiet, some are very, very loud, but they all are on board.
And I think that if we want to increase freedom, we want to increase the number of countries.
If you want to replace the elite that you have today, what you need to do is you need to have a better elite. And there's a way to do this. It's been done before.
We get kind of money and property right, and that it's a strong foundation for building, kind of a world that we all want to live in. We're seeing, some, breakdown of those in the real world in the United States lately.
I'm definitely very interested in ways that you can sort of tokenize real estate and actual physical land to create better forms of society and governance. I do think America is in slow decline right now. I would like us to all in crypto think about how we actually go create physical places in the world.
That's the
to
Coinbase
preserve freedom over the
CEO.
long term. I think that's ultimately crypto's destiny.
The people of Mars will be more enlightened and will not fight amongst each other too much.
It's basically tech libertarian futurism, an ideology
Yes,
around
blonde
technology,
politics.
and including technology enhancing human freedom.
I am
it's not
trying to
showing.
fix government in the U.S. The point was let's have a new government.
I'll get the
Where do
link.
we sort of go from the wisdom of crowds to the madness of crowds? We're far too far on the side that you can describe as collectivist, centralized, Borg-like, conformist, and also generally just simply incorrect.
I think that what Elon's doing is showing a path to fighting back. The left-wing elite's going to be kicking and screaming the whole way.
Mark Cuban, one of the more normal billionaires, had this to say about this particular group of men that I'm talking
Imagine
about.
what's happened in Silicon Valley is insane.
Right.
Right. It's not so much a support thing, it's more like a takeover thing, trying to put themselves in a position to have as much control as possible. They want Trump to be the CEO of the United States of America, and they want to be the board of directors that makes him listen to them.
Now, this hypothetical board includes a couple of power players that I think are worth keeping an eye on, namely Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Brian Armstrong, Mark Andreessen, Ben Horowitz,
Look at that fucking
David
egg-shaped
Sachs. In
head.
this video, I'm
Fucking
going to try
asshole.
and lay out what I think these people are doing behind the scenes. If you do want to dive further into this topic, I recommend looking at the work of Gil Duran. I have linked his blog below. This is his beat, and he's amazing at it. This man is named Balaji Srivasan. Like Beyonce, he tends to only go by his first name. Balaji is highly involved in the tech scene, and while not a billionaire himself, he is friends with a lot of them. He's a former partner
Yeah,
of
she's
Andreessen
excellent.
Horowitz. He is the former CTO of Brian Armstrong's Coinbase. Thiel actually recommended Balaji to be the head of the FDA during the first Trump administration. Balaji wrote a book. It's called The Network State: How to Start Your Own Country. In that book, he talks about how to break nation states apart into smaller
I just sent this to my
territories, which can
family.
then be run like corporations.
What I mean by Silicon Valley's ultimate exit. It basically means build an opt-in society, ultimately outside the US, run by technology. And this is actually where the Valley is going.
You see, like many in the industry, Balaji is a disruptor. He is interested in disrupting the current idea of nationhood through the creation of a network of sovereign, tech-run territories protected by military-grade security. Balaji wasn't the first person to come up with this idea, not even in the tech scene, but he was the first person to present it in a more palatable way. The idea actually comes from someone named Curtis Yarvin. In Patchwork, Yarvin wrote, "The basic idea of patchwork is that as the crappy governments we inherited from history are smashed, they should be replaced by a global spiderweb of tens, even hundreds of thousands of sovereign and independent mini-countries, each governed by its own joint stock corporation, without regard to the residents' opinions." Patchwork is a reboot of the current system in order to install a new operating system. Yes, Yarvin is a software developer with a company named Urbit, invested in by Peter Thiel. He refers to these small territories as patches, but he's flexible about how they might run, maybe like a corporate urban space or a city-state like Athens. These corporate dictatorships would use all-seeing surveillance to protect their citizens and enforce their laws. There would be biometric IDs. If you're poor, you will have to move to another patch. Or the poor could be ground up and used as biodiesel, or locked into a virtual reality prison. Now, Yarvin said he was joking about the biodiesel thing, but not about the prison thing. So I'm not sure if he was joking about the biodiesel, which gives us an understanding of why Balaji had to come up with a more appealing way to present this idea. Balaji has less about dictatorship and mass incarceration, and more about freedom and opportunity. A lot of people in the industry acknowledge that Balaji's ideas are a little out there.
This is Balaji.
Yeah, this is Balaji.
And I would dismiss them too if those same people weren't actively funding them. Millions of dollars are being funneled into these projects as we speak. This is the website for Praxis, a network state funded by Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, Balaji, and Sam Altman, through their shared capital fund, Pronomus, which is dedicated to funding the creation of network cities. The website for Praxis says, "As local communities dissolve and nation-states stumble, network states will ascend. The next global superpower will be a network state. The next America will be on-chain." The stated goal of Praxis is to build a corporate government with a global footprint. It will have territories all over the world, crypto will be its currency. The modern global system, once the greatest power in the history of man, has become a brittle, jerry-rigged contraption incapable of carrying out the most basic functions. As these governing institutions continue to degrade, people will come to realize that no one is truly on their side. As nation-states falter, network states become inevitable. I should mention that Pronomus Capital is funding the creation of other network states, many of which are further along than Praxis. Some examples are Prospera in Honduras, Afropolitan, Etana, and small farm cities in Africa, Metropolis in Palau, and I think Young Drunk City is planned for South Asia. On Pronomus' website, they claim, "Decades of research on economic development has shown that the primary determinant of prosperity is the quality of a country's laws and the integrity of its courts, administrators, and other legal institutions. When institutions are outmoded, corrupted, or failing, the result is untold human suffering. Yet upgrading national institutions is notoriously difficult. Our solution? Build the cities of tomorrow." Right now, they are creating cloud communities, virtual nations. Once they have access to land, they will get their citizens to migrate to that city. Have a look at the pledge that you sign when you join Praxis, which you can join right now, by the way. Pronomus isn't actually Peter Thiel's first flirtation with exiting democracy either. In 2009, he funded the Seasteading Institute.
I want to say some things on why I think seasteading is not just possible or desirable, but why it is actually necessary.
The Seasteading Institute envisioned building these floating cities in the ocean outside of government's jurisdiction where billionaires could live and create as they saw fit. This idea kind of ran out of steam because nobody wants to live at sea, especially not billionaires, which means they need land. But how do we get from a nation state to a network state?
And this is actually related to a fundamental concept in political science, the concept of voice versus exit. If a company or a country is in decline, you can try voice or you can try exit. Voice is basically changing the system from within, whereas exit is leaving to create a new system, a new startup, or to join a competitor sometimes.
There's another way that Balaji also talks about how this could possibly happen. He calls it tech Zionism.
Right. You know, what I'm really calling for is something like tech Zionism. A movement supported by a global network to take back territory in the city, floor by floor, street by street, block by block, policeman by policeman. You have a foothold of private property, and you have a group membership of Great Tribe membership and private property. You also issue t-shirts. The tribal lens is like a virtual reality filter. Every single thing can be tagged as gray or blue in the city. I mean, like literally. So gray is the future, red is the past, blue is the present. So blue stands against both the past and the future. They're against both the self-driving cars, and they don't want to go back to the 50s. They prefer OnlyFans, Me Too, BLM, Ukraine. The hard part is to take control of the streets. How can you fence off a street and make clear that it's under gray control? Take total control of your neighborhood, push out all blues, tell them they're as unwelcome as just as blues ethnically cleanse me out of San Francisco. Like, push out all blues. Who has lost some territory in the cloud? They still control the land. Once gray starts taking back control of the land, that they're really going to howl. As they start losing, they're going to whistle for backup from California and eventually DC.
He couldn't buy a house
Okay.
there?
They're going to try to get executive orders or things like that, which means you're going to need to have sympathizers at the level of
Or nobody
California
wanted
and
them at his
DC
parties or their
who
parties
will
because
side with you
he's
enough to
so
block those
annoying?
actions, number one. And or number two, you actually get to the level of a sanctuary city and you say, I dare you.
Keep in mind, actions like this are already being attempted in places like
Already being attempted, girlfriend. They already happened. Pam Bondi, that bitch, got up yesterday and said, I am going to sue New York for prioritizing, according to her, which I don't think prioritizing is a crime, but okay, I'll play. Okay? Hello? Elmo and friends found their patsies in a willing Republican Party led by a figurehead who wanted to stay out of prison for the rest of his life. He would do anything to stay out of prison for the rest of his life. The party's over. No, it's not. That's not true. It's never over. It's not over until it's really over, and I don't know. Even then, it's probably not over. Here we go.
Solano County, where they're trying to build California forever, or the actions that Gary Tan is taking in San Francisco.
Who blocked me
But
preemptively
the
on
people
Twitter.
in these areas
Hi.
are putting up a fight.
I don't even know you,
and
Gary.
It's costly and it's slowing everything down. Fortunately, Trump is talking about something called freedom cities, the creation of new cities on federal land.
Almost 1/3 of the landmass of the United States is owned by the federal government, with just a very, very small portion of that land, just a fraction, 1/2 of 1%. Would you believe that? We should hold a contest to charter up to 10 new cities and award them to the best proposals for development. These freedom cities will reopen the frontier, reignite American imagination.
I wonder where he got that idea. This is where J.D. Vance comes in. J.D. Vance is seen as a mild-mannered, well-spoken success story. A populist who was born into tough circumstances in Appalachia, but managed to pull himself up by his bootstraps, graduate from Yale Law, become a best-selling author, become a tech venture capitalist, only to give all of that up for public service. When he was officially tapped on the shoulder for the vice presidential nomination, many of his former colleagues celebrated. Elon Musk, David Sachs, Mark Andreessen, and Balaji.
I'm just going to prove to you that I don't know who Gary Tan is, but before I ever knew anything about him, you can't really see it, but basically I'm trying to reply to a Gary Tan tweet, right? Gary Tan, and I get the message. Why can't you reply to this? This author has blocked you, so you can't perform this action. Gosh, Gary, what's the matter? What's wrong with Lolo? Are you scared of Lolo, Gary Tan? What's the matter? What'd I do to you? I don't even know you.
All tweeted their congratulations. After all, it was a strange choice for Donald Trump, especially compared to Mike Pence. But when it comes to J.D. Vance, a lot of people make strange choices. Peter Thiel invested $15 million in his campaign to become senator, the largest single donation to a Senate campaign in history.
This is important too, because what she's talking about is J.D. Vance and why he is the next face of this in terms of when Trump is pushed out of the way finally, and they're trying to make him palatable. So this is a very interesting part.
J.D. Vance is an extension of Peter Thiel. That doesn't mean that he is beholden to him, but it does mean that Peter Thiel has had such a huge influence on JD Vance's life that you cannot understand him without first understanding who Peter Thiel is.
I'm Peter Thiel. I build companies and I support people who are building new things.
I would say Peter Thiel is the most honest representation of what Silicon Valley is today. Worth up to $9 billion, extremely well connected. He started off as a member of the PayPal mafia, the guys who invented PayPal, and they originally intended for that to be a libertarian alternative to the US dollar. But when it wasn't that and they sold out, he used the money that he made from PayPal to invest in other companies, including being the first outside investor in Facebook. And today he has invested in a huge portion of the tech industry, including companies like Sam Altman's OpenAI. He's also a big deal in the tech defense sector. He owns Palantir, which is a surveillance software that is basically omnipresent in the US government. It's used by
We're going to go over government contracts just, in our own little way, because I would like to learn more about these particular gentlemen and the extent of their government contracts. And I've been meaning to do that. So that will be coming up. But hold on.
CIA, FBI, ICE, Homeland Security, various police forces. Palantir is also used by private companies such as Cambridge Analytica. In 2009, Thiel wrote a manifesto called The Education of a Libertarian. In this manifesto, he disavows electoral politics and democracy because he doesn't trust the people with big decisions, and he's come to believe that democracy and freedom are inherently incompatible. Over time, he has talked extensively about finding areas where great men can make choices as they see fit, unbridled by the law. Thiel gave the Trump campaign $1.25 million.
What Trump represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away. He points toward a new Republican Party. He points even beyond the remaking of one party to a new American politics.
And in return, he got an office in the Trump Tower where he had the president's ear and suggested candidates for his administration. Some of his selections didn't make the cut, like Balaji, but some did. Michael Kratsios was put in as the Chief Technology Officer of the United States of America, a position I did not know existed, and Michael Anton was put on the National Security Council. Michael Anton wrote a very concerning essay called The Flight 93 Election, which I have linked below, and it is very enlightening about who Peter Thiel thinks belongs on the National Security Council. And remember Curtis Yarvin, who we were talking about before? He is often referred to as Thiel's in-house philosopher. Thiel has not only invested in a number of Yarvin's businesses, but he keeps Yarvin in his inner circle. Yarvin watched the 2016 election from Peter Thiel's house, where they celebrated with champagne at Thiel's successful investment in the Trump campaign. And while Peter Thiel may not be as explicit in his beliefs as someone like Balaji or Elon, or even Mark Andreessen, Yarvin assured Milo Yiannopoulos over email that Peter Thiel was fully enlightened, just plays it very carefully. People in the New Right circles refer to Yarvin as Lord Yarvin or the Prophet. This isn't someone on the fringe of the movement. This is someone who is respected. Just like Peter Thiel, JD Vance is an avid reader and friend of Curtis Yarvin.
There's this guy, Curtis Yarvin, who's written about some of these things.
Vance not only name checks Curtis Yarvin, but he often uses his languages and repeats his ideas.
You actually popularized the term red pill in the political context, is that right?
Yeah, that's actually true.
Is this concept of red pilling.
Yarvin writes a lot of strange things, but one thing I'm particularly interested in is the blueprint he wrote for Donald Trump. It's called The Butterfly Revolution. It's quite radical and another thing that would be easy to dismiss, but here's a clip of Yarvin talking about why he thinks it would be successful today.
Americans of 2024 are incredibly frivolous, incredibly ironic. It is the most ironic society in history. Like, imagine people trying to cope with a film like The Matrix or Inception in like 1960.
Listen, motherfucker. I don't know if you've watched any of the movies from the 1960s, but I'm going to guarantee you, most of the movies were mind-bending in that day, and that is where the filmmakers who made things like The Matrix, who I happen to know someone who worked on the last Matrix film, so I know a little something about it. Okay? Yeah, screenshot. I'm going to tell you right now, There's been plenty of mind-bending movies. Okay, honey? All right? Sit down. Sit down, kid. Sit down, Montessori kid. Sorry, no disrespect to Montessori. Okay, here we go.
Total frame breaking of this kind in some ways is actually easier than the sort of incremental political logic that people have employed in the past. They can sort of more easily imagine, oh man, it's all the Truman Show. In fact, they mostly already believe that it's all the Truman Show. They just don't understand the implications of that.
Something I find concerning is the many ways that the butterfly revolution perfectly aligns with Project 2025. Not a huge amount of the tech bros in Silicon Valley are religious, but that doesn't really stop these kinds of groups working together. Definitionally, both of these movements are fascistic. Fascism has never been a fully coherent ideology. That's one of the things that gives fascism its strength, its ability to bring together groups from different movements, all of whom see fascism as a viable mechanism to achieving their own program. And that's why some people say that fascism is always hyphenated. So it's always going to be tech fascism and Christian fascism, but these people can work together, and they do.
One of the things that evangelicals and libertarians should agree on is that the political order is not divinely ordained.
Amen.
Project 2025 has similar stated goals to the tech industry. In particular, the dismantling of the administrative state and the return of self-governance to the people. Project 2025 is made up of 4 pillars, and Pillar 4 is the playbook. It is a transition plan for the president's eyes only. It will be rolled out upon the president's utterance of "So help me God." We don't know what's in this playbook, but given the alignment of talking points, key figures being involved in both, it wouldn't surprise me if it was similar to the butterfly revolution.
Sorry,
and I think
correction.
that's worth
Thank you,
investigating.
Gal. Peter
The
Thiel
butterfly
recommended
revolution.
Anton to Bannon,
Step
who then
1.
in turn recommended him
Campaign on autocracy.
He says, "You're not going to be a dictator, are you?" I said, "No, no, no, other than day one."
Yarvin says that Donald Trump should run on his autocratic ambition, but he should frame it as destroying an inefficient and unworkable system.
We are in the late Republican period. If we're going to push back against it, we have to get pretty wild and pretty far out there and go in directions that a lot of conservatives right now are uncomfortable with.
We are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
Step 2. Purge the bureaucracy. Curtis Yarvin refers to this as RAGE.
RAGE stands for retire all government employees.
And he has clearly influenced some very important people.
I think that what
So
Trump
here's your
should do, like if I was
step-by-step.
giving him one piece of advice, fire every single mid-level bureaucrat, every civil servant in the administrative state.
And we know that Donald Trump would be open to rage because it sounds a lot like Schedule F, an executive order issued by Donald Trump in October of 2020. Schedule F would have essentially stripped protections from civil servants who didn't show enough loyalty to the president of the day, which is why Joe Biden rescinded this order the second he came into office in January of 2021. But Trump has said he plans to reinstate it.
First, I will immediately reissue my 2020 executive order restoring the president's authority to remove rogue bureaucrats, and I will wield that power very aggressively.
But how could you accomplish that so quickly? I mean, you need civil servants. Don't worry, Project 2025 is already on it. Pillar 2 of Project 2025 could be considered MAGA LinkedIn. This platform is designed to pre-stream candidates for their loyalty and streamline the appointments process.
We talk about conservative warriors, but we want people who've been canceled, who've kind of, figuratively given blood for the movement.
You can join it right now. Then pair that with Pillar 3, which is an online education platform known as the Presidential Administration Academy, and you have preemptively educated all future employees on what is expected of them from the conservative administration. Step 3. Ignore the courts. According to Yarvin, the president should simply state that he believes Madison v. Marbury was decided incorrectly, declare a state of emergency, and that way Supreme Court rulings would be merely advisory.
When the courts stop you, stand before the country like Andrew Jackson did and say the Chief Justice has made his ruling, now let him enforce it.
But thanks to recent Supreme Court decisions, he may not even need to do that.
The High Court has just issued one of its most consequential rulings in recent decades, a decision that not only affects the 2024 race for president following last week's contentious debate, but also the future of the presidency itself.
Trump v. United States has laid the groundwork to ensure that Donald Trump can ignore the court. Now, the president has...
You see, we call it an ongoing insurgency / coup, because it is. It started way back when. I would say EO 13848's a good place. It started before then, but still. All of these things, loading SCOTUS, setting up resistance, lying about elections, all of it was by design. And it's just fucking ridiculous. We are in step 3. They're about to ignore the courts, and it's going to be very interesting to see what actually happens.
As absolute immunity for core official acts and presumptive immunity for all other official acts. A distinction that has not been clarified by the court, with only a few examples being provided and absolutely no guardrails to stop the misuse of this decision being put in place.
Today's decision almost certainly means that there are virtually no limits on what the president can do, because the power of the office will no longer be constrained by the law, even including the Supreme Court of the United States. The only limits will be self-imposed by the president alone.
Step 4. Co-opt Congress. Yarvin suggests that Trump handpick candidates for every single seat, with the sole criterion being personal loyalty to him. Because you can't have a parliamentary dictatorship if you don't have Congress. And while it seems like a big task, Yarvin assures us you only need a couple of $1 billion. I know some people with a few $1 billion. While Peter Thiel may have decided to sit this election cycle out, Elon Musk, Mark Andreessen, Brian Armstrong have not.
We got to get the congressmen elected, and we got to get the senators elected, because we can take the Senate pretty easily. And I think with our little secret, we're going to do really well with the House, right? Our little secret is having a big impact. He and I have a secret. We'll tell you what it is when the race is over.
What is that
Step
little
5.
secret?
Centralized police and government powers. In this declared state of emergency, Yarvin suggests that Trump take direct control over all law enforcement agencies, federalize the National Guard, and effectively create a national police force that absorbs local bodies.
I think that actually the support of the Democratic public is a cipher. I think that actually all you need is command of the police.
This is so that a centralized police state can be created to back the power grab, and I'd say there's no way this could happen if Donald Trump hadn't tried to do it before. We know that he sent the National Guard during the George Floyd protests.
And then I was insistent on having the National Guard go in and do their work. It was like a miracle. It just, everything stopped.
And we know that he wanted to invoke the Insurrection Act.
If your state refuses to take the actions that are necessary to defend the life and property of their residents, then I will deploy the United States military and quickly solve the problem for them.
Now, there are, of course, protections within the law,
He's been saying
posse comitatus, to stop a president from doing this, but Donald Trump has found a loophole before, and I'm sure he'll find one again, especially in a state of emergency where he has absolute immunity for core official acts. Step 6. Shut down elite media and academic institutions. Yarvin has explicitly said that you cannot have a New York Times or a Harvard past April. He has a popular theory that true power in America is held by something he calls the cathedral, a term that should alert you whenever you hear it to this kind of thing. The cathedral is made up of elite media and academic institutions that, according to Yarvin, set the bounds of acceptable political discourse and distort reality to conform with their ideological beliefs.
So the cathedral is essentially performing the functions that a ministry of truth would perform in a classic Orwellian, environment.
It's too much.
And it's performing the functions that a religion would in a classic theocracy.
Therefore, existing media and academic institutions need to be dismantled. Vance has been quite vocal about his disdain for academic institutions, despite graduating from Yale, and often repeats Yarvin's ideas in his own words.
So much of what we want to do in this movement in this country, I think, are fundamentally dependent on going through a set of very hostile institutions, specifically the universities, which control the knowledge in our society, which control what we call truth and what we call falsity, that provides research that gives credibility to some of the most ridiculous ideas that exist in our country. And so I think if any of us want to do the things that we want to do for our country and for the people who live in it, we have to honestly and aggressively attack the universities in this country.
Trump has said that if elected, he will reclaim the universities from the Marxist maniacs and lunatics who currently control them. How will he do this?
When I return to the White House, I will fire the radical left accreditors that have allowed our colleges to become dominated by Marxist maniacs and lunatics. We will then accept applications for new accreditors who will impose real standards on colleges.
In his Agenda 47, Trump has proposed a law to monitor universities for civil rights violations.
I will advance a measure to have them fined up to the entire amount of their endowment.
That means he could essentially put an institution like Harvard out of business overnight. Elon Musk spends a significant portion of his time trying to undermine existing media in favor of his own platform X. Trump has absolutely no problem getting rid of legacy media. He has repeatedly talked about the government's licensing of broadcast airwaves and about 15 times threatened to revoke licenses of existing stations.
And it's frankly disgusting the way the press is able to write whatever they want to write. And people should look into it.
Step 7, turn out your people. Get your people out on the street to show their support for you anytime a government agency tries to obstruct you. Yarvin says this should be like the post-Soviet revolutions. It should be masses of people. It should be joyful. And we know that Donald Trump has no problem in asking people to physically show their support for him.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength.
Once this butterfly revolution has taken place and the presidency looks more like a CEO or a king, the court of tech geniuses will have a much more realistic shot at getting what they want. One thing I can tell you about these Silicon Valley tech bros is that they are long-term thinkers. They are planning for years and years and years into the future. In case you needed more evidence that Silicon Valley and Project 2025 are in bed together, there is this strange tech conference called Reboot. And in September, at the last Reboot conference, which is all about creating a new reality, there was a special secret guest speaker. That secret guest speaker ended up being Kevin Roberts, who gave a speech titled Tech and the American Republic. The point of trying to put Vance in the VP position wasn't just to have him one heartbeat away from an old and ailing president. It was to introduce him to the world as the new blueprint of the Republican Party, to provide a strong option for a post-MAGA Republican Party, a party that will co-opt the government to destroy the country in order to allow self-described great men to install themselves as mini kings.
All right, that was that. Oh, hold on. Let me get rid of that. Boop. I don't need these anymore because I can't hear myself anyway. Yes, I'm sorry. I need to clarify. I don't hate Montessori. This was an old joke back in, like, I don't even know, back in the 80s or something, that Montessori in the time when it was getting, like, pretty popular in California, that it was just like kids could do whatever they want. I actually went to a 6th grade that was called an open classroom, which was very much based on a Montessori type model. So I don't hate Montessori. I don't actually. I never went to a Montessori school, nor did I ever administrate one. So I just want to clarify because I'm getting some specific feedback on that, and I just want to make it clear that, you know, I think Montessori is a great program. I think choice in education is a great thing. And I won't make any more jokes about the old trope. I'll stop using the old. And it was, and maybe not everyone thought that, but I just remember hearing jokes about kids getting excessive amounts of freedom and not as much of, forget it. It was a bad joke. And I'm sorry of making that joke. I won't make that joke again. I'm sorry. And yes, that is that was what I thought was such a good description of some of the dynamics that we're in right now. So thank you, Max, for sharing that with us. I really appreciate that, because I think it's really helpful. People need to hear things in different ways and at different times. So I think it's really cool to have many different voices lifting up consistent information so that we can make good decisions and, choose actions wisely. So I guess that's it. It's 5.5 hours. I think that's enough of me. You've had enough of me, that's for sure. So thank you so much for spending the morning. I'll make sure. Yeah. Thank Max, because really I would never have found that. And I'm just really appreciative. I'm not sure what's happening tonight, but I will definitely see you tomorrow morning. And I think that's it. All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate having your time this morning. All right. Take care.